Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of Tokyo Titan Cast. I am your host, Davis Madole, and tonight I have with me John.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! oh, hey Davis, how's it going?
We have Cole.
I can't top that. What the? Hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, I what a way to start the stream already. Wow.
Yeah.
And we have Daikaiju Tony along with us as well.
Hello. It's been a while.
It's been a good minute. Yes, it has. And returning, we have Dr. Mifune.
Hello. I got nothing because Sean just set the bar way too high.
You should have saved Sean for last, bro. You should have saved him for last.
Also, before you introduce more, imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger doing that if they did the original casting for Facebook.
Steven Seagal, even.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh.
Next.
Or Michael Douglas.
And last but not least, we have Lily. Okay, so we do not want to get this demonetized.
I was about to say Lily's gonna crash the stream.
Now I know why you want to hate me, Lily. Because it's all the world's ever seen lately.
That's right.
It's like no. It's like looking in a mirror, only not.
All right, but just to kind of reiterate what you guys already know at this point, we are gathered here tonight to celebrate the maestro of action cinema himself, John Woo. We're going to be going over 9 of his films, technically 10, but one of them is a two-parter, so 9 or 10, however you wish to.
6 or 7.
That's
6.
More than
7.
6 or 7. Not even 3 minutes in, and there's already a 6-7. It's got to be quite a.
It was a good run. It was a
good run. Yeah. So first things first, we just want to do like a quick little introduction as to who John Woo is as a filmmaker.
What's his name?
His name is John Woo.
What's his name?
Mr. Woo.
What's his full name?
I
Jonathan
don't know his full name, unfortunately.
Oh, you're not that close with him.
Who you sing?
Yeah.
I don't know John Woo personally. It would be pretty cool if I did, admittedly.
Oh, here we go. Woo you some?
I just said
some?
Anyway,
6-7.
That's right.
John Woo is a filmmaker known for all kinds of films. You either know him for his work in Hong Kong. You might know him for his work in Hollywood. Needless to say, his mark on the action genre is really unparalleled, as many of us have seen. And dang it, Will.
That wasn't me. I didn't do it. That's not me. That wasn't me.
Davis's yes.
Davis.
Yeah, Davis's
Alright.
favorite movie.
No, it's. I'll talk about that sometime, eventually.
Separate episode.
Next month.
Next month.
But yes, John Woo is an action filmmaker. He got his start directing films for Golden Harvest, mainly Wuxia. eventually his career saw new heights when he directed A Better Tomorrow in 1986. After that, he put out some more bangers like The Killer, Bullet in the Head, Hard Boiled, which eventually kind of became his ticket into Hollywood, where he directed films like Hard Target, Face Off, Mission Impossible 2, Broken Arrow. Good handful of Hollywood films, which we'll actually be covering tonight. And I just kind of want to go through, up towards the totem pole. Actually, let's go down the totem pole this time around, because I kind of want to ask everyone how they were introduced to John Woo, and I just want to go ahead and start off by saying that my dad had a very specific rotation of movies, either at work or at home when I was growing up. And during the home rotation, he would always put on either Face Off, Mission Impossible 2, as well as like Underworld and The 13th Warrior, but especially Face Off and Mission Impossible 2. And growing up, I would see like snippets of those movies. I never really got to like sit down and like watch them in their entirety, but I distinctly remember seeing them on and off growing up. And it wasn't until high school when I decided to look more into his Hong Kong filmography. Growing up being a Godzilla fan, watching mainly kaiju films, obviously it was going to be inevitable that I would want to expand my horizons by going deeper into international cinema. And as my first proper introduction to movies from Hong Kong, Hard Boiled ended up being my gateway, which I'm sure was also plenty of people's gateways for that particular subgenre as well. And needless to say, I was just blown away. And sometime after that, I decided to check out A Better Tomorrow. Loved that as well. One thing led to another, and we are here talking about a very good handful of this wonderful man's films. Sean, how were you introduced to John Woo?
That was a nice story, Davis.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I heard of who John Woo was and heard that he had a big influence on cinema as a whole, particularly for his depiction of action sequences and his overall style, especially with the abundance of the heroic bloodshed movies, particularly with his, expertise at what is known as gunfu or gunplay. Growing up, I had known of movies like Face Off and Mission Impossible 2. It wouldn't be until years later, and I mean like years later, that I finally would get into John Woo's filmography when I finally saw Hard Boiled for the first time. But like you, Davis, I was completely blown away when I first watched Hard Boiled for the first time. Oh,
got something to say, Cole?
No, I was talking to somebody else. Sorry.
okay, all right. So needless to say, I watched Hard Boiled for the first time. I was completely blown away by just the style of the action, but also his style of how he directs actors, his themes that often define his movies. And then it led me to want to explore more of his filmography, including A Better Tomorrow, The Killer, and so on and so forth. And man, what a brilliant filmmaker he is. And he's so unique because if you put a movie on directed by him, like there's no other action movie that feels like there's been imitations of John Woo, but John Woo is almost
Absolutely.
like a category. John Woo really feels like a category in it of its own when it comes to action.
I'd say like
So-
I'll need to interject. I'd say probably like the closest thing we'll get to, I guess, a copycat, quote unquote, to John Woo is the John Wick series, which, if anything, that whole like set of movies is just a loving tribute to movies like The Killer.
or parts of Quentin Tarantino's filmography, but who cares about that? Who cares about that, man? But no, he's a great director, and he's also a very charming person. Like, if you've ever heard him talk, and just despite like say what you like, obviously there's probably going to be some differing opinions over the movies we're talking about tonight, but there's something that anyone can get out of a John Woo movie. Even if some aspects don't work, there's something that will. And that's one of the beauties of John Woo, is that there's something that can be enjoyed. And that's why he's as iconic as he is. Like, yeah, but John Woo's the man.
For sure. All right, Cole, you are very much a newbie when it comes to these movies.
Yeah, I can tell you this. You said, let's do an episode on John Woo. I said John Who. I was like, I didn't know what we were talking about. But,
Give him the boot, Davis. Give him the boot.
oh, come on. They just... Okay, that's fine. You know, yeah, I mean, it's as he said, I was pretty much new to all these, except for one. I actually had seen A Better Tomorrow before this. I completely forgot I even saw it, to be completely honest. It wasn't until I started watching it, I went, oh, I have seen this before. Because I saw it back in film school. So technically I had been exposed to John Woo, but this is the first time I've actually dived into his movies. So, and I'm going to reserve all my feelings about John Woo until like the end of the stream. But yeah, this was definitely a unique experience. He's got a lot of variety. So this was definitely an interesting deep dive into a certain director. So yeah.
All right, Tony.
All right, so wow, experience with John Woo movies. I definitely grew up watching Face Off, and I grew up watching at least the first 3 Mission Impossible movies. I liked them very much. It wasn't until a while ago I started hearing you guys talk about John Woo more in social media feeds. I'm like, okay, I'll give A Better Tomorrow a watch. I'm like, whoa, holy crap, this is freaking awesome. Then after that, I just jumped straight to Hard Boiled, and I'm like, okay. And when that freaking beaver meme started showing up all over the place, like, hey, it's that scene from A Better Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then within like the past week, I decided to play catch up with most of what we're talking about here. Yeah, so that's my basic experience with the John Woo movies.
All right, Mifune.
It's gonna be a bit of a long story, but so I, of course, had some exposure to John Woo's films. Like, early on, obviously, Face Off is like a pretty popular fixture on TV that would sometimes come on. I never really heard about him till I listened to like movie podcasts back when I was in high school. This was before like the concept of a podcast like really blew up like it did today. One of them was this show called Greatest Movie Ever podcast, where they talked. I mainly listened to this episode about Hard Target because I was really into Jean-Claude Van Damme back then, and they said a lot about John Woo. So that kind of inspired me, like, okay, let me look up more about this guy. And so I got that book. I think it was called A Guide to Asian Cinema. It's the same one I mentioned like in my Police Story video I did back then. That's how I discovered Police Story, and that's how I learned more about John Woo's films. And I saw at the same library, they had The Killer on DVD. And I couldn't rent it because my dad was like, that sounds like a messed up movie. Like, why would you rent that? I was like a freshman in high school, so he probably thought that sounded like some kind of weird, like, crazy movie.
Was
But
your dad
I did end up
secretly
watching.
Shu Hark?
Maybe he was an agent. It's like, nah, dude, this is quality slop. You just like it because it's good.
Was your dad hard boiled?
Honestly, yeah. But he didn't drink tequila though. He doesn't go for that. But so I did but my grandfather on my mom's side had a lot of VHS films of John Woo's American films. So I got to watch like Face Off, Broken Arrow. I got through Mission Impossible 2, Hard Target. It wasn't until college where one day I was just kind of wandering around my freshman year in the library, and I found The Killer on DVD. And I rented it, and I decided to boldly said like, okay, I'm just gonna play this on like our dorm TV in the living room and just see who else is into it. I'll just play it. And at that point in my life, I had seen stuff from like Scorsese, Sergio Leone, Akira Kurosawa. So I'm like pretty well versed in like world cinema, or just trying to expand my horizons to more like, that kind of the just more of like that like kind of high praise cinema. But the opening of The Killer, which maybe we'll get to later, where it has that Salier song playing and Chow Yun-fat's like walking into the bar, to the nightclub, and just the way it was looked, the way the music, the way the cinematography by Peter Powell and hold on, I don't want to uncredit this guy. The cinematography from Peter Powell and Wong Ying-hung, just the way that all blended together, and like the way just the motion of the camera worked, like that stuck with me in a way that like no other movie at that point really did. And then of course the action scene, which is like, I've seen Face Off at that point, which is probably him cutting loose in Hollywood. This was like, what the hell is this? This is like crazy stuff. I was like blown away by like again, I had seen at that point movies like Police Story and like Drunken Master 2, Drunken Master. But this was like next level stuff. And I was just like, I need to watch everything this dude ever did at this point forward. That was like the movie that made me see like movies can be like really beautiful. Like even at that point, I've seen movies like Seven Samurai, Kagemusha, Goodfellas also, but like dang, movies can like look otherworldly. And that's like, and I've just been a fan ever since. It's just, yeah, he's one of those guys that really just made movies even more special to me.
Very well said. All right, Lily.
So my circumstance was that I grew up in a mixed household. My father was Taiwanese. I think anybody who's been keeping up the lore knows that at this point. Wuxia films and John Woo films were very much on the regular in my house. So I was exposed to Better Tomorrow and The Killer when I was young. And maybe not the best thing to see your dad watching at like 5 o'clock in the evening. I also knew that my dad owned a copy of Mission Impossible 2 because I still have that DVD copy. So as far as I remember, I also saw Mission Impossible 2. I didn't seriously get into his films till around high school. I hadn't seen all of them up until that point. Obviously, it's still impossible in the West to see all his films at this point because everything pre Last Hurrah for Chivalry is really fucking hard to track down.
Mission Impossible, even.
Yeah, well, it's not mission difficult. But and then a couple years ago, I tasked myself to watch John Woo films and Johnny To films back to back, since they are like the two most known Johnnies out of Hong Kong, and I admired them both as creators. So I saw a good handful of them before we eventually did this episode. Well, I think I've seen pretty much most of the ones already in here, but it was fun revisiting them. Okay, well, I guess Cole has to go again since he's at the bottom now.
Yeah, okay, so what did I say before? Yeah, that. All right.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
I will add to
all right, thanks, Jordan. You can leave now. We're done. Goodbye.
I will add to what Lily said though about John Woo. Thankfully, The good news is a good amount of his filmography, his Hong Kong filmography, is more widely accessible nowadays because thank you to G Kids, who recently did 4K restorations, amazing 4K restorations, I might add, of a lot of his most iconic films. They're way more accessible now. And getting to see them in high definition and with more proper translations really allows for audiences to really experience probably the way that audiences experienced these movies when they first saw them in theaters when they came out.
You watched them with subtitles? I did. I just went off intuition what was going on.
Honestly,
Alright.
is it even a true like original cinematic experience if like there's not like a bunch of smoking in the
Yeah,
theater?
I don't need a bunch of words. I just go off what I think they're saying, and it's perfect. So there you go.
All right, so there's a lot of these films that we're about to tackle. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to talk about movies like Broken Arrow or Once a Thief because again, we got 10. There's also 6 of us to spill
Next
our
time there'll be
thoughts on.
7.
Continue
Possible.
talking, Davis.
So we're gonna do our best to try and not turn this into like another 4 or 5 hour stream. Try and keep this
6 or 7 hour stream.
This already
Anyway,
feels like a 6 or 7 hour long stream.
first things first. We're gonna talk about Last Hurrah for Chivalry.
Yes.
And I feel like it's very fitting that we start with this one for this stream because, as I mentioned before, John Woo directed a lot of wuxia for Golden Harvest, and it was a very interesting phase in his career as well because nowadays John Woo is celebrated as one of the greatest like film directors of our time. There was a moment where John Woo was actually considered box office poison. It got to a point where no one really wanted to work with him.
I don't want to work with him.
Like in his interview that was part of the 4K for A Better Tomorrow, he talked about how when Run Tiger Run came out, everyone was already calling for him to retire. But that was some time after Last Hurrah for Chivalry.
Or like retire, John Woo retire.
This movie did unfortunately kind of get into get into that mix, but thanks to Criterion, it's now widely available on Blu-ray. Anyone can watch it through those means as well as on their streaming platforms. And honestly, and we'll go more into this as we discuss the film. It was a very passionate film for John Woo because he put it together as a tribute to his mentor Chang Che, who was responsible for hundreds of martial arts films at the time. Chang Che was essentially the guy who was known for what we know as heroic bloodshed. And you really see a lot of those themes, especially when it comes to brotherhood and betrayal, really find their, I guess you could say, like, genesis point with this movie, because a lot of the ideas and even some of the visual iconographies you see in A Better Tomorrow, The Killer, and even Hard Boiled, they all kind of trace back to this one very heartwarming and also just also brutal film at the same time. All right, so we'll go ahead, work our way up the totem pole. Cole's at the bottom, so we'll go ahead.
As I should be. I prefer to go last for this stream. Let's just be real. I think it's best if I go last.
All right, let's. What you got, Cole?
No, I said go last. I'm not going first.
I'm making you go first.
Let Sean go. Let Sean yap for a couple minutes. He can go first. I am not going first.
All right, Sean. What do you got for Last Hurrah for Chivalry?
Yeah, so it was an interesting experience watching Last Hurrah for Chivalry. I really enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. It's definitely very experimental, considering this is one of John Woo's earliest films. But considering this is a tribute to his mentor Chongqing, but also to the work of Akira Kurosawa, who was also a huge influence on John Woo, which you can definitely see a lot throughout this movie, not just with it being a period piece, but also these themes of brotherhood and loyalty, but also a lot of staples that would become popular throughout his filmography, including the use of slow motion.
Also candles. Lots of candles.
And also a lot of people getting close up in people's faces.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really fun movie, and one of the things I liked about this movie is that it kind of tricks you with its initial setup. With this guy has his throne taken away by someone with a vendetta against him, and then he's looking for people to help him claim it back, and then we could come across these two very likable leads who are very different from one another, but also have a lot of similarities. One of which who is a hopeless romantic, the other is a lover of wine. And it really is, it makes for a lot of fun interactions on top of some amazing fight choreography that still holds up today. I'm a newcomer to wuxia. I've only seen a handful of wuxia films like Hero, for example, or probably one of the most popular ones, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I still need to get into a lot of the classic ones, but yeah, just nowadays there'd be so much CGI, and the fact that it's all in front of the camera, and for a lot of long, lingering takes and shots, and you can see it all. It's just mind blowing. But again, it's also cool how again the movie tricks you with its initial premise, and then leads into another popular theme of John Woo, which is shifting loyalty, which will become another staple in his work. And who the real antagonist of this movie is later. It's great stuff. And I had a lot of fun. And honestly, watching this movie makes me want to watch more wuxia films going forward. So yeah really enjoyed it.
I will say, as someone who has seen a ton of Shaw Brothers wuxia films from the 60s and 70s, this one does kind of start playing out like those other films at first, but once the story really hits its stride after that opening sequence, all the pieces really started coming together for me, especially when it comes to the sort of honor code that John Woo tends to establish in his films, that I would love for Mifune to go over, because he'll describe it much better than I can, honestly. But Tony, what are your thoughts on Last Hurrah for Chivalry?
Okay, so I just saw this recently, just to catch up for this stream, and my background with wuxia movies is that I haven't seen a wuxia movie in more than 10 years. I think the last one I saw start to finish was Fearless, with Jet Li in it.
It's a great one.
Yeah, getting in this one, I was a little curious. Well, actually, I was really curious about this one, because when I hear John Woo, I usually think of Hong Kong guns, explosions, 80s or 90s material. This one, I was pleasantly surprised of. Okay, never mind. I was pleasantly surprised of all the fight choreography, the sword fighting, the general themes of it, because, and even the premise, because while watching this, I get the feeling that a lot of more Western movies were inspired by the basic setup of it, because while watching it, the start of it, the beginning, kind of reminded me of True Grit a lot for some reason. with the whole person trying to avenge his father and getting help from other people.
Yeah.
And I feel like this one in particular of like out of all the John Woo movies that we're going through in this list, I think this one encapsulates the basis of like his choreography. Like what I'm trying to say is like the choreography in this movie walked so all the gunplay and gunfighting in his other movies could run.
Oh, for sure. And that's largely because John Woo like treated his his gunfights as if it was sword fighting.
Yeah, that's about it. Mafuni?
So sorry, just pointing Davis, but I actually haven't seen as many of that classic era of like Chang Che Shaw Brothers types of films as I would like to at this point. I mean, I've seen a lot of the big like classics like My Young Auntie and like 36 Chambers of Shaolin, and obviously a lot of the stuff that Jet Li has done, which was much later, and then another one like Come Drink with Me. But yeah, kind of reiterating what you said, this was a movie where like when it came out, it didn't really make any kind of ripple as far as I've read. But then, as John Woo got more popular in the 80s and the 90s, people I think went back and rediscovered this film. And honestly, this was one of the few where I actually did need to rewatch it purely because I had forgotten a lot of what happened in the movie just because I saw it once. I was like, wow, this is a great movie. And now that, Criterion has very thankfully they restored it. It looks great. This is like I think this is just probably his first like genuine masterpiece. Like I love this movie so much. Like I think like you guys said before, you see a lot of what John Woo would work into later films like A Better Tomorrow and especially The Killer, which I watched The Killer like a day after this, and that just made the parallels even more apparent from the chemistry between Demian Lau as Xing Yi and Wai Pak as Chang Sun, that kind of brotherhood that they build. They're from two different worlds.
Yeah, like
Just
their chemistry was just second to none in this movie. Like they were the heart and soul.
And it's really interesting because when the movie starts out, you think that this guy, let me get the actor's name again, Lau Kong, I believe his name is.
Yes.
Who also pops up in Hardball as a doctor. You think he's going to be like one of these guys that's like this, one of our big two like duo of characters. But and I'm sorry to spoil this for anyone, but like he is ultimately one of the characters in this movie that really plays into the themes of like brotherhood and betrayal. Because Davis, are we allowed to spoil some of these movies? I mean,
you know what? Sure, yeah.
It's an old ass movie.
I mean, the poster, like when you watch the movie, people looking at this right now, you'll be like, "What the hell is that poster?" But when you see it, you're like, "Oh, that's that moment."
But it really catches you. I'm sorry to cut you off, Mafi. When that happened in the movie, like after the twist, and then when it got to that moment, I was like floored. I was like, "Oh."
Mm-hmm.
It was like, "Oh." Like it built up to this. I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, that is like the exclamation point on this movie, basically. And yeah, like these two characters, they have great chemistry. Like you said, one's like a kind of a drunk guy who has just been through a lot in his life, and he can't commit to this woman who loves him. He's just kind of always just about and drinking alcohol, kind of like this kind of not lazy, but just this kind of slacking kind of character. But like it's for a reason. And then you have this other character who, he's a good person, but he also is just kind of involved with sometimes the wrong crowd. There's this really funny scene where he's trying to force his sister-in-law's boyfriend to marry her, and he's like, "I'm afraid I'm too poor, and also her brother is mean." And he's like, "Oh, well, you can get over that. Love should be more important than anything." And yeah, this is one of I think the funnier John Woo films. And yeah, like there's the sword fighting in this movie. Like I think a lot of people who are probably used to his 80s films might take a while to adjust to that. Like you said, the 70s style of martial arts from that time is very different than probably the very popular, like whether it's the wuxia stuff from Shui Hark and Jet Li or like the more kinetic and comedic style Jackie Chan. But there's a lot of great stuff in this era, and this has just so much good action sequences and choreography, especially this fight, which is in that candlelit area where you kind of see like the sort of beginnings of John Woo style, where like what he would translate into like guns and bullets comes from this kind of sequence. This is like almost like you're seeing the originator of that kind of style for him.
The
And
template.
like Sean said, mm-hmm. And like Sean said, like that ending is just it has one of those classic kind of 70s martial arts wuxia style endings where it's so abrupt, it ends on like the highest point of the film,
Yeah.
but it's like such a good way, like with how it ends, the ultimate tragedy, which I'm gonna just spoil the end of this movie like completely, but when I really hope I'm saying the names right. But oh yeah, when Sing Yi ultimately sees that, um like when Sing Yi sees that Cao Peng is like right about to kill Chang Sun, and he just gives them this look and this smile, and he's like he kicks him out of the way and he just puts himself right in harm's way so that he can kill Kong right as Kong kills him. And it's just this great moment where it's the ultimate like sacrifice of friendship and brotherhood. And like when that song plays, it's like this like it ends on that like that perfect high note and it just leaves you.
And
Yes, this is also the start to go from Lily's comment. One of another popular theme in John Woo films is the relationship and friendship and bond between men, specifically men, male characters, to the point where some people interpret it in a little bit of a
Homoerotic.
romantic light, a bromantic light, a bit of a bromance, which John Woo has said that he's never really intended that, but he's pretty okay with people getting what interpreting and seeing the deeper aspects of his films. And I mean, to be fair, this film has literally the two male leads frolicking in the meadow while the love interest is playing in the background.
yeah,
She's just kind of left behind there.
I gotta ask
But yeah,
though,
this
does John Woo hate snakes?
Oh yeah, another scene, probably maybe the most controversial aspect of this film, which I'm just looking like, oh, those are real snakes, and oh no. Yeah, this is not a film for the snake lovers for about 1 minute, but yeah, this is just, A Better Tomorrow, Hard Boiled, The Killer, and Bolton Head are usually described as like his 4 Hong Kong classics from like his golden era. I think this one deserves to be like that 5th kind of classic film from his like early golden age,
100%.
because it really is
Yeah.
like the origin of a lot of these films. This is the older brother of a lot of those films that sometimes has gotten forgotten, I think, in the West at least, but I'm glad it's been rediscovered and represented now in a new and just beautiful restoration.
I want to talk about the build up towards the ending because not only was it really suspenseful, it does incorporate a flashback from around the middle of the movie. And Mifune, I remember when you were revisiting it, there was a very specific moment that you brought up that essentially laid down the thesis of John Woo's philosophy when it comes to storytelling. And now, and please correct me because I'm totally about to butcher this, but it went something along the lines of you can only have so many friendships in life, and you will not be able to defend them all. And it's just one of those moments that absolutely sticks with you. And yeah. All right, Lily.
So I think what's very interesting about this movie is how Woo takes all these different tropes from Kurosawa and Shang-Chi's work, and then like kind of like puts them into a blender to like break down to their key components, and then proceeds to deconstruct these elements down to their core, because a lot of his films were defined by these very like toxically masculine forms of expression, especially with the concept of vengeance. It's usually portrayed as these very like triumphant thing, and that's mostly due to the fact that most of his films kind of were pumped out like every couple months. He for all intents and purposes he was an exploitation director. And it's interesting how like Wu takes those elements and then like tries to break down why this thought process is ultimately very negative for people to have, and then uses that element of brotherhood to show that the better route is to let people into your life and strengthen the bonds you have with the people that care about you, even if they will have moments where they will stab you in the back for the sake of protecting you, but also protecting themselves. It shows like the complexity of human relationships, and while it's not like the most like extremely depthful approach towards it, because there are certainly way better movies that can do that. I do think Wu is pretty good at it with the type of films that he makes. And Last Hurrah Chivalry really shows that development, and also this kind of turning point for wuxia films as we enter the fifth generation of Hong Kong and Chinese filmmakers who were pulling the film industry out of the very schlocky films that they were pumping out, and with the subsidizing of film censorship in China and Hong Kong allowed these films to just blow up. That's the reason why we saw Sammo Hung really start taking off in directing during this era. Why Tsui Hark became one of the most like well-known visionaries of the time period. It's like this film is probably one of the most evident turning points of all of that, and even if it still has some of those trappings of those films, such as having these women be plot devices to like hinge between like male like dynamics, it also does show that how like, well, not to the best degree, but there's a superfluous like showcase of what that means for a person who easily could be a way out. And I understand, like, because we're going to get into it for each of these movies, is the way these films kind of lay out towards women. But I do think this does set the tone for the type of woman that John Woo will like write for, well, include with till up in the 90s. And even some of his later works do kind of fall into those trappings as well. But we also have like, you know, this incredible choreography by Fung Hakon, who for people who aren't familiar, he was a actor who also did stunt coordination, and he worked during the second generation Jackie Chan stunt team on The Young Master, Dragon Lord, and Police Story. He also was Master Shang and Ip Man 2, if you want to put a face to his name. And it's incredible how you get these very like interesting set pieces. And it's not really been confirmed, but I do think this probably started the point where John Woo was putting the action set pieces first, and then trying to piece the story around these like action sequences, especially with the climactic final battle, which is like incredibly heavy in its wire works,
visual storytelling,
and also Ultraman sound effects.
Yeah, well, there's not just in that that part, but also with the sleeping man, played by
Yes.
Yeah.
it was the sleeping wizard who played by Chin Yue Tsang.
That whole sequence was wild.
Yeah, it's a really funny and like creative set piece, and it is important to note that a lot of these types of like brotherhood stories do kind of are very much embedded in classic like Chinese like tales, because it was there's this huge emphasis on having a strong bond with someone in your life, because human connection is inherently a important aspect of human existence, and that's where we find our most belonging and our empathy, and also our own inherent apathy. And I think having these little moments within this movie with like Xing Ye and Chang San, where they like really humanize them to become people rather than just strictly characters, does help you actually care about them when we eventually get to like this parts where they get outwardly like injured, like during the candle fight, or during the final battle, where you see them get like really like brutalized. And it's a very simple form of like writing, but it's a very effective form of like storytelling to make you feel like everything is happening for a reason, and that everything is being done in service of you as the audience member getting an emotional bond with what's happening in front of you.
Very well said.
Well said.
All right, Cole.
See, there's a reason why I wanted to go last, because you see, you guys give all the historical context, cultural context, all that great stuff. I'm just the white guy who gives his opinion about the movie he just watched. So let me tell you, I saw this movie. It was fine. It was fine. I mean, I haven't seen a movie like this before. The Wuxia, is that what's right? Wuxia?
Wuxia, yeah.
Wuxia.
Yeah, I've never seen a movie like this. So this was kind of my first time seeing a movie. So this was kind of like, again, a new experience. For the most part, I thought it was fine. The characters were likable enough. My biggest... And the action scenes were well choreographed. They really were. Like, the choreography is great. Especially the candlelight scene in particular. That one, also like the set design as well during that, and across the whole movie in general was very good. I think for me, one of the biggest problems I had with the movie was kind of the structure of the movie itself. It felt like there was a good 30 minutes early on where the movie wasn't quite sure what it was trying to do for a bit. And then eventually it kind of got some ground after we established, like, okay, we're going to go after what the initial villain is. And that's when it felt like the movie had some focus. But for a bit, it was kind of like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, I get we're trying to set up that we're going to fight the bad guy in like the first 10 minutes as the movie established. But it kind of felt like getting there was a bit awkward. And as well choreographed as the fight scenes are, I think the way they were shot was a tad repetitive. A lot of them had very similar like setups, and while as good as the choreography is, again, will not deny that choreography is fantastic, the way it is shot was very repetitive for me. And when most of the movie was action, it was kind of like I kind of started drifting a bit while watching it. I was kind of zoning out. But for what it is, though, I mean, the acting's good across the board. I like all the characters. The drunk guy was my favorite character. He was just awesome. I mean, he's my spirit.
Yeah.
Just get drunk every day. Like, dude, same. I mean, like, right here, baby. So, like,
Did you like the?
Joke right now.
The question is, would you sacrifice yourself for your homie though?
Oh, absolutely, bro. If my homeboy is like, we just get drunk together every day and we frolic in fields, you bet your ass I'd stop him from somebody falling from the sky.
Cole, did you like Cole, did you like the part when the drunk guy, when he's in the winery, he drinks the wine and then he breaks the bottle on his head?
I was like, what is bro doing? I'm like, you trying to give yourself a concussion? Like, what are we doing here? Also, just when he broke into I think it's the mahjong like betting room, and he just started like killing everybody. I was like, what the fuck?
Is that
Yeah,
why
but
you weren't fond of the movie too much because it was very anti-gambling?
Oh yeah, I mean, you know
Honestly, I
me.
get it.
Like, let's
I
go
get it.
gambling. I go to the casino like every day. You know what I mean? But yeah, for what it was though, I mean, the movie was fine. It didn't blow my socks off or anything, but it was enjoyable enough. The characters were likable. At least the main two were likable. I'll admit the Prince character, I kind of like forgot he existed for a bit. And I was like, oh, right, you're like part of the plot. Like, oops, my bad. I didn't think he was. Well, that's kind of. We can spoil this, right? Because this is like.
I
Very
did
good.
like the whole last movie.
Okay. Sorry, my bad. But the Prince, I didn't think was the strongest villain in the world. It was very just like, I want power, I want revenge. I mean, it works for this kind of movie because this movie's pretty simple at the end of the day. It's very like A-B kind of plot. But I don't know. He just wasn't the most engaging villain for me. But I mean, yeah, like I said, it's a completely fine movie. I gave it 3 stars out of 5 on Letterboxd, so 6 out of 10. So it was fine enough. It was a fun watch, but I do think it was a little too long, though. I think it could have been trimmed a bit. But yeah, fine enough movie.
Sweetheart
you
would love your take on that. It's like, yes, cut this movie down.
I think you should. I think you should look into. I will say, Cole, I think you should give more wuxia films a shot.
I never said I'm not. I mean, I'm not opposed to.
I wasn't
samurai movies.
accusing you.
Sean's
I wasn't
accusing me of hating Chinese
Next.
films, dude.
All right, yes.
Oh, my.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so
We didn't even get to Face Off yet. We're already.
yeah, like
Yeah. Sean's already mad.
okay, so we're already past the 50-minute mark, so probably
And
Tony,
our
did you
stream
give your thoughts on the
incoming,
film?
baby.
probably be best if we lock in. But I think it is good that we did go a little longer with this one, given how, I guess you could say, under discussed it is when it comes to the rest of John Woo's body of work. But now we got a better tomorrow.
What is that picture?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
No, I like the other one better. Can we go back?
Oh,
or a beaver tomorrow, as some would call it.
No, that's a tomorrow
think-
better.
the beginning
but-
of the beginning
Honestly,
of
this should
the
be
end.
the next Pixar film.
It's
but
the
Right.
beginning.
Yeah.
The beginning of the end of a certain collaboration between 2 filmmakers. Oh,
yeah, I'm about to get into that. So as I said when we were talking last draw for Chivalry, John Woo's career was basically in the dumps at this point, and it wasn't until Shu Hark, who would produce A Better Tomorrow, would give John Woo his support. He really pushed John to create a film that was very personal to him. Being inspired by a lot of French cinema and crime films, namely Le Samurai and Story of a Discharged Prisoner, John Woo basically started to make his own take on that when it came to the creation of A Better Tomorrow. But another thing about this film too is that it actually did have a pretty troublesome production. Just to give you an idea, the budget for this movie started off at 5 million Hong Kong dollars. It more than doubled during filming because schedules just weren't lining up. There were a good handful of script revisions while shooting. There was a whole character that was cut out who was played by Michelle Yim. She would have played Chow Yun-fat's wife in the movie. They did film all of her scenes, by the way, just she's got cut out because of the script revisions. But despite all the troubles that went into the making of this movie, like the lack of proper lighting equipment, which meant that a lot of the movie needed to rely on, I guess you could say, diegetic lighting, like the light that was already present, and as well as like other like natural light sources. A Better Tomorrow became an instant classic. It really elevated the careers of not just John Woo, but also Chow Yun-fat and T. Lung. I guess you could say to an extent Leslie Chung, but Leslie Chung was already like a very prominent figure in Hong Kong media, being a cantopop singer. And actually, speaking of, there were actually a handful of occasions where Leslie Chung would go up to John Woo in private and offer to help fund the movie, just so everything could just run smoothly, which
That's awesome.
It's awesome. And I do feel this must be addressed regarding Leslie Chung, gone way too soon. Easily one of the finest actors to come out of Asian cinema.
Actors and singers.
Yeah. I agree too. Great work with Wong Kar-wai. I would especially recommend Farewell My Concubine. That's like, that movie drove me to tears when I first watched it.
And funny enough, Leslie
Chung,
Chung,
like 2-hour podcast material right there.
Funny enough, Leslie Chung sang the movie for this. Sang this.
Yeah, he did do that.
sang the Leslie Chung sang the end credits song for this movie.
Yeah, and that song really does drive away the themes of this movie, because it's because when you get down to it and analyze like the lyrics, the song is about two people like coming together in a moment of joy after overcoming such hardship, which is what A Better Tomorrow is about, ironically enough. Even though Chow Yun-fat is front and center on the poster, he's also responsible for a lot of the most iconic scenes of the film. The real heart and soul of the movie is T. Lung and Leslie Chung, and this very fractured brotherhood that they have with one another after their after their father was killed by a Taiwanese gang. So T. Lung is plays a criminal, and Leslie Chung plays someone who's about to go into the police academy. So already you have a brilliant groundwork for a lot of dramatic tension in the movie, and once that catalyst occurs, T. Lung isn't at fault, but you also can't blame Leslie Chung for feeling he had some form of responsibility over it, and it's just tragic. There's definitely a lot to talk about when it comes to A Better Tomorrow. Hence why when I eventually upload my video talking about the trilogy and Bullet in the Head, it's almost an hour long, which I did not expect. So stay tuned for that. But I won't steal everyone's thunder here. So let's go ahead and go to Sean.
So this is the Beaver Me movie, everyone.
What's that?
I mean, the scene where the beaver breaks down.
I think there's like hundreds of them in existence.
I think there was a movie based on.
like
I think there was a movie. I think there was a movie based on him a few years ago.
Is that like leaked open season 4 footage or something?
I gotta say, when
Owen
the
Wilson
Beavers
always finding himself connected to Hong Kong cinema in some way.
when the Beavers showed up in this movie and said, "For you, I'm a better tomorrow," I think I shat myself.
On God. On God.
So, okay. In many respects, I do view A Better Tomorrow as definitely still in his experimental phase, especially because this is the first of his many heroic bloodshed movies in the genre of gung fu. Which, despite it being a little bit more grounded here, you can definitely see the start of that very stylized portrayal of shootouts that would become so iconic in cinema in general. Um, but I think what makes this movie so brilliant is that, on one hand, it's thrilling, it's exciting, it's really funny at points,
Yeah.
but yet it has this dramatic layer to it that makes it not only very poignant, but also surprisingly touching, particularly with the fractured literal brotherhood between Ti Long and Leslie Chung, who are on two completely opposite sides of the law. And yet the death of their father completely tarnishes that. And it's interesting how, despite Ti Long being a former criminal, he ironically becomes softer when he gets out of prison. But
Yeah,
yet Leslie Chung,
he tries to reintegrate into society.
yeah, he even tries to like work at a car shop with like the coolest uncle ever there.
Facts.
Leslie Chung is a lot more hard boiled after that. And that's not, I'm not making a joke. He's literally a lot more hard
Oh,
boiled.
I thought you were. I thought you were making another joke.
No, I'm being serious. He's a lot more hard boiled to the point that it's even hurting his relationship with his fiance. I want to say, was her name
Her name was Jackie,
Jackie, with her relationship with Jackie.
played by
But
Emily too.
But you do still see the humanity to his character, especially, I'm glad you picked that specific screenshot during the birthday scene, which shows that, you know, deep down, you know, he's still the... It's interesting, his character very much feels like the younger brother, not just with how he looks, but even the way he acts, because sometimes he does act a little bit kind of like a kid, ironically enough.
Yeah.
And it really helps that you have great acting from both Ti Long and the late and great Leslie Chung, who, despite this being one of his earlier roles, is really showing his talents here. And they'd only get better in future movies with Farewell My Concubine and Happy Together. And then Chow Yun-fat is such a scene stiller in this movie. Every time he's on screen as Mark Lee, he completely dominates the scene. Like, and what's interesting about him is that he kind of ends up, despite him being a criminal, he ends up becoming the mediator between these two brothers.
He really does.
Like, isn't that interesting how he, of all people, becomes like the source of like trying to help him and Jackie, ironically enough, but I argue Mark particularly is like trying to help bring these brothers back together, despite him still being stuck in the criminal underworld. And yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Mark has become one of the most famous characters in all of Hong Kong cinema. And despite how much that scene that would become memed to hell with the beaver meme, that scene in the movie on its own is such a good scene.
It really is.
His acting, like everything, his acting, not just his acting, but the way like the nighttime scenery, the lack of music, and just Chow Yun-fat going in about, these are my principles. And he's like, I can't pick one side, I can't pick the other. You know, I have to do it this way, and I don't have any other choice. Which, in a way, he doesn't, because this is also the first of John Woo's, you know, crime movies that shows the intricacies of the criminal underworld with the triads. Did I say that correctly, Lily?
It's triads.
Triads. But also law enforcement, with the two of them trying to outsmart one another. With law enforcement, it's like you have to stick to your guns, and you can't really, like, if you really want to like bring the criminals to justice, and sometimes it includes having to put personal matters on the line. And with the criminal underworld, you can you could try to leave the criminal underworld, but it'll come back to haunt you. And it really also makes the title of this movie, A Better Tomorrow, kind of brilliant, because it's like all of this is happening, and all these characters just want to be at peace. They want a better tomorrow. And it really, I think, brilliantly ties into the ending of the movie. I won't go into spoilers, but also the way it ends. And ironically, with the song at the end of the movie, I think really hits home the message of a better tomorrow and this idea of, like, a fractured brotherhood, but also seeking redemption for all those past sins.
For sure. All right, Tony.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So, okay. So, Better Tomorrow, I'd say, is John Woo's best noir type film, where it's definitely you could definitely take it way more seriously than all his other ones in terms of both story and the action, because it's definitely more grounded in comparison to something like Hard Boiled. But what I see with A Better Tomorrow, especially in the story, it's just people trying to be decent during really, really horrible and gray situations, especially with both sides of the law getting involved. And yeah, the scene with Cho Yun Fat basically venting his beliefs and basically his dignity was like honestly the biggest highlight of the movie for me, even before the beaver meme became a thing. And it really hits you hard by the end. I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. And the end credit song just another strike to the heart. But yeah, Better Tomorrow, it's definitely up there among my favorite John Woo movies.
All right, Mafuni.
Okay, so just kind of go a little bit into the history of this film. This was at a time where, like you said, John Woo was really kind of losing a lot of favor in Hong Kong cinema. He had done mostly comedy, in addition to some wuxia films. He did a lot of comedies, and as far as I remember, a lot of them were again not so successful at this point. But it was also, in a way, redemption. This film was not only a redemption for him, but other people in the cast too. Like T Long, he had obviously been huge in the 70s with like a lot of martial arts and a lot of leading roles. And if I remember correctly, this is also a time where his career was kind of on like the downward trajectory. I don't know if it was like a lot of like failure necessarily, but just he wasn't as like big in demand as he was in the 70s. And then Chow Yun Fat, which at this point he was, I believe, pretty popular in television. Like he was pretty popular on TVB, which was a I believe Lily can correct me on this, but I believe like it was not only like an agency, like not only a talent agency, but also just a big television network. And he was pretty popular there, but he had just been not making that transition to like movies well. Like they considered him box office poison, and he actually, as far as I remember, he wasn't the first choice to play Mark. That was a different actor named Mark Chang, who luckily for Chow Yun Fat, he was busy making working in Shui Hark's Peking Opera Blues in 1986. So luckily for him, for Chow Yun Fat and all of us, we that basically helped Chow Yun Fat get this role. And obviously, again, as you may have said before, the movie is really about like T Long and Leslie Chung and their relationship. Not only just, again, kind of going from what was also we kind of talked about in what's it called in Last Trial of Chivalry, but these two actual brothers this time by birth, just being on different sides of the world. Like one obviously has his history in the triads, a pretty high ranking respected triad member. The other one, wants to go into law enforcement. And that conflict arises obviously when through one of T Lung's own men betraying him, that causes the death of their father, which brings him into contact with his little brother, who wants to prove himself not only because he just wants to prove himself and like take down the triads, but also because his relationship with his brother, who is a well-known triad member, really is like getting in the way of his career advancement. So he also harbors that kind of anger toward him. Like even if T Lung is trying his best to just kind of get this redemption for himself, his brother still like just can't see through that just anger and just that him seeing him almost as like a burden on him. And of course, his wife, played by Emily Koo, she tries to help them mend their relationship. And then you have Mark, who he's really like the breakout character here. Like, he's like one of those examples of a character in either a movie or show where like they're not the main character, but they were very obviously the breakout, like iconic image of this film. Like that image of Chow Yun Fat burning the dollar bill as he smokes is like one of the most iconic just visuals in, I would say, any movie ever. And of course, the trench coat was that trench coat look that he had was so popular that you had young men in Hong Kong wearing that, even when it was extremely humid and uncomfortable to wear that. It was just an iconic look.
That's how I felt at the beginning of this stream.
He's like those Patrick Bateman edits, but like he's actually like a moral character.
It's Patrick Bateman, but he's not an incel.
But yeah, again, like just this was really like a big kind of redemption for a lot of these actors and like John Woo himself. Like I believe this was the biggest hit of the year. I think Armor of God was the only film from Hong Kong cinema that made more money that year. Although there's some debates whether it's considered a 1987 film just because that film came out in Japan first. I mean, the 1986 film because it came out in Japan first. But this was, yeah, Armor of God came out in Japan, I believe, first. So there's like debate whether it's considered an 86 film or an 87 film. But yeah, this was John Woo's biggest hit, I believe, until Red Cliff. And this film really got him a lot of street cred, like just in cinema, because like I said, this was just an iconic film. And again, it's really hard for me sometimes to rank these films. I mean, I have my number one favorite, which we'll get to eventually. But to pick the number two favorite is really hard because there's so many just great films that he did. And this is one of them. It's so good that like I'm shocked this is a film that's under 100 minutes because John Woo likes to do longer films, bordering on or going over 2 hours. But this is just such a complete story that I'm surprised again that it's under 100 minutes long, and the acting is just phenomenal here. The music is great. There's that theme that Leslie Chung sings the lyrical version of that's just, again, iconic. And they actually do play the famous Chinese song, or I guess it'd be Cantonese, or I'm not sure what the main language is famous for, but the song of Tomorrow Will Be Better that plays in a children's choir in this film. And I also like the original title, which is True Colors of a Hero, which I think is very fitting for this film because it's all about brotherhood and what it really means to be a hero, what it really means to be a good person. And then, of course, I gotta mention him. YC Lei is the I guess not a spoiler. It's like 30 minutes in film. You'll realize this. He is like the villain here, and he embodies again that kind of character that Kong embodied in the last John Woo film we talked about. Where the worst kind of people in John Woo films aren't like a person who kills or a person who steals. It's the person who betrays their brother, the person who betrays like the moral values that the people around them or the people in their industry or in their world, whether it's like the world of the trads or the world of the police. People have their own values, and the worst kind of people in his films, the villains in his movies, are those people who sell out their values, whether it's for money, for power. And here YC Lei is like obviously like that kind of archetype here. You see that here. And I just gotta say he's one of those guys like Yunhua or Xing Fui Han, who we'll see in the next film, where he's just, or Anthony Wong, as we'll get to later, where like you see this guy in a movie, there's like an 80% chance he's gonna like just double cross people or just be a total just evil dude. And he is just like, he might not be the most evil John Woo antagonist, but he's definitely one of the ones where you're just like, he just pisses you off because just of how much he just betrays all of the values that his own friends and brothers have tried to instill in him.
He's also so arrogant in this movie. He's so arrogant.
Do you think this is his debatably not even the most evil character he's ever played in a John Woo film?
No, I actually think the most evil character he played is in another film. Well,
coming up soon. But yeah, this is just this is a fantastic film, and it's iconic. Although this isn't the first film that you can necessarily say started that bullet ballet, heroic bloodshed kind of style, I think many people would argue that I know a lot of people would argue Long Arm of the Law from '84, directed by Johnny Mack, was kind of that first film that delves into those topics in like a way that was really influential. But this was just, again, this was a really iconic film, and it still continues to be iconic. Like, again, the character and imagery of Mark, Chow Yun-fat in this movie is still, you still feel that today, not only in other John Woo films, but just in, I'll even go as far as to like the whole iconography of like a dual wielding guy in a trench coat with shades. That I would say definitely kind of in some way comes from this film, at least when you get into like how popular that kind of image of a character has become. And I'm not sure how much I can talk about the sequel. I don't know if you want to get too much into that, but
Eat the
I do
rice.
think, as much as I do actually have a lot of fun with the sequel, Better Tomorrow 2, which we're not going to talk too much, but I just want to say, like, this film is a complete closed story. Like, if this was the only A Better Tomorrow film, which considering how certain things affected John Woo's career later on, maybe it should have been at least for his sake. But this tells like a complete story, and when it ends with that imagery of T Long and Leslie Chung walking into the police halo as their brothers in arms, it's just such a great way to end such a fantastic film. And like I said, it's hard for me to pick my number two favorite John Woo film, but oh man, it's difficult. It's just so difficult because this is such a great movie, and definitely I'd say this and Hard Boiled are like two of the best ways to introduce someone new to John Woo. Just
Completely
because I
agree.
think a lot of one of these movies, which is Hard Boiled, which we'll get into later, is more of like easily accessible. I guess you could say it's very traditional, kind of inspired by that American style of like Dirty Harry and all those films. Whereas this film is a much, I don't want to say simpler, but he's almost like that distilled formula like of John Woo's what he values in both like what he shows on camera and what's beneath the surface is in this film.
All right, Lily.
I mean, what is there to say about A Better Tomorrow that like hasn't been said for the past 40, almost 50 years now? Like
That's
it,
crazy.
um, it's like an incredibly like uh important film, I'd say in general. Like so much of even like modern Hollywood action owes itself to this movie. We wouldn't have works like The Matrix without a movie like this. We wouldn't have like uh, a lot of Edgar Wright's filmography without this movie. He even has like openly stated John Woo being an influencer. His latest film, Running Man, it's kind of unprecedented that like this film had such a huge shockwave compared to a lot of its contemporaries at the time. Like another film that also stars Chow Yun-fat, City on Fire, doesn't really have that kind of shockwave, despite the fact it does have its own influence in its own right. And it also follows a similar kind of like moral compass and thematic depth, if not much more than this movie dives into. Um, but it's, I definitely think this movie has almost pitch perfect pacing. Like, I don't think it's a movie that has a lot of dead air, which is a problem that some of these films do inevitably have, is trying to fill a runtime. And uh, it's very interesting to learn that um, one of the main inspirations for Kit as a character was James Dean in Rebel Without a Cause, which was a fairly popular movie in a lot of Asian film circles.
That makes so
Uh,
much sense now.
I mean, this was like that was also one of the core inspirations for Satoshi Bin Furuya for Ultraman's main fighting pose. Uh, which was James Dean holding a knife in one hand and an open hand in the other, but just without the knife. Just without the knife. Like you can really feel it with how like Kit's moral compass is designed, how he's got this like angst to him, and how even for like the type of like career that he has, he's very much this very rebellious youth who wants to be seen and heard within his career field, especially when he has this chip on his shoulder because his brother was a member of the Triads, which personal connections with any form of like potentially criminal activity does put a lot of risks within any field besides maybe the government. It I was very surprised by T Long in this movie, and I always am every time I watch this because he's, even though like this is the movie that everyone thinks of when they think of him, I still like remember him for a lot of his earlier works, like is it the Blood Brothers, which is another Shang-Chi movie from 1973. It and he had much more hair than he had in this movie. He's like a very, no, not the one. He's an incredible actor, and it was a terrible shame before this that he was really struggling, and everyone thought he was chopped.
Choppy and fat.
No, not right. And then like Chow Yun Fat, I mean, he's a very surprising person because he's not an action actor. He's just an actor, and same goes for Leslie Chung. These are just like normal dudes who haven't really been doing this. You don't really do these types of action movies, yet they end up being in them anyway, and they almost like slip right in like a glove. And with the type of heightened realities that John Woo inhibits in his works, the type of performances that they give make those very unrealistic, like fantastical philosophies become very like grounded and like real. And it's, I wouldn't say there's a poetic structure to it because John Woo doesn't really go that route most of the time. I'd say the only exception is Face Off, maybe. But I enjoy Emily Chu's character Jackie in this movie. Emily Chu is a great performer. She was in Heart of Dragon, which is everyone's favorite Sammo Hung movie.
Honestly,
I haven't seen it.
hell yeah.
She's also in Rouge, which also stars Leslie Chung and also Anita Mui. It was
Rouge the Bat from Sonic.
incredible.
the Hedgehog?
No, not
Oh,
Sunk.
okay.
It's a incredible movie that's set in only 2 or 3 different locations in an apartment complex, and it is an incredible discussion of gender and sexuality within Hong Kong by a actually pretty decently well-known queer filmmaker in Taiwan. His name was
Stanley Kwan?
Stanley Kwan, who was just incredible creator. I would definitely recommend checking out Rouge if you like Leslie Chung.
Looks
as
really good. I just pulled it up. It looks really
or Nita Moy if you think she's hot, because she's really hot in this movie.
good.
But
You
like,
know what other movie she was in that's relating to this podcast?
don't worry. There's another movie I'm going to bring up. Let's
Yes.
see. There's also one of the action directors for this movie was Blackie Ko, who also was an actor in Don't Give a Damn,
Oh my.
which is a movie that Funi loves.
Takeshi Kanashiro's PR team just DM'd me telling me that we have to cut that dialogue or else Davis is going to get sued.
But this movie, like, the way it sets up its set pieces is like it's probably, I would say, it's the most artistic that they ever get in these movies, despite how like very like grandiose like the killer gets, or like how almost beautiful like face-offs are. Like, there's something about the way these ones are set up. It really showcases not only like the grunginess of like 80s Hong Kong, but also like the beauty that can be found within those alleyways and those skylines, and how isolated yet grand these moments between these characters and these people are. Obviously, we're not going to talk about the second movie, but you can always tell that there was nowhere to go from the end of this movie, and
Shui Hart disagrees.
but like I find it just it ends it so conclusively, and not in a way with the impression that you could go somewhere with it, and that's where that second movie already kind of like puts you into this kind of situation where you're wondering why it exists, even if it has like some like very incredible set pieces in it. But like, you know, the dynamics between all the main trio of this movie are just top notch. I think Wu is at his element whenever he's able to tackle these types of characters. I think these like very higher than life like people who reflect Wu's own moral compasses, and also maybe in some elements is taking from his own life and the people he knew in it. It almost makes you feel like you understand him as a person after the movie, which is the kind of works that I inherently enjoy as an artist myself, and a person who views art as something that should inherently be honest towards the person creating it.
It also doesn't feel self-indulgent.
Exactly.
All right, Cole.
So sorry, I've been looking at Mark's sunglasses for I don't even know how long. I was in like a trance hearing all these opinions about A Better Tomorrow. So I'll keep it brief because frankly, you guys kind of said a lot of the things I feel. I did enjoy this one. Rewatching it a second time, yeah, this movie is still pretty good, man. I mean, this one, it's got good shit. I mean, characters are solid, especially the well, Mark is the standout character, obviously, but the older brother who's in the mom, I really liked him a lot too. His motivation in the movie is really gripping, and his performance was great. The action is, I think, going from the last movie to this one is like such a step up for me. The way, like, how creative the shots are, how complex some of these sequences are. And later movies get even more insane, but for how like Hong Kong movies are made, I don't even want to know how they pulled off some of this stuff because, like, my God, it's crazy impressive how they do all this.
Like a lot of it is guerrilla filmmaking too.
Yeah, so like, how do you pull that off with guerrilla filmmaking? Like
Wait, there's no ape in this movie. What are you talking about?
King Kong,
Is this like the director?
Godzilla reference, King Kong, Godzilla reference. We did it. We made it. Good job, guys. We can cut it off. We're good.
Would a Better Tomorrow 2 have been better if instead of a brother, Chow Yun Fat had like a gorilla that like cooked rice?
Yeah.
You climbed the Twin Towers.
Yeah, I just it's good. I think I will say some things. I will say this is kind of a running thing I have with some of John Woo's movies. Some of the editing in this movie is kind of weird. There's some interesting editing choices in this movie that I'm not huge on. The younger brother character, I'll admit, the way he's written kind of bugged the shit out of me a bit. It was a little, how do I put it? The way he was so like, I don't trust my brother, and he like wasn't giving him like any sort of credit. Like I get it, he was mad, but man, after a while, I got a little old, and I was like, all right, come on, man. Like, this is getting a little annoying for me. Wasn't super huge on that, but the resolution to the main conflict was satisfying.
Are you
like,
shouting at that in that one scene towards the end?
What? Which one? I have no
sorry,
idea what you
keep
said. No, what'd you say? I didn't even. What'd you say?
Oh, I asked if you were Chow Yun Fat in that one scene towards the end.
Oh yeah, 100%. I was grabbing.
You turned into
stupid little shit. Like,
you turned into an angry beaver.
I guess so. Hey, make it full circle. I'm still waiting for that Open Season 4 movie, by the way. I'm waiting for it. I'll be there day one, just like I'll be there for the Rent a Girlfriend Toku Timecast episode. Because Wayne Davis, come on.
Cole, you're not supposed to leak that.
I'm sorry, guys. That's for April 1st, 2026. Sorry, guys.
Can I briefly say, like, could you imagine how heartbreaking it would have been to be in the theater when this premiered and that scene with Chow Yun Fat comes on?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's pretty bad. Yeah, because Mark really is like the standout character. Like, and also the performance too is great. Like it's like that one monologue he has. It's like I think halfway through the movie is like fantastic. It's super good. So
Killing out your breakout character. Like, imagine if, like, in Family Matters, they shot Urkel in one episode and he just died.
Would that be good though?
I love that you. I love, Cole, that you got to finally watch this movie, given that your introduction to Chow Yun Fat was through Dragon Ball Evolution.
technically, yes, but we don't talk about that movie. That doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. That's like some fan film, right? That's not a like Hollywood movie. No. But yeah, also the music's great. Gotta say that. I really like the music too.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid movie. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars. So 8 out of 10. Solid movie.
Is it your maybe it's too early to ask this, but is it your favorite of the ones that you watched?
Thanks for the list at the end of the video.
sorry. I know Davis.
Shut up, Lafuni. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's actually fitting how we.
Actually, it's my least favorite. Sorry, Dave. It's my least favorite. Actually, I fucking hated this movie. 0 stars.
It's
better tomorrow. More like a better morning. I hate it. Shit.
They should make a movie called A Worser Tomorrow.
A really bad
Third
weekend.
movie.
I mean, it's appropriate that we do close off A Better Tomorrow talking about Chow Yun Fat, because in the next movie, the killer he would be front and center.
Oh, come on, Sean. It's not that good. I'm sorry.
Whoa there.
Okay,
Did I say something weird? What did I say?
Okay, so this really feels like the movie John Woo always wanted to make. Like I brought up La Samurai during the A Better Tomorrow portion.
Great movie, by the way.
Yeah, great movie, and you definitely see John Woo's love for that specific film, as well as like French cinema in general, in The Killer, because of how many similar beats that they follow, especially when you have a very tragic protagonist who's an assassin, but his heart is always in like the right place, which definitely makes him someone you always want to root for. which makes it all the more interesting when John Woo pitched this movie to Shu Hark. So this was at a time. This was after A Better Tomorrow 2, which had a nightmare of a production because Woo and Hark just kept clashing behind the scenes, which led to that movie's failure, which Hark blamed John Woo for. It got to a point where Hark tried to get John Woo fired from the studio, and no one was just letting him have it, honestly. So instead, he resorted to just rejecting John Woo's pitches, and one of them was The Killer. And Shu Hark's reasoning for rejecting his pitch for The Killer was, and I quote, "Nobody wants to see a movie about a killer." Do whatever you will with that.
That's hella base, bro.
well-
That's so base.
Well, joke's on him, because The Killer did end up getting made, and like with A Better Tomorrow, also became a classic in its own right. Almost just as influential as A Better Tomorrow, I'd say. When it comes to American action cinema, like The Matrix and John Wick, you definitely see like just as much, if not more, thematic and visual elements from from The Killer, just as much as A Better Tomorrow. Like the first shot in the corner right there with the candles, as well as religious imagery, and also that really sick shot of Chow Yun-fat and Danny Lee right there. But yeah, like it's but my take on The Killer is that it is now now there are some like imperfections that will be addressed as we go down the line. It is such a beautifully Shakespearean-esque film. Like, I'd say it's probably John Woo at his most Shakespearean when it comes to the writing of the characters as well as the narrative progression, which really just made it all the more alluring. In addition to how John Woo tends to depict violence, again, kind of going back to the idea of heroic bloodshed. The violence in John Woo's films, it's not gratuitous. There is a very, I guess you could say, urgent fragility whenever somebody sheds blood. Like it's it's not just depicted as merely pain. It is a representation of someone's very own life essence being drained from them, and how their spirit reacts to it, in addition to the people around them. And that really plays into the heart and soul when it comes to The Killer, especially when Chow Yun-fat as Jung basically dedicates his life to protecting this nightclub singer played by Salia, whom he accidentally blinds after firing his gun right in front of her face. It's powerful, man. It really is. But yeah, we're already more than an hour and a half and still got plenty of movies to go. So let's go ahead and go down the line. Sean?
So, for my money, and I've said this, I think, of the multiple times I've already watched The Killer, is that for my money, this remains John Woo's magnum opus, and for me, his grand ultimate masterpiece. And
Many
I did a more
honestly.
I did a more in-depth review of this movie not too long ago for Asian Movie Pulse, and I described it as being more than just gun fu galore. Now, granted, the action in this movie is incredible, but here it's more than just gun fu galore. It's also an emotional experience because of how powerful its storytelling is, and also with how it sets up its characters and how its premise plays out. and then takes, many twists and turns as it goes along. You have an amazing lead with Chow Yun-fat as Ah Jung, who, despite him being a killer, has a sense of morals that and a line that he won't cross. And ironically enough, you have also Danny Lee's character, Lee Young, I believe was his name, who in many respects parallels Ah Jing's character because they're very different with them being on opposite sides of the law, but yet they're also very similar. And it's interesting how both of them ironically result in tragedies, with Ah Jung accidentally blinding this nightclub singer named Jenny, and with Lee accidentally, while chasing a criminal, causing the unintentional heart attack of a hostage during a high-octane chase. And what's really brilliant is how this movie
You
connects.
could have just turned it Inframan, honestly.
What if you turn
Sure.
into the oily maniac?
Okay.
Well, it was a good stream,
keep going,
everyone.
I'm sorry.
It is time to oil up, everybody.
It's really also interesting how both our leads are kind of stuck in this tango between law enforcement and the triads, because also they are dealing with their own sense of betrayal on both sides of the law, with Ah Jing literally being double-crossed by not only the leader of the triads, played by a very, very despicable, what was the actor's name again, Mufuni?
Xing Fui Han.
Shui Feng Han
Louis can
playing the
Louis
most
can correct my pronunciation.
playing the most despicable character ever. And then also for the police chief, who's played ironically by famous screenwriter Barry Wong, who ironically would write a future John Woo movie that we'll be talking about, who's just looking to advance and look good among law enforcement. And so you have these two locked in this cat and mouse game in a war between law enforcement and the triads. And it's really just these two people that, despite being a little eccentric, are trying to find and seek redemption. And both have a strong sense of morals in this intense, war with one another. And it's so endearing how this unlikely friendship and bond forms between these two leads, especially with their big first confrontation in Jenny's apartment, which is a scene that is not only really funny, especially with the nicknames that they give each other, but also it greatly establishes the relationship going forward. And I mentioned Jenny earlier. One of the things I really liked about this movie is that Jenny's character, played by Sally Ye, first off, amazing singer. I really liked her character because she was not only sympathetic because of her circumstances, but she also felt like a sense of normalcy around a bunch of, quite honestly, batshit insane characters. And basically represents the loss of innocence in a world riddled in corruption. And I thought it was really well done. And just how brutal this movie gets with its violence, especially the initial assassination that Ah Jing thinks is going to make him the money to help get Jenny her eye surgery, but then things don't go as planned. It's also interesting how both our leads have their own figures to turn to when they're tied in this world of corruption, with Ah Jing having his close friendship with that one guy in the triads, and then also with Danny Lee, with I believe the actor playing his superior was Kenneth Sang. I want to say, was that his name?
I want to say
Yes, he was also in A Better Tomorrow as another mentor type figure.
Yes, he was. And it's interesting, he kind of served as like a father figure to Danny Lee's character in this movie. This movie's brilliant. Like, it's a movie where it's like, the action is incredible, but it's the storytelling that makes it so special. And how this movie utilizes its themes of brotherhood, loyalty, betrayal, redemption really culminates beautifully in the movie's very awesome but also tragic climax. This movie's amazing. I can't stress it enough. This movie's amazing. Like, this is, for me, this is John Woo's magnum opus.
Well said. All right, Tony.
All right, so The Killer. Admittedly, I do think A Better Tomorrow does have better fight choreography and like gunfights and all that. Story wise, yeah, this one definitely does have a better story, especially when it's primarily about broken people caught in the midst of the underworld with, you know, opposing sides of the law. And a big highlight of this movie is just how brutal crime is towards just random bystanders and innocent people, which is like one of the biggest highlights of the movie. I'm like, holy crap! Like the scene where Jenny gets blinded with the gun being this close to her face. I'm like, damn. And but I'm trying to think of the other scene where like just people, bystanders were just like gunned down. I'm like, whoa.
Oh, the
And-
kid the little girl that almost died during the beach shootout.
Yeah.
Yes, that too. I'm like, Jesus.
I constantly think about the specific moment where Ajong shoots that one guy in both knees and then like the chest.
Oh, damn, yeah. But overall, it's like, even though I like Better Tomorrow more, this one's still a really great movie. Like, I can't deny it. Bafuni?
Damn, I'm like Chai Fat in that scene in Harbo where he's like shaking his hand because he wants to get the shot just right. Because yeah, I said this before, and this is gonna be just a total glaze fest, by the way, for this movie. For what I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna be glazing John Woo, Danny Lee, you know, and Chai Fat because dang, dude, I love this movie, man. Like, yes, Lily, exactly. But yeah, I think just to start with, I think just to kind of iterate what kind of go along with what Tony said, I think this film and also with Horrible and a Bullet in the Head, you get a sense that there's a lot more collateral damage in these films. Like obviously in Bear Tomorrow, you had a lot of a few people who like weren't necessarily like at fault getting hurt or injured, whether it's like T Long and Leslie Chung's dad. But like here, there's like a greater emphasis, like again, collateral damage, whether it's Jenny, whether it's the man that or no, not the man, the lady who in the bus when Detective Ying, played by Daniel Lee, when he shoots the guy and she has a heart attack, or it's the little girl who Ajong has to save, or yeah, just there's a lot of like I think this is one of the ones where I don't want to say that John Woo like made a more serious film because Bear Tomorrow is very serious, but this is a lot more like you see more of the damage of what these. Oh, and yes, I just saw a comment. Thank you, H Fight. I can't say. Can you help me say that name, Davis, in the chat? H Fight, Christus, dude. Agevite, Chris. Yeah, the priest also is another character who just collateral damage in this film, and it's a lot more like just showing the effects of just yeah. That's like this looks cool, but there's also like people behind this that get injured. So that's definitely an aspect of this film that's more emphasized. But yeah, like I said, it's just one of those movies, man, where again, beautiful looking film, cinematography by Peter Pao and Wong Ying Hong and Peter Pao. He did a lot of other notable films too, like notable cinematography, like Gods of Gamblers, The Swordsman, Savior of the Soul, Naked Killer, and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, very famously. And it's just a gorgeous looking film with how the colors and the cinematography, the lighting, and how it's staged is just gorgeous looking. But I think the main meat of why this movie, I think, strikes me so much is, again, those lead performances. Like, Chai Fao, we talked about him before, how he became such a big star off of Better Tomorrow too. I mean, A Better Tomorrow. And Danny Lee, who at this point, he was, I think in the 70s, very known, at least in the West, for like a lot of his more exploitation kind of films, films like Super Inframan, which is very influenced by Tokusatsu, Mighty Peking Man, The Oily Maniac are like some really more famous kind of exploitation films that he's in. And also, I believe, let me just double check to make sure that he was some of his early roles. I believe The Battle Wizard is another one that's like
Yes.
very like famous during that time. But yeah, before this movie, one of the he won, I believe. I'm sorry, I need to double. Sorry, I'm lazy with this. I should have double checked this right before. But he won a Hong Kong Film Award before this. I believe for The Law in Two Phases. With Two Phases was the film that he won the Hong Kong Film Award for Best Actor, and he's also like got himself a good pedigree in terms of directing as well. And before this film, him and Chow Yun-fat were in City on Fire, directed by Ringo Lam, another really influential, great film within that sort of bullet ballet genre. Very different than John Woo. Ringo Lam is a totally different, unique style, but it's amazing all the same. And ironically, they were playing like kind of different sides of the law. In that movie, Chow Yun-fat was the policeman. Danny Lee was the thief kind of character on the wrong side of the law. This one they're kind of reversed, but all the same, they just have this fantastic chemistry and how the film plays out. Like you have this scene, obviously Chow Yun-fat's the first character we see, and during one of those scenes, because music plays a very important part in this as well. Like I said, that scene where Sally A, who's just one of the most talented singers and just one of the most gorgeous actresses in Hong Kong cinema, she plays that song and she sings it so well, and the way that song kind of weaves into the imagery is just perfect. And we hear it later when Chow Yun-fat visits her because, even though he's a killer, and like I said, he still wants to take care of this person who he felt that he wronged personally, that he wants to, give her a better life because this was his fault that she's like this. And we hear that song again and he gets that memory of that night again. And the way it just transitions to Danny Lee's character, kind of watching these men play basketball, and he's just in the middle of the night. Not only is the cinematography and color gorgeous, but just the way that kind of the frames kind of weave and the way that the scene plays out, it shows that these two characters have a connection that they explicitly say later when they finally meet and they finally decide to, they finally have a common enemy, and they kind of just go through that dialogue they have in the river, I believe, when Danny Lee's trying to help Chow Yun-fat recover from his injury. They're talking about how, like, he's a policeman, he's a killer. He never thought that he could be friends with someone like this. And then neither did he. And they just, they really hit it off because they're both similar in so many ways. They both kind of have that weight on them where there's some collateral innocent lives that are in some way, shape, or form they're responsible for, whether it's the woman who had a heart attack or Jenny's eyesight. It's just like, in addition to that, they also have mentor figures, like as Sean said, whether it's Kenneth Tsang for Danny Lee or I'm sorry, or Ku Kong as Fung Se as Chow Yun-fat's mentor. And both of them, spoil it a little bit, both of them end up losing their mentor in some way. I can't remember. Does Kenneth Tsang die in this? I hate to ask this because I should know this.
Yes,
Yeah.
he does.
Right. Sorry, I'm a bit confused with some of his other roles in John Woo films. But yeah, they both lose their mentors, and they're both at the end of their rope, kind of, where at the very end, when they decide to ultimately join forces against this evil new triad boss. And played by Shin Foon Hong, who is, just this total bastard, who is just this evil dude who, like I said before, like the most evil kind of person in John Woo, the kind of person who betrays loyalty, betrays their friends, and just spits in the face of that kind of respect that, people in the same profession give each other. Just one of the most evil dudes, but it's so good to see Danny Lee and Chow Yun-fat join forces. Like I said, I know a lot of people give Chow Yun-fat and Tony Leung a lot of praise for their chemistry in Hard Boiled, but these two guys here, they really have something going for them there, like that, have that chemistry where it's like Chow Yun-fat, obviously, he's that more cool kind of persona, obviously from like that aura that he has. But then Danny Lee, you have this person who's kind of the opposite. He's still like, a cool dude, but he's more a bit I would say he's kind of more rough around the edges. He's more less
Grit?
clean than yeah, he has more of that grit to him that makes him I don't know, maybe a bit more jaded than a lot of his people in his profession. He's a bit more anti-authority compared to like those pencil pushing people who boss him around. He wants to get shit done. And these two people are just kind of constricted by their superiors and they ultimately find common ground and kind of go back on Tony said this is definitely less I would say refined in terms of choreography versus a better tomorrow because I think with oh excuse me to take it back maybe oh no this is this film and Harbaugh were like, I believe John Woo improvised a lot of the choreography, kind of make it on the spot. So it's a little bit less clean than A Better Tomorrow, but I still think it's amazing all the same thanks to, again, that cinematography and the color and just the way it's all shot and edited. And to kind of go back to how music plays a part in this film, for all the bad things that Shui Harga did to John Woo in the course of making this film, whether it's trying to block it from getting made, having to have Chow Yun-fat and Danny Lee's companies both come in and try to finance this film, the one good choice that I think that Chow Yun-fat brought, I mean not Chow Yun-fat, Shui Hark brought to this with all of his just whether it's pettiness or hardship to John Woo, is to have this main song be Salier's canto pop song versus having it be jazz like John Woo wanted, which we'd get to see that in Hard Boiled.
Mhm.
But that song is just like I can't imagine this movie being as great as it is, those moments being as like important as they are without that song. It's just such a it's just important to the fabric of this film, I think, just the way it ties things together, whether it's tying Jenny and Jung together or Jung and Li Ying together. And dang, I could just talk about this film all day, but yeah, this is just a fantastic movie. If I had to like make a top 4 movies of all time, this would probably be like number 3 in my like top. Like it's just that good of a movie. And like, I was prepping for the podcast. I was just watching this film just in the background just to kind of refresh my memory, and I was just like, okay, shoot, I'm just gonna watch this movie, I guess, again for like the 5th time.
So I think you like the movie. Is that what I'm getting out of this? You like the movie?
I mean, it's all right, I guess. All right, yeah, sorry, I went on for like, oh shoot, I went on for way too long. But yeah, amazing movie, love it.
All right, Lily.
I think what's very funny about where the relationship between Lee and Ajong came from was Spy versus Spy magazines, which it just sparked me as always something that was very funny and shows like the most random fucking places that like John Woo pulls inspiration from. Because he was like, there's an interview about where he was like, the white bird and the black bird are always going against each other, but deep in their heart, they are still friendly. And the idea of these characters came from that. And there's also like these influences from Scorsese's Mean Streets. And it can definitely be felt in several parts of this movie, especially with like some of the side characters, but also from our main leads as well. Since like one of the big emphasis of Mean Streets was there was that inherent like loyalty and brotherhood between its the main characters and the mob that they were a part of. And I do find it funny how even though John Woo says that in regards to the homoeroticism of Danny Lee and Chow Yun-fat's Lee and Ajong being like it's not intentional, but at the same time, this is also the same guy who kind of described The Killer as a romantic poem. So I think he just doesn't have internet.
He might like to mess with
They're
his.
very
his
good
friends.
friends. They're very good friends.
Yeah, they're roommates.
They're
They're-
Which
homies.
could mean
they're-
anything.
In the US dub, they're cousins.
I gotta interrupt.
It should also be noted that the original title for this movie can be translated as either The Bloody Duo or Blood Brothers.
Oh.
Okay.
They keep it
buddies.
real till the end. And just a quick tidbit, kind of going off what Lily said. Every time that they try to remake this for an American audience, they always run into the roadblock of this is kind of homoerotic, dude. We gotta like make Danny Leah Michelle Yeoh in this version, which I guess they kind of did that in the remake when they just made China Fat's character a woman. I haven't seen the remake yet. I want to give it a
haven't
chance,
either.
but like, I mean, how can you compare to this one, man? Sorry, Lily, go ahead.
No, you're okay. Yeah, I enjoy Celie's character in this movie. I think it's interesting to kind of give a justification for why a woman in his movies would be kind of hindered in a role by literally giving her like a handicap, being that she is blind due to Zhang firing a handgun very close to her eyes, which the flash alone that can cause some genuine damage to someone's like eyesight. So she probably lost her vision by 6 or 7.
I can't believe you didn't include Davis didn't include the shot where they actually say 6
I was taking you seriously at first, Lily, and then you had to make a 6-7.
No. It's possible. You don't know. You weren't there.
I didn't have internet.
Yeah,
wasn't born
I
yet.
was there.
I wasn't born yet.
Yeah.
Keep going. Let's keep going.
We were on such a hot streak for like an hour.
We are on a hot streak.
No.
Someone died.
Oh.
Whoa.
There's like I think the scene where Zhang attempts to assassinate was it what was his name? Was it an ambassador or was it like a prime minister? I don't remember the guy he tried to the killer.
Wasn't
He was
it
a bad
wasn't
so I know
he
he was like a
tri-
governor.
Wasn't he a
Oh,
tried
yeah.
head? Wasn't he a tried head, if I remember correctly?
No.
Oh.
But yeah, like that scene where like he takes like he like really draws out how long it takes for him to take the shot because he detects Danny Lee and he's like unsure if like Lee can genuinely like see him because there's always this kind of lingering feeling during that sequence that Lee kind of has a rough idea of where he is, and it is making Zhang like kind of anxious. And it's kind of why his ultimate shot kind of is a bit flimsy. And then like the ultimate chase that it gets into is like incredibly like drawn out, but like a really fun like boat chase. And is a very like refreshing twist on like the classic car chasing formats that a lot of these movies tend to shoot for. No pun. And we see a lot of the developments that Wu had been creating since like the last hurrah for chivalry. We have like the candles used here again for not only visual like but also thematic purpose, like it not only reflecting John Woo's own religious beliefs as a Christian, but also using it as a way of displaying the renewal of these two people as as brothers who are going to have this almost last stand against this oncoming storm of forces that they don't know for sure if they're ever going to come out of this alive, but they are at least going to try their best to do the most damage and go for the person who started the problem, since he is on his way and he is bringing like 10 or 20 guys to like protect him and also take them down all the same. So like that final climax, it's just like it's in a single like in a single space, but it's incredibly well shot. John Woo and the stunt choreographers, they use the space very efficiently. I don't think there's any form of like genuine dead space within the choreography throughout the entire sequence. I'm pretty sure every single like inch of this church is used to its fullest, which I don't want to know the property damage on that. But churches are usually have like a fuck ton of money anyway, so I'm sure it's okay. Like this movie also has like a lot of his arguably most iconic shots for a lot of Western moviegoers, like the shot of Ajong and Lee having a standoff, which is in center right on the collage here. That's like it's so ingrained into our minds of like heroic bloodshed, but also like action films as a whole.
They even do it in Rush Hour.
Yes, that's right. And then like the center left of Ajong with the modified sniper is a shot that John Woo himself would recreate with Face Off. And I would say this is probably where he's developed. He's like kind of simplified the types of characters that he's into, but also developed the type of characters we saw in Last Hurrah for Chivalry into a modern setting, kind of like recontextualizing it in a way that works for modern audiences. Because for all intents, by 1979, the world had kind of moved on from the type of movies that The Last Hurrah for Chivalry inherently was. It would, which is why whenever stuff like Azu by Sui Haruc was like a game changer because it went like all out on the fantasy angle versus like these more like typical like almost samurai style like Brotherhood type films. And I'd say that about cover. Like I just really like this movie. That's kind of like the short and sweet about it. The song that Sally Ye sings in this, I don't remember its name. I'll have to. I'm sure someone will bring it up or not at all because everyone else went except Cole.
You know what it is, Cole?
The song is called Sui Yan.
Oh, Sui Yan.
Yuan.
Yeah. Sui Yan. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Kim Zui. I'm gonna butcher this. Kim Zui Li Shang is the other one.
Right.
Other title.
Right. I'm gonna pretend you said that right.
And go ahead.
But like, as someone who has listened to a lot of Salier's like discography, she is an incredible singer, very diverse artist. The tracks that are used here aren't even like nearly half of the range she has. She is probably one of my favorite parts of this movie. She definitely represents the wider like kind of hospitality that Ajong kind of yearns for, the kind of like quiet, simple, like normal life that he can't really achieve because of the way how deep he is in the business and how like he even admits is like he would just be putting her at risk like every single day. And I do think even if he had lived, it would have been very hard for either of them to have lived a peaceful life, because no matter what, the criminal underworld kind of gets to you eventually. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I just want to add one thing. Because you were talking about choreography. The choreographer, in addition to, I know John Woo said he didn't storyboard this, but the other choreographer in this film, I think, was his name's Ching Sui Tong. That's how you say his name.
Ching
He was
Sui
the
Tong?
director
Yeah,
of a Chinese
you got
Ghost.
it.
Yeah, director of a Chinese Ghost Story, and he's like super famous choreographer. So I just wanted to put that there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Alive Guy. Yeah, this was definitely a movie. I enjoyed this one quite a bit. The Killer, yeah, I enjoyed this one quite a bit. I gave it another 8 out of 10, 4 stars. I thought it was very solid. The main character, I think, is probably one of the strongest in any John Woo movie. I think when I heard the title, I thought this was gonna be like he was gonna be some like complete doesn't like give a shit about any feelings, or like one of those kind of movies. But it's like they immediately make it clear, like, okay, yeah, he like
That would be David
kill
Fincher's The
people.
Killer.
Yes, but but very immediate, like you actually do like care about this guy. Like he does have like a moral code of some kind, and like he's very fun to watch. Like they put him in very interesting situations, and how he gets out of them is very exciting, which is great for a movie like this. I think the biggest thing I liked about this movie the most was how much they leaned on, like, the importance of like friendship and loyalty, like more so than A Better Tomorrow, because in this one, because you're starting off with a guy who's already like, he's pretty much at like the end of his rope on this thing, and he's doing this one final mission because he's doing an act of something noble, and I found it really compelling in this one, because he made his own mistake in this movie. It wasn't somebody else betrayed him. It's like he made his own mistake and he's trying to make up for that mistake. And I found that pretty compelling. I liked that a lot. And I liked the relationship with the other member. It wasn't the triad again, was it? It was something else, right? For the
Jinx
mob
Man?
in this one.
I mean,
I forget if the triad still, I believe.
It was still the
Fonsai.
triad? Was it still
Yeah,
the
it
triad?
It's different sect of the triad though. So
Okay,
like it's
different
not
sect of
all.
the triad. Yeah, but
Mhm.
his like the person he was with in the triad, that relationship I thought was like, for me it was, I thought it was like the heart of the movie. Like there were the scenes that they had together were really, really good, because they didn't say much to each other, but when they did, it felt like it mattered a lot. And even with the actress as well, she does a great job. She does a really good job of actually like, looking blind, if that makes any sense. Because there are people, or like there's movies I've seen where they're blind, but they're still like looking around everywhere, and it's really obvious that they're just not faking it very well. But in this one, clearly some proper direction was given on how she's supposed to like look, and it was really convincing. I thought it was, and I like the camera tricks they used to actually like show how like how they made it look like what she was seeing from her perspective. And also the action. I think this one had consistently, I think it had the best action across the board. I really thought the action sequences in this movie were great. The pyrotechnics were also very impressive. And I will say one of the things I wasn't super huge on in this movie was the ending. It was not super huge on how quick it ended. I would have narratively, I understood the ending. Like I absolutely understood what the ending was representing. It was really, really abrupt. Because in A Better Tomorrow, I thought that abrupt ending worked, because that one felt really like right there the story was over. Every narrative point and everything they're building with the characters felt resolved right before the credits, and that felt like a perfect place to stop. I didn't feel that way with The Killer. I felt like it could have at least used a little bit something else. But I still understood it, and I do like what they were trying to say, with the whole like ironic part with like the name and everything. It's like
Yeah.
without going like.
Did you just do 6-7?
But yeah, I enjoyed The Killer. I thought it was a solid movie. Definitely one of the better John Woo movies I saw for this stream, and yeah. Fat's a crazy actor, man. He's very good for what he's given. So
He really is. He really is.
All right, so
I have to say one more thing. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. There is one more time the song does play, and it's the final part of the movie where you see his character doing a harmonica rendition of a Salier song. So I would be
Yes.
remiss if I didn't mention that.
it is beautiful.
Honestly, I would have just let Danny Lee get away with it at the end. Like, yeah, you know, that's valid
Not
crash
crash
out.
out.
Valley Crash Out.
Hot take. The Killer, good movie. Hot take.
All right. So while a good few of us here do view The Killer as John Woo's magnum opus, me personally, I would give that to Bullet in the Head. Like,
Then I saw her face. Now
I'm
I'm
a believer. Without a trace,
face.
doubt in my
Never believe
mind.
it, never believe it if I try.
and
Oh yeah,
we're gonna get taken down.
this is
For that.
easily John Woo's like most personal, his most heartbreaking, also like most political film in
And
his career.
darkest.
Yeah, like just, on top of just being absolutely dark, bleak, depressing, all.
Oh, this shit's
around.
like Care Bears. What are you talking about? This movie's way too.
Like
Why not?
like talk about having such a brilliant false sense of security in like the first like 10 or 15 minutes of the film, because everything after that is just completely different. And we kind of touched on like the fallout between John Woo and Shu Hark. When Bullet in the Head came around, now I guess for some backstory, so A Better Tomorrow 2, John Woo wanted to conceive it as a prequel to A Better Tomorrow, but studios and Shu Hark himself wanted it to be a direct follow-up. So John Woo kind of kept that idea in his back pocket for a third A Better Tomorrow film, which unfortunately, after John Woo was virtually blacklisted from the industry, Shu Hark ended up taking over for the third film. And because of that blacklist, John Woo founded his own production company and funded Bullet in the Head completely out of pocket. And on top of having several scenes in Hong Kong, it was also largely filmed in northern Thailand. And it was also a bigger production than what he was used to working with at this point, where the sets are much larger. There are a lot more extras involved this time around, especially considering that the bulk of this film takes place in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, which also kind of goes into the political commentary that this film provides, which I'm sure Lily will go in greater depth into, as John Woo was also influenced by the Hong Kong riots of 1967 and the 1989 Tiananmen Square incident. So there are even shots in this movie that do echo those those moments in time, and it's all just to really show not just like the brutality, but also the dehumanization of war and how the circumstances of such can cause people to become so desperate and heartless. Like John Woo based Jackie Chung's character off of a neighbor he had, which, when you consider his character arc in the movie, is really sad to think about, especially considering how at the beginning of the film you have Tony Leung, Jackie Chung, and Wisely as these three, like, just the best of friends who are completely inseparable from one another, but once they're thrown into the situation where they have to flee from Hong Kong to escape authorities and even death, they end up in Vietnam in the worst of times. and just very slowly, like this circle of friends just becomes just absolutely torn apart, that it is just depressing to see. That shot of the skull in the corner there, there's a reason this movie is called Bullet in the Head. And this is like the one case where I absolutely do not want to spoil like what happens in certain moments of this movie. I would much, this is a movie I would much rather somebody either like they either go in blind or go in not knowing everything. We actually had a similar experience with one of our friends, Ace, whose only exposure to John Woo was Face Off and Mission Impossible 2, and also Hard Boiled. And when he saw this for the first time, he was completely stunned and just had no idea what to say.
Well, if there's anything that Ace also loves, it's really dark and depressing media.
Yeah. All right, Sean, thoughts on Bullet in the Head?
Oof. Well, Bullet in the Head really can be best described as John Woo at his angriest, but also at his most politically charged. If The Killer was a movie about redemption and the formation of a friendship, Bullet in the Head is basically the fracturing, actually, the very slow fracturing and destruction of a friendship set to the backdrop of the Vietnam War. And given, the influence from some of the other historical events, that John Woo witnessed throughout his life, on top of growing up in a neighborhood that was poverty stricken, really does add to this being his most personal film. I will say this isn't my favorite. I wouldn't call this his magnum opus personally, but I can't deny how great this movie is. And it ironically, in a way, feels like the Hong Kong equivalent to something like, ironically, a movie that inspired John Woo when he made this, the movie called The Deer Hunter, starring Robert De Niro. How it's seeing, we are introduced to these friends who, by all means, the actors in this movie have just wonderful chemistry. Tony Leung, Jackie Chung, and Wise Lee, really, it's so believable. And equally believable is seeing how the war tests that friendship and then ultimately destroys that friendship, and how the war really changes these three permanently, while also revealing the differences in their personalities, especially with Tony Leung's character being arguably the humane one of the group, and Jackie Chung very much being like I'd say he's also like the positive influence, I would say, of the group, like the optimist.
Yeah, he's like the little brother of the group.
Yeah, even though his circumstances with his family are terrible, he's still so upbeat and upgoing. And meanwhile, with Liza Lee's character, because of his upbringing and just being fed up with it all, he's willing to do anything to succeed in his goals, even if it means throwing away his humanity and his friendship. And boy, does he take that to a very extreme level in this movie.
Yeah, this is the most fucked up episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy I've ever seen.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah,
Yeah.
It really is. And yet, even with this movie being bigger and grander, especially with its action scenes, there's still that stylized, that stylish direction that Woo is known for, but there is more of a nastiness to the violence in this movie. And even with the most, I'd argue, bombastic action scene being the climax of the movie, it really is, I definitely think, the Woo movie that has the next to The Killer, just the sheer the brutality in this movie. even when there's not an action scene happening, even when there's like, for example, like a scene when, without going into detail, when the three first show up in Vietnam. I mean, it's just, and you also see this thing of the loss of innocence, especially with the female characters in this movie, played, both of them played by Fanny Young. Is that her name? The actress's name?
There's Fanny Yun and Yolanda Yan.
Yes, Fanny Young and Yolinda Yang. How both of them very much represent like a loss of innocence, even in like ironically also the settings playing a huge part into them, with this romance between Tony Lang and this girl being ultimately fractured because of the political climate in Hong Kong. And then this nightclub singer, but also prostitute in Vietnam, who is just trying to go home and trying to get her freedom again. And I was very surprised, particularly by Simon Yam's character, because what's interesting about his character is that the way he's set up, you think he's initially going to be like an antagonist. I was really surprised by the direction they took his character as the movie went on. And it really, really shows that Wu, on top of being a great action director, is also a great storyteller when he needs to be. So this is a great film. Again, I personally disagree, Davis. I don't think this is his magnum opus. I think The Killer still has that beat, but I have to still admire this film as especially being John Woo's most personal film.
For sure. All right, Tony.
So this one, Bull in the Head. I do like this one a lot. The violence though in this movie, yeah, it's definitely contrast to his last few movies where it's not exactly glorified. It's definitely more on the distressing side considering all the political imagery that's in this movie. Like when I saw this, I was like, God damn, I can't believe what they were referencing and flat out just, well, I don't want to like spoil it, like a lot of the scenes, but it's one of those things that you gotta see for yourself to like encompass like the severity of like what's going on in the movies, especially when it comes to the three main protagonists and how their whole lives and basically what they believe in gets fallen apart throughout the majority of the movie. And action is pretty good. Don't think it's nearly as good as The Killer, but it's still entertaining given the material that's dealt with in the movie. So yeah, that's what I gotta think about it. Mafuni?
All right, so kind of just give some background with my history of this film. This was one of those movies where like I just gotta say bless G Kids and Shout Factory for like getting this film and bringing it more attention, because for a while it was very hard, at least for me, to find this film and to find like the closest version to what John Woo intended. Because yeah, not only did this have problems like with Shui Hark giving John Woo a hard time and him releasing a Better Tomorrow 3 to try and beat this film at the box office, even giving it a very similar setting and timeline. I mean, this was just like there's a lot of controversy, like all the different cuts of this film. There's the theatrical cut, which I think John Woo's longest cut of this film, I think was over 3 hours, if I remember correctly. And there's some stuff that I don't even think is in that festival cut. That's currently the longest version that we have. But yeah, like there's a lot of different versions of this film, like where even the music kind of changes, like depending on the scene. Like there's a scene that's like my favorite scene in the film, which is the scene with Jackie Chung and Tony Leung in the camp, which is one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the film.
That's so
with particular
hard to
Jackie Chung's character.
Oh, and that scene breaks me every time, man.
Like I can imagine someone probably saying, "Oh, Jackie's kind of overacting it," but like, no, like he's not. Like that's just like real. Because maybe I'm just going too much in the film at this point. But go like, there's a musical change that's in the festival cut that's not in other versions. That just feels wrong to me when it doesn't use like it's that theme that this movie has, the very sad melody. It's not in certain cuts in the film. They use a different kind of more almost like horror like music, and it just changes the vibe of the scene. So yeah, this was one of those films that I have a history with because of that. Where like the first time I watched it, it was the festival cut, and some scenes were not subtitled, which this movie, when I first watched it, wasn't the best quality of that extended cut. So I have to switch between these two different versions and just try and understand the plot better. But yeah, this is, even though The Killer is like my favorite film from him, this is definitely like John Woo's. The Killer, I think, is his best film. This is definitely his most personal magnum opus type of film because it's really just it's from the heart from John Woo. Like he talks about like how his childhood and his young youth influenced this film very greatly, and you just see that here. Like yeah, obviously it has that great John Woo trademark John Woo action that we all know and love. It's a bit more real than that in some ways. There's not a lot of like dual wielding and I don't want to say artistry, but there's not a lot of like finely tuned choreography because it's trying to be a bit more real. But yeah, this is just like an amazing film. It's like it's a full on tragedy because you have these three great friends. Let me bring it because I want to get the names right to make sure I have the right names because I don't want to mix up my names. But yeah, Tony Leung, Jackie Chung, and YC Lee playing these characters. Sorry for the I'm just trying to make sure I get the names right. Ben, Frank, and Paul. We see the film. It's kind of it has this coming of age vibe at the beginning. We have these three friends. You have Ben, played by Tony Leung, and one of his more not his earlier roles, but this is definitely a really early lead role compared to like what he's more famous for later on. Ben's kind of like the mediator of the group. He's the one who's kind of like almost the audience surrogate, where like he has the least. He's the most like he has the least hardship for him. Like he's the guy who wants to get like engaged, wants to get married, settle down, have this good life. You have Jackie Chung, he's kind of like the guy who like he's that kind of friend that you got where like he takes a lot of hits and like he takes a lot of abuse, but like he just laughs it off. Like he faces everything with like a smile and a laugh. He's the kind of guy who I would almost say, in a sense, kind of copes with that through that humor, that lighthearted humor to him. And Jackie Chung, I've mostly known him a lot through a lot of his comedic roles, like the Haunted Cop Shop and his cameo in what's it called? His cameo in Love on Delivery and a lot of films
Yes.
like that. So I'm used to him being like very comedic. So like to see what his character goes again, not to spoil, to see what his character goes through is like it's so sad because he's like I'm used to him being like a very lighthearted and funny guy. And YC Lee, like again, not to spoil too much, he's a bit of an asshole here, but like
Isn't he
he
always?
almost
A
he's
bit.
like had one film I think where he's like a good guy, but I don't say I sympathize. I don't want to say like I relate to him, but like I don't want to say understand even just that he's come through so much poverty in his life.
He's a product of his upbringing.
Exactly. Like I don't obviously endorse the things that he does because it's pretty cruel what he does in this film to get money, but like when you see him and like kind of how poor his dad was who raised him by like himself. He was just a poor street sweeper. And you can see kind of like why he has that desire for like, money on him. And like he wants that gold, he wants that gold from the Vietnamese place. But he's just like again, don't endorse him, but like I get like he's just a product of his
Valid
environment.
crush
and
out.
It's tragic.
No,
Not really.
no.
Look,
And,
dude,
I
he
kinda
had to get his
skipped
money up, okay? He had to get his money up. That's all. All right.
Money, 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 money.
I kind of glossed over him a bit in the beginning, but like I think like Tony Leung, he's very famous for like his romantic roles. He's like he is the poster child for yearning in cinema.
Sad guy.
Whether it's In the Mood for Love or in Bullet in the Head, not Bullet, in Infernal Affairs. He's in so many great films.
Chunky
This
Express.
might be his. Yes, the guy film too. Again, poster child for yearning. But I think this might be his best performance.
Really
that's
now?
very
You
bold
you
thing
think
to
so?
say. He's good, like in no matter what, he's just good in. And it's really hard to
I
pick
agree.
between this and his Wong Kar-wai films or Infernal Affairs or even Hard Boiled. But
That's
he's just like I just love like that's how tragic his character is. Like just the stuff that he goes through, the things that he needs. Again, I can't spoil this one. I want to honor his word, but the scene that he has with Simon Yam and Jackie Chung when he finds them after the war.
The war.
That shit breaks you, dude.
Yeah, that's like
That
the
shit is
saddest scene in any John Woo movie. I'm not kidding.
like that shit breaks you, dude. It's so like from the heart. Like just the things that he says to his brother, Jackie Chung, is like his brother from like friendship. Just the things that he says is like, damn, that makes this and or the scene again, the scene with Jackie Chung in the Vietnamese camp. Just great stuff all around.
Hmm.
And I gotta also shout out Simon Yam. Like Simon Yam's one of those actors.
Yeah.
He's in a lot of films I've seen him. I've seen him, and he can be like a reserved guy, or he can just be this total flamboyantly expressive bad guy. Whether like in films like in Full Contact or in Dr. Lamb, where he's like these just flamboyant villains, or in Future Cops, where I don't think he's a bad guy there, but he's just these really expressive characters, or these more reserved, kind of calm, cool, collected people, like in Johnny Toe's The Mission or Election. He's just this kind of dude who can play anything, and he is just a smooth operator in this film. Like
Yeah, he really
he's
is.
introduced in like him and Tony Leung's scene where they're just like looking at each other in the men's room. I know how I worded that, but trust me. Like when they're just looking at each other when like
They
when
glazed. They
when I'm a
glazed in
believer
more
plays.
ways.
Yes. And like and when I watched this movie, I was like, he's kind of like Chow Yun Fat coded, like with the characters that he's played in his films. And
Kind
it's
of is.
interesting because I learned that Chow Yun Fat apparently wanted to play that role, but John Woo said, no, this is for Simon Yan, this is his role.
Hmm.
And he just
I'm glad
owns this
Simon.
movie.
I'm kind of glad Simon
Mhm.
took the role. I love Chow Yun Fat, but I'm actually glad that Simon took the role.
Yeah, I do have a hard time trying to imagine Chow Yun Fat like in like as that role. Like it does feel very tailor made for
Yeah.
Simon Yam. I remember in the interview on the Shout 4K for Bullet in the Head that John Woo wanted his character to be more, I guess, more like a knight, which I think Simon Yam like really embodies just so well, especially
Yeah.
with this
Another Shrek connection.
And that's what friends do. They forgive each other. One thing I will say.
I just wanted to throw that in there. I'm sorry. Continue, Sean.
One last thing, Mufune, I wanted to say, without spoiling, you mentioned the different cuts of this movie. I'm not going to spoil the ending, but I will say, there's two endings of this movie. There's the ending that we do get in the movie itself, which in the version that's now widely accessible, which is considered, the true ending. But there was also another alternate ending for was it the festival cut?
That's the theatrical cut.
Theatrical.
The festival cut and the most common cut, I think, used the true ending. The theatrical cut, I believe, used the other ending.
Davis, I know you're in agreement with this. Without spoiling, I think the ending we got ultimately was way better.
It is, yeah. Like
because the alternate one was not only abrupt, but I feel like it betrayed a little bit of some of the character motivations.
It does feel a bit more in line with the tone and themes of the film. It's just way too abrupt.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I look at it and I'm like, I would look at John Woo, I'm like, come on. I know you got more in you. I know that's not what you want to end it with. John Woo's got to end it something different, but
I'm happy we got the ending we did, because goddamn, what an ending.
Yeah.
And yeah, just kind of elaborate more on like what you said. Like, yeah, this is definitely his most, like, at least of the films we're talking about, his most political film. Like, that's one of the reasons this film didn't do well, was because I think the reaction was just that this film was very miserable and it was referencing a lot of stuff that was happening at the time, nudge nudge.
Yeah, like
that a lot of people really didn't talk about, and that John Woo was very upset about. So that's kind of one of the things. Like, I think it was pulled very early in its run because people were
misery. That's what you've chosen.
Exactly.
Yeah, like ever since Tiananmen Square, like nobody was interested in like seeing movies that dealt like with war and or just any conflict that related to such.
Especially because there's a shot in this movie that literally recreates a famous image that happened during Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. He just steps right in front of the tank, and yeah.
And I also want to add that I'm not sure if this is accurate to say. I do think it's really interesting how it portrays the Vietnam War. It's a very, I don't want to say non-biased, but it's a very like, it shows all negative sides of kind of what's happening. Like you have usually like in a lot of American films, the South Vietnamese are like, it's kind of like that's like the good side. That's us as America. So like that's like the good side. And North Vietnamese is kind of painted as all bad. But it doesn't go like saying, oh, there's good on each other. It's more like there's all bad on each other. Like you have the corrupt leaders in the South Vietnamese military, or like who are kind of aligned with some of the more unsavory characters. And yes, they do recreate that very unfortunate, infamous photo from the Vietnam War with the gun to the head. And then on the other side, obviously, the North Vietnamese are, because of the torture scene, they're obviously not going to be shown in a very good light. And even the Americans, they're not shown as like bad, but they're kind of just shown as this force that kind of just comes in, does its thing, and then just goes away. It's almost like it's I want to say like objective for it. It's more like it's just this. I don't want to compare it to almost like a natural but like the way the American army is shown here, it's kind of just it's this thing that shows up, and then it just goes away.
I love how accurately this movie
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I love how accurately this movie portrayed the Buddhist monks during the Vietnam War, because if you know your research on the Vietnam War, the way the Buddhist monks played into that, especially for calling for peace, I mean, I kudos to Wu for how he depicted that.
But yeah, this is again, The Killer's my favorite John Woo film. That's like my third favorite movie of all time. This gives it like a lot of competition. I think a few years back I would have said this is his best film, and I may not think that now, but I think this is definitely his most like the one that he had his heart in like the most, just all on display. And like, damn, what a movie! Like, definitely go out and watch this, especially if you can watch the festival cut. And I hope I'm not stealing Davis's thunder by saying this, but this is really like the most fucked up episode of Ed and Eddie ever.
Yeah.
Even have the friend who likes money. Bullet
Alright.
in the Ed, as they call it.
All right, Lily.
I remember watching this movie with our mutual friend William, Space Tree Studios, who was in chat earlier, harassing all of us, and I was completely like blown away by this movie when I saw it, because it's like it's so deeply like resonant within what the time that Wu was shooting for with it, and even at the point wherein he was making it, because we had how best do I describe the scenario? I guess it would be at this point in Hong Kong and Chinese history, we had the student demonstrations, which had been going on well into Better Tomorrow, which probably was the reason why John Woo was saying that if he had to make a follow up to Better Tomorrow, he would make it be a prequel, because he could use past history to discuss the current demonstrations that were going on, and the general civil unrest that was resonating within the youth and the much older Chinese and Cantonese peoples, because there was this huge uprising of like nationalistic ideology in China and Hong Kong, especially amongst like the elite classes. And a lot of the youth were inherently were like against these types of ideas because at this point, with the new Enlightenment era around the 1970s, well into the 80s, it was the introducing a lot of Western ideology into the, in all intents, Eastern world, following this wave of importation from from like English, Greek, French, and German philosophers and writers getting their works translated and exported to other places in the world, which led to a lot of reappraisal of different authors, such as the 10th Muse, Sappho, Melville, who wrote Moby Dick, Lord Byron from the Gothic Romantic era, Karl Marx was flowing into a lot of the Asian youths, and you can see that in a lot of like Japanese pop culture within the 60s and 70s, well into the 80s. And Shunsuke Kaneko, you can see in a lot of his works and his political ideologies coming from those backgrounds in this importation of Western ideas. And there was also like the clashes with the military and it overexerting its power within the confines of the country to suppress the youth from voicing their concerns and rightful concerns about how the older generations were treating the country and its people. And if we take to the setting that John Woo uses, which is the Vietnam War, more specifically, he incorporates the Sino-Vietnamese side of the conflict and only small bits of the U.S.-Vietnam conflict by showing, rather than as one who participated in the war itself, like Soy Hart did, which is kind of what the backgrounds of Better Tomorrow 3 were. It's more so him as an observer and a person who's inherently against what the war on any side of it stood for. And I think it's interesting how he uses it as the backdrop to ultimately discuss one of the most prevalent uses of his use of brotherhood by having it be something that's ingrained as far back as childhood, and how like these incredibly like strong bonds can be fractured the moment reality comes knocking at the door and the instinct of survival starts kicking in for a lot of these guys, like, and how this ultimately destroys what was originally a very pure and innocent relationship. It's almost an extremity of the loss of innocence trope of coming of age narratives by literally ripping it from three boys who had been spending their entire life like in poverty, essentially, and having each other's back. And after like maybe my third rewatch of this movie, I do think John Woo is he's kind of mean for having constant like visual foreshadowing to whenever Jackie Chan's fate in this movie happens. He's bad for that. He needs to go to hell.
Especially with that one shot on the
Mark
left.
would agree with you. Maybe not anymore, but he did at the time.
I always find it funny how Tony Leung is like the mediator of like the attempt to walk into a normal like and stable life with the most like, you know, puppiest eyes he's probably had up until this point in his career. And then we had YZ Lee here, who is in one of the great Chinese wuxia dramas ever, Step Into the Past.
Yes, out in theaters now.
Yes. The movie continuation out in theaters now. And bouncing off what Mufuni said is that like this guy just keeps playing like assholes. Like there are exceptions to it, like The Big Heat from 1988 by Johnny To, which Soy Hark also ghost directed. And if you
Davis, ghosts.
That movie has a very beautiful restoration that you can now watch on Tubi, and I would recommend it, even if it's a bit rough around the edges. And it was a made-for-TV movie that went over budget, and nobody watched it. So
They ain't got internet.
yeah. Well, this movie just fucked up, man. It's like
John Woo was wrong for that.
Yeah. Seriously though, like I do find it funny how at the start of the movie we do like over the credits we have the boys kind of like beating the shit up and getting the shit kicked out of them to like very like playful like music, and then like it almost like it's extremely fucked up because it's showing like violence in like a very like playful, almost like childlike form of like no consequence, and then later on every single like act of violence is just total consequence that like chips away at each and every one of them quite literally, maybe in more ways than one. And like there's just like there's so much to the moral compasses of these characters and the lengths they will go for each other or won't go for each other. It's almost like you're watching a film with the total extremities of like friendship dynamics and what direction a man or a human being in general would go for something if it meant that they could survive. And it's definitely shown with the way that how YZ Lee completely abandons his friends while Jackie Chung tries to cling to both of them as they start clashing with each other and start seeing the inherent like evils that are like underlying within YZ Lee's soul, which, you know, I can't say I wouldn't have done some of the things in this situation, but maybe not that much for the bag. You know, you could do whatever you want to get the bread, but I don't think I would. I think I would have searched the container and not let all that bad shit happen if it were me.
Well, look, all you gotta do is get a time machine, go to like 60s Vietnam,
To the past.
and
That's
then
better
go to the past, and then reenact the entire movie, and then we'll see if that holds up. We'll see if that holds up.
I'll just simply remove the leaked U.S. military documents, and I can just, you know, we can still keep the gold. I, honestly, that might be
What you're saying is What you're saying is, if it was you and your friends there, it wouldn't have gone down that way.
Yeah, if you guys were there, I don't think it would have gone down that way.
This really would be Bull in the Head too, Electric Boogaloo. That's really what
Yeah, but it'd be spelled BU then like the Roman numeral boot to it in the head. That would be what it was called.
Can I
I
also
know.
add one more thing to what you said, Lily? If it's okay.
No, I'm
Okay.
kidding. No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Because you
Go
kind of
ahead.
mentioned about how YC Lee just like changed so much because it shows John was showing how much war changes like
Like,
people, the circumstances.
it
And
does
it's so interesting because he mentioned. Mhm.
like in the beginning of the movie, like we do already emphasize how much he like values like money.
Mhm.
But and like we do see like with the bike scene, like the way in which they interact with each other, with how like Wisely's like, I never lose. And he like tries to like he always tried to push ahead from everyone else and like leaves them behind, and then he isn't the one who helps Jackie Chung when he nearly fucking like falls into the harbor and blows up. All right, now you
Wait. YC Lee's the one who saves him from the harbor, right?
no.
Okay. I just want to, because you mentioned just how babyface and like doe-eyed Tony Leung is, and it's interesting how he's like really passive in a lot of this film with his friends. Like he's not like in that little photo that Davis has at the bottom. He's not the one pulling a gun on anyone, and he's like the one kind of trying to be the friend who's mediating. But he changes, not too much in a bad way, but he by the end he's like he learns how to, fight for himself in a way, even though it's from one of the worst bad circumstances. But continue one of that. I thought that
What
was
is that?
What's that?
What is?
It's a vacuum. He's trying to clean his keyboard. Is that what you're doing?
What the? I forgot my camera was on, bro.
Oh
I
god.
was just like, oh, I'm gonna clean my keyboard real quick, and everybody's like, hey, what's he doing? I'm like, oh, fuck, I forgot my-
what's
Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank God you're not getting a DSP moment right here.
Put
Oh,
Bull in your
I
head.
just had to say that. I just had to say that
Oh.
just because, again, Tony Leung, such a he's so baby faced in this, but like he learns how to be a killer. I'll just leave it at that.
I can make you happy.
I'll make you
Don't
happy.
it's like that
Why
meme
not?
when the nice guy gets mad, the devil shivers or
Yeah,
whatever.
Mr. Nice Guy.
Yes. But yeah, continue. Sorry, I just gotta talk about my boy Tony Leung.
your gay lover, Tony Long.
You can keep making
sure, why
money.
not?
You can keep making money, and you can find a new friend.
Like, in conversation about like the both endings, I definitely agree that like to some degrees the ending that's like most well known, it can drag, and it does like feel like incredibly self-indulgent, but at the same time it does like it does ultimately create for a much more satisfying ending versus the what John Woo originally wanted, which was just Tony Leung walking into the meeting, recreating how Wisely killed Jackie Chung and then just shoots him in the head, which
Girl, the spoilers.
I don't care. It's an old movie.
This-
It's an old movie. People will get over it.
Davis asked you to do that.
I feel like that- I feel like-
I
What?
did.
Wait,
I'm trying to
What?
kill you, girl.
I only saw the title sequence. What do you mean that happened to the movie?
Oh, gee, maybe I'll just watch every old movie then, so I don't get spoiled. Thanks.
I still stand though, even if Lily, if you find the ending, even if there can be a little bit of that self-indulgent, I think thematically it's just the more appropriate and satisfying
Yeah,
ending, though.
and like I definitely think it's not like the the other ending, which is more like abrupt, and it also like it's a probably the worst case of like an abrupt ending in these movies if it ended up being in the like most well-known version of the movie.
Right.
Because it like it's also like in some ways it's kind of out of character.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem with it.
Like I do grasp kind of like why his character would do it, but I think the way it goes about in the final edit is much more like it's much more of a conversation between both characters on like who gets to live based on who's more morally in the correct, and ultimately like because like the whole film emphasizes by the end how much like Jackie Chung's character was kind of like the most morally pure like out of the three of them, and that oh man, we have to get going.
Yeah, like we're 3 hours in and we're not even halfway through these movies.
I haven't even said my piece yet.
Yeah.
Cole.
Okay, here. Bull in the head. Good.
That was good.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay, here's the thing. I wanted to love this movie, but it just wasn't
You should.
quite there. And there's a lot I did like about it. There are sequences I think that are the best of any John Woo movie, like the Vietnamese fucking prison scene was amazing.
Yes.
That was like the best.
You almost went full Mark Wahlberg there. Holy shit.
Yeah, I really struggled to say that. Yeah, I think that's the strongest sequence I've seen in any John Woo movie. The tension was there, and the way it was shot, like that whole sequence was like a 10 out of 10. It was genuinely great. I think a lot of what I did not. The editing in this movie bothered me the most out of any other movie for some reason. I don't know why, but there's just awkward cuts that I didn't like. And I know this is a thing that is in other John Woo movies, but I don't like the freeze frame thing he does, where like it's a freeze frame and then it dissolves in the next scene. I don't like that. For some reason,
really?
I don't like it. No, I don't really like that.
Thank you.
I do think the ending, if we're going to go on that topic, because it is a thing I can say about it, I think while it is the better ending by far, like it actually fits with the themes the movie is going for, I think it went on a little too long. It could have been cut down a little bit. And certain parts of the movie in general could have been cut down a little bit. But I did like how this movie, the way the story goes, you can never really predict what's going to happen for a lot of the movie. And the twists that do happen are genuine. Like, it did get a genuine reaction out of me. I do like the camaraderie the friends had early on, and then seeing the slow, like how this friendship gets tested. It just takes a simple idea, but you put these characters in these situations, and then you see how like where their morals start to lie, and that's like where the movie really shines. But it just didn't quite come together for me as much as I really, really wanted to love this movie, because there's a lot this movie's trying to do that I usually really like in a lot of movies. And this one, it almost was there. I still gave it 4 stars. I still gave it an 8 out of 10, but it is close to a 7. But the reason I still did give it an 8 was because it's still very well shot. It's well directed. There's some great sequences in this movie, and very memorable characters as well. And another thing, I wasn't a super big fan of the sound, like the soundtrack. Wasn't very big on it, to be completely honest with you. Didn't really like the music.
The music's one of the best parts of the movie.
I disagree. It kind of took me out.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, well, thanks. Okay. Anyone else? Seconds?
What that means?
I'm sorry, but I will say that is like one of the most emotional pieces of music I've like ever heard. Like it's like every time it comes on, I just want to
Yeah.
be erect, you know.
Like I know in A Better Tomorrow they played like the same motif a lot, and it almost gets on my nerves, but I don't know. Like,
Oh, what?
I can still admit that one's like a little overdone. For some reason in this movie though, it did kind of bother me a little bit. But I just wasn't huge on the soundtrack as a whole, unfortunately, which just is a shame. But for what it is, though, I still think this is a very solid movie. I think it's one of the most poignant of John Woo's movies by far. This movie has a lot to say. And while I think there's a lot of pieces this movie has, the way these pieces fit together, I think in the edit, don't quite get there for me. Which is a shame because there's a lot this movie is doing.
Don't worry. In 3 years, when we find the like 3-hour cut, we'll screen it for you again.
Oh, good. Okay, maybe I'll like stand up, do a backflip, and then sit back down. So it'll be fine.
And you better freaking give it 5 stars at that point.
Maybe it'll be. It might be a 4.5.
Come on, more fun. It's more fun. I'll make you happy. It's more fun.
You're
Why not?
asking me
Why
to give a movie
not?
5 stars? What are you crazy? You're lucky if it gets 3.
I think we need to move. I think we need. I think we need to move
make it
on.
rain 5 stars all the time.
All right.
You know what?
All making
I'm
movies
sorry,
5 stars
sorry.
if the
This
character
poster,
has.
no,
yeah.
hold on. This
You know
poster
that.
right here, 5 stars. There you go. That's a 5-star poster right there. I got a big old
it's
bump
a-
baby.
I love how
on
you
it.
could tell
Poster.
someone just tried
What's up,
scanning
fat
their,
baby?
a poster for it.
That's a
and you
big
can still
baby.
see like
That's a big baby.
the like seam lines.
So, yeah, after 3 hours and 6 minutes, we are finally
7
at
minutes.
Hard Boiled.
To be fair, those movies were a lot more drama heavy, so I think we'll be smooth sailing from now.
Oh, just you wait, buddy.
I will say, we better. I'm sorry. We better be smooth sailing from here.
5-minute limit per
Red
we-
Cliff, not so fast, buddy.
we are finally at the movie that pretty much put John Woo on everybody's map on an international level. I mean, a good few of us have already like glazed this movie at the beginning. It is such a wonderful spectacle, and Sean earlier behind the scenes described this as like the perfect swan song for this particular era of John Woo, and
Mhm.
I'll have to agree. I feel like it is the culmination of everything he's not just put together on film, but also learned in his career. Like this is easily like Gung Fu at its most extreme, especially when it comes to the production design and the amount of explosives that appear throughout the film, which there's a really funny behind the scenes story that's been going around, and it's John Woo talking about how he almost killed Chow Yun Fat in an explosion. But yeah, just great cast, all around, just great action, great character work too, great cinematography as well. One of the first things I picked up on when I first watched this was just how like visceral the editing was. Like a lot of people complain how some action movies tend to rely too much on like quicker cuts. I feel like this is a movie that uses it uses it in a very smart manner, especially at the opening action sequence. And I'm sure we'll glaze more about this, but that one shot shootout bit in the hospital, in fact, that entire climax at the hospital is just gorgeous. It is peak cinema, honestly. And it's ironic because this isn't even my favorite John Woo movie. I still prefer The Killer and A Better Tomorrow, but goddamn, this is such a strong movie all around.
And go see it in theaters. It's in theaters right now.
I think they are about to add more screenings.
They are. No, they are.
Yeah. Let's see if I'm gonna try something real quick.
Beginning of February.
Um,
Beginning of February.
Okay, there we go. Fixed it, and it just swapped you with
There you go.
Tony. Okay, I don't know what it's doing with Mifune.
There
Okay,
you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Okay, Sean, hard boiled.
Ugh.
Don't start it like that, bro. Come on, you don't start with a grunt like that.
This
So what do you
movie
think of the
made me-
baby?
This movie made me hard and boiled.
Yeah. But what do you think of the
Man.
baby, Sean?
Okay, I'll get to that. So, Hardboiled was my introduction to John Woo. So this movie has a very special place in my heart. Yeah, I do describe this almost like as the swan song to John Woo's golden era of his Hong Kong action movies, and it really is. And the thing is that this is definitely more John Woo's ultimate crowd pleaser. I would say this is definitely one of his more accessible action movies. I feel like in the vein similar to like the original Die Hard. For me, I think this actually has the best action of any of John Woo's movies. I don't know if that's a hot take. I think this has the best action. That entire hallway shootout sequence in the hospital where it's one shot is insane every time I watch it. Just like, wow.
Dude, he almost killed Chow Yun Fat. This better have his best action.
One of the things I really like about this movie is that though its story is a little bit more simple, is that a wrong word to use, Davis? Simple?
I mean, like to an extent, I'd say. Like, I mean, like
it's still it's not as like complex as like The Killer or Bear Tomorrow, but it's still like very. It's a good story, and the characters.
It's easy to follow and pick up on.
Yes, and the
more
character.
straightforward, I say too, in terms of its morality and emotional.
Even its characters, even though its characters are even more straightforward, they have a lot of personality, and you have great acting from everyone. You have Chow Yun Fat as the hard-boiled cool cop Tequila, who still has his heart in the right place. You have
name too.
Yeah, right. Even that opening when he's mixing the drink and then he plays at the jazz club is just like, oh. You have Tony Lang playing also a really cool cop, but one who also has shifting loyalties because of his sense of guilt, but also he has blood on his hands, very similar to how Tequila, despite being, a phenomenal marksman, he's a little bit of a hothead and sometimes gets carried away when they're trying to arrest criminals. And I think that makes for a great dynamic between Chow Yun Fat and Tony Lang, who have such good chemistry in this movie. I also think this one has the best ensemble of all the John Woo movies. Anthony Wong as Johnny is just like the most evil son of a bitch ever in this movie. I love Teresa Mo so much. She's so cool in the role, and her chemistry with Chow Yun Fat's really endearing to watch. I also really like the police chief. I forget the actor who played him, but I really liked him as well.
Get that. Let me see.
Yeah.
Because he was also in Police Story 3.
Yes, he was. Mad Dog is probably my favorite character in this movie.
Yes.
He's not only is he so cool, he's also played by I can't remember the actor's name, but he's actually like a
Philip
professional.
Kwok.
Yes, he's Philip Kwok. He's a professional veteran in stunt work in Hong Kong, and he's great. And what's cool about Mad Dog is not only is he cool, there's an air of mystery to him, especially with his morality code, because even though he's affiliated with the Triads, he has a line that he won't cross. And it adds a layer of mystery to his character as well. Like, how was he involved in the Triads? And it adds layers to, like, it's just so good. And I won't go into spoilers. There's a scene between him and Tony Long towards the end of this movie.
I was just thinking about that scene right now.
It's, even though this is not, I would say, as dark as like some of his earlier movies, that moment, wow.
Every
Even
John
the
Woo movie
ba-
has that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Mufane, and then I'll
I was
wrap
gonna
up
say
my
every
thoughts.
John Woo movie has that like sad moment where it's like, fuck, and that's the
Yeah,
moment I think of this movie. Even though
yeah,
again, it's again not to the spoiler, not a major character doesn't die like a lot of in that scene, but it's just so like, dang, like you really see how evil of a dude Anthony Wong is in this movie.
yeah. It really is. Even the baby in this movie is cool. Like
Yeah.
that whole scene with Chow Yun Fat, even though it's clearly not the same baby that's on the poster.
Yeah, that baby's a
That
little
that
too big to be, a newborn.
that whole scene with Chow Yun Fat and the baby is not only hilarious,
Adorable.
it's also
Hey,
surprisingly
adults only,
adorable.
don't
Yeah,
watch.
yeah.
Yeah,
Although Chow Yun Fat's not the best rapper, I will say that his rapping is a little
Yeah.
mid. um, yeah, this Hardboilked's amazing.
What about when
It's
when he's on fire?
see, even the baby is a badass in this movie.
I don't think they
I-
actually set a baby on fire. If they did, 100 out of 10. That'd be
I didn't
insane. Like,
I didn't say they set the baby on
Dude,
fire.
fuck
Jesus.
Okay, Andy Muschietti. Okay.
Ugh. This movie's freaking brilliant, and even though, again, like I said, it's more of a straightforward crowd pleaser, it still has a lot of layers to it with its themes of brotherhood, shifting loyalty, but also just showing the intricacies of the criminal underworld and law enforcement, clashing with one another, and culminating in an ending that I don't only think is badass, but again, somewhat bittersweet considering it's like the end of an era for John Woo. But Hardboiled, fucking amazing. Tony.
all right. So Hard Boiled. This is my favorite John Woo movie. Okay, out of all the movies that I've seen from him so far, I consider this to be his magnum opus. Story wise, it's not as intense as A Better Tomorrow or even A Killer, but my God, that opening scene, the whole opening sequence, holy wow. Freaking, what other movie do you see a guy in the middle of a motorcycle get blown up?
Also, Jun Kunimura has a cameo in that opening
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah.
Giant
I was
Head
doing
for the
side
Colossal
quests.
Titan.
Oh God, but yeah, best fight choreography, but best gunfights. Holy wow, best set designs and all of the. Oh, actually, not. It's hard in terms of like set designs. It's hard tie between A Better Tomorrow and this one, but man, the whole hospital sequence, including the whole one shot, I'm like, oof. I'm pretty sure that inspired a lot of other movies that attempted to do like a long winded sequence of action with I don't know 1 to 2 shots with hardly any changes in between. Because the only other long sequence I know of that actually works and what it's trying to present is the hallway fight from Old Boy. Besides that, I'm like, dang, it's kind of hard to top the one in this one. All right, so that's all I have to say. Mifune. Mifune?
You're muted. Oh, he says 1 sec. Lily.
I agree, Mifune. Great opinion. That was good. That was good. I agree.
Yeah, this is definitely the most straightforward, but Mifune.
Oh, did you want? Oh yeah. Sorry, I had a bit of a delay there. Yeah, to kind of give context to this, after Bull in the Head, John Woo was really on the back foot, kind of, dealing with Shui Hark and their fallout, dealing with all stuff. But I think it was Terrence Chang or another producer who's been like kind of his dude. Like he's even producing a lot of his American films. They got him to do Once a Thief, which is another film that reunited Chow Yun Fat and Leslie Chung. It starred Chow Yun Fat, Leslie Chung, and sorry, I'm thinking on her name, Cherry Chung as a female lead. And it was kind of like this big reunion film. Even kind of saying was there. It was like, it's definitely not. I saw Davis's comment. It's definitely not like one of his more darker films. and for a lot of people, a lot of like historians kind of put it as like a different category compared to his Hong Kong classics. But it is a really fun film, and it was basically the opposite of Bolt in the Head. It's a very lighthearted, fun kind of romantic comedy action movie, and it gave him like another box office hit, which he really needed. I think that was like his biggest hit at the time. Oh shoot, his biggest hit at the time since like A Better Tomorrow. So that got him enough financing and money to basically make this movie, which was kind of him selling himself. Let me reword that. That's
Mafuni.
On he's
sorry about that.
he's rewording.
Basically, yeah, that kind of caught him. He basically gave him this was his film, kind of like pitched to himself to American studios, like saying this is the kind of movie that I can make, and it was his like way of kind of doing a Dirty Harry, Die Hard style film where like he has a lot of films where like Chow Yun-fat is like this triad member or this assassin, but he plays a cop this time, which is like this is much from the police perspective, because like he wanted to make a different kind of movie, like again like Dirty Harry. And man, this is, every time I watch this film I always forget how like great it is, because like you guys said, like Sean Davis and Tony said, this is definitely
Did you spell
not
Tony
as like
Lung?
yeah. That was gonna happen, I'm sorry. Loved you in The Shadow's Edge, by the way. So this is definitely a bit less like, I don't want to say morally great, but it's dealing with more clear-cut morals, I'd say, in this one than compared to The Killer or Better Tomorrow, where like main character Chow Yun-fat, he's a police officer, Tony Leung's undercover, but that's kind of where the complexity is, because like with Tony Leung's character, which kind of is echoed in his later performance in Infernal Affairs, he's this cop that's been undercover so long that he's just like, he is antsy. He's just dealing with all this stress inside of him because he has to not only play two different roles, but he has to also do some pretty bad stuff to people, to other like actual real tribe members that even he considered like almost like brothers in a way. He has to always up the ante to make sure like no one suspects him, and that he can earn the trust of Johnny Wong, played by Johnny Wong, right? Johnny Wong's his name. Johnny Wong is played by Anthony Wong.
Yes.
That's his name, right?
Yes.
Okay. Earn his trust with this guy. And so he's doing a lot of like crazy stuff. And it's just, that's where the kind of the emotional complexity is in this film. Because Chow Yun-fat, he's a great character here as Tequila. He's iconic, but definitely less like dealing with the baggage than Tony Leung is here. But yeah, just to echo what Tony said, amazing action in this film. I love the story. Again, the story is really good here, even if it's not as complex or deals with a lot of the morals of The Killer and A Better Tomorrow, where there's a lot of morally gray areas. This is just like, again, like Sean said, it's just a pure blockbuster fun. Like, this is the kind of movie that like, there's a reason GKIDS picked this to be the first John Woo film to be shown in theaters. This is a total crowd pleaser. I was watching this in the theater. I'm like, dang, I kind of want to bring my dad and my friends, even though they don't really watch a lot of subtitled films in the theaters. I really want to, because it's so cool, man. Like, God, like there's a lot of like, again, emotionally heavy stuff that Sean went through that's like really makes the film, gives the film its heart and soul, whether it's just how much of a bastard Anthony Wong's character is, how much of a surprise moral compass Philip Kwok's character has, or that adorable and badass scene with Chow Yun-fat and the baby, and his relationship with Teresa Mo's character. But there's just, oh yeah, by the way, the police officer's name, the boss's name was Philip Chan. But there's just so much like great.
This is a fucking order.
Yes, it's just such a crowd pleaser, man. Like, this is why I kind of want to put this as my second favorite genre film, because even though The Killer means more to me, this is just so much fun, man. There's just so much great stuff here, and from like the fact that the finale is a hospital, and Anthony Wong has his like this almost James Bond villain lair-esque like finale set piece. And again, just a shout out Anthony Wong. Speaking of just actors who like play bad guys a lot of times, so many evil dudes this guy has played. I will not watch Untold Story. I've heard how great he is in it. I will not watch that movie just because of how messed up it is. But he also plays a good guy in Infernal Affairs, so it kind of balances up. But yeah, I don't want to dwell too much on this because I know I spent a lot of time on it. But yeah, great movie, just absolute crowd pleaser. If you can see this in theaters, watch it. I would say if you could see one John Woo film in theaters, I'd still kind of go on. I want to go with The Killer, but this is a movie where like you got to make time to see this. It's just like
100%.
it is wild. It is like it's such a fun movie, man. And there's a lot of depth to it too, even though it's not as maybe as complex, morally gray as those other movies that explores that kind of morality. It's still such a great fun time, man. It's hard not to love this film. It's hard not to glaze this film, man. And what a way to for John Woo to kind of cap this era of his career. What a
Even John
picture,
Woo's
man.
cameo, even John Woo's cameo in this movie rocks.
Yeah, dude. Like again, like you said, like this is such a great ensemble. Jun Kunemura, Philip Kwok, Anthony Wong, Philip Chen. You see a lot of it's almost like this big get together of a lot of smaller parts that you've seen in other movies, and they're just all coming together to kind of just this. It's this kind of celebration, almost like John Woo's career. Like he's switching gears. He's going to go to Hollywood soon. Let's just have one big like just party, man. Let's just party, and then like I said, that ending's bittersweet, but it still ends with that sexy, smooth, like jazzy song that they have in the film. Which, man, yeah, 10 out of 10, man. Go watch this, man. Go through a snowstorm if you have to. Maybe be careful.
Oh.
But yeah, love this, man.
Lily,
Yeah, like this one's very much like a straightforward, I'd say, condensing of like everything that John Woo thinks will make for the most entertaining version of his movies. And especially after like we had Bullet in the Head be this very uh like extremely serious and like grounded feature, having one that's more like over the top, a bit more light and like popcorny, I guess would be I mean it's kind of like a demeaning term, but like much more like in the vein of uh getting the crowd like as like adrenaline pumping as possible and like cheering at like every single scene possible. Like I really the hospital scene, it's iconic. You can like pick it apart and find like something new to appreciate about it like every time you watch it. The sequence in the gun warehouse is a fun like uh setup to a lot of the wider events throughout the film. Um the character Johnny Wong is like a total bastard. He's not like the most complex type of bastard, but he kind of is like taking uh the triad or like evil boss of like a lot of his movies and then just like making him kind of camp, but also like a force to be reckoned with. I love Tequila. He's, I mean, the posters like puts him at front of the center, almost like showcasing like to most people like this is the big return of like the classic duo of John Woo and Chow Yun Fat. After even if Once a Thief came out the prior year, it is a return to their classic routes from The Killer and A Better Tomorrow, but in a more, I guess, accessible kind of vein for the general audience. Since it's been at this point 6 years since A Better Tomorrow, and it's been 3 years since The Killer, and
7 years.
Yeah. And like there's even like small characters in this movie like Stephen Tung's Foxy. Really love
I'm sorry.
Shut up. Very very interesting character. He when he gets exposed as a traitor, we really get to see a display of Alan's humanity by still protecting him. And even if he is his fate is ultimately not as fortunate, it's not without like some sort of like noble act. And then like we also had like Uncle Hui, Alan's boss, who ends up meeting his unfortunate last breath in the gun warehouse, and it's very sad because we do sense this underlying like respect and love between the two that like kind of carries throughout the entire movie, and why Tony Leung eventually does what he inevitably does when we get to the climax. And it's like it's not the most depthful form of like that type of like character arc, but it's one that it's easy to follow, but also there's enough there for you to like chew on. And I really do think he is the inherent like heart of the film, even if Tequila is the character we remember the most in some ways. All right, Cole, stop whatever you're doing.
I just put my finger on my keyboard. What did I do?
I didn't like when you said I don't like when you said I just put my finger. I was like, oh no, where's this going?
I was just pricking something off a keyboard. What'd I do?
Getting ready to talk about Hard Boiled. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, called the best action movie ever made.
Yeah, so good. I gave it 3.5 stars on Letterboxd. Good, yeah. No, I mean I enjoyed it. I mean, as Mifune said, it's a crowd pleaser, and it's very obvious that it is. Like it plays a lot of things for the most part pretty safe for John Woo standards. Like compared to like Better Tomorrow or Roll in the Head, it's not nearly as intense as those movies are. But in terms of the action, I will say the final shootout at the end of this movie is fucking insane. How nobody got hurt, I have no idea. Because my God, there are some insane.
Someone had to get hurt.
Somebody had to. Because my God, some of this stuff that's happening is insane. I can't even imagine the technicality that went into filming some of those sequences. Because oh my God, the amount of planning that had to go into some of those shots was just had to be insane to think about. But I mean, the characters are, they're likable. They're not like, they're deep enough to where you do get attached to them, but they're not like super duper deep at the same time. But they're enjoyable. They bounce off each other really well, which is really important for a movie like this. Like they're fun. Their interactions with each other are very fun. And, seeing the undercover guy weave his way around, trying to still, send information, but also like he's still got to, be with the mob and the weapons salesman and everything and not get caught. And the scene in the warehouse was one of the highlights of the movie for me personally. That was a really well done scene. And my God, the main character, he is like, what did I call him, Davis, last night? I called him like Hong Kong Rambo or something because motherfucker shows up that, I called him, no, because he goes into that gun warehouse with like a shotgun and a pistol and he takes down like 40 people. I'm like, this is fucking insane.
Like, I think I could do that, honestly.
I trust you.
But yeah, I do like how this movie doesn't like entirely take itself seriously. Like it can have fun with itself, and I do appreciate that.
Mhm.
And I mean, yeah, the story at the end of the day is pretty like shallow. It's not like the craziest thing ever, but it's really efficient at what it does, and I think that matters the most for this kind of thing. So I mean, at the end of the day, I still gave it a 7, but it's a very solid 7, and it's still very well made, very well directed, well acted, all of that jazz. So, and also, and unlike the last movie, I did enjoy the soundtrack for this movie. So,
oh yeah, great soundtrack.
Like jazz.
Also, one last thing, and then we can move on. This was also I believe, the last screenplay written by Barry Wong. even says at the end of Barry Wong is a legendary screenwriter for a lot of Hong Kong cinema. So that also adds kind of a bittersweet feeling to this movie as well.
Can I also say like I know John would talk about how the original script had like Tony Leung be a character who poisoned baby food. Like, can you imagine Tony Leung playing like an evil
God.
dude? This Tony Leung in particular.
Kill all babies.
Oh, I will say one quick thing. My jaw hit the floor when they acknowledged that they should put cotton swabs in the baby's ears. I have never seen an action movie ever actually address that. I've never seen. I gotta give it a point for that. I've never seen anything address
Got
that.
a half star. I gotta add an extra half star for it.
Yeah, no, give it a 4 now. Give it a 4 now.
No, Mifune. That went from a 3 to a 3.5. You see, so that's where the half.
Oh.
It went, no.
Just to
It went from a 6 to a 7.
You see, I went
Oh.
literally. You see, like I went baby care, extra half star. That's what I said.
like just to kind of one more thing to kind of piggyback what you said about the action. Dude, this movie and Police Story are having a glass off, man, with how much glass is getting broken in the finale.
Yeah,
And, like, dude, I never noticed this till the 4K. People's throats are getting wood like shoved in. It's crazy.
There's
how much
glass in
action.
Tony Leung's face during the shootout.
The scene where him and Philip Walker just shooting. Everyone talks about the one shot, but the scene where they're shooting each other through the glass is like, bro, someone got hurt. Don't tell me that no one got hurt. But
I
yeah,
mean, Chow Yun-fat almost died.
he would have. I'm surprised he didn't like slap John Woo's bald like top of his head.
Well, or he could kick the top of his head.
He would be a hard
That's
target,
all.
I think.
He'd be a hard target, exactly.
please just hit the next slide.
just
Thank
like
you.
that,
It'd be
yeah.
a broken arrow. Oh wait, we're not doing the movie.
Hard target.
All right, so this is John Woo's first Hollywood production. It was offered to him by Universal producer Tom Pollock after he watched The Killer, which Tom. I was about to say Tom Target, which hard target. Hard Pollock.
No,
Yeah, and my
I know
friend's
too.
name is John Paramount. Yeah, that's all.
So, it would actually be overseen by Sam Raimi of all people during
Wait,
its
what?
yeah, like Sam Raimi oversaw the production of Hard Target. Universal, they basically put him there just to keep John Woo in check, but Sam Raimi went, and I quote, "Woo at 70% is still going to blow away most American action directors working at 100%." So
Honestly, I'd say John Woo at like 6 or 70% is even better than that.
That's right.
yeah, exactly. So very, very nice and very reassuring to hear that Sam Raimi had like full trust with with John Woo during the making of this movie, which like something like that would normally like cause like issues, but again, like Sam Raimi was like super cool with it. Where the movie had the most trouble was finalizing an edit. Apparently, like 20 different edits were submitted, but were deemed too violent for an R rating. I guess that's just what happens when you have John Woo directing like an action film for America for the first time. But this would be remedied when Jean-Claude Van Damme stepped up and went, "Hey, let's just film more scenes with me just to kind of like balance it out." So
Let's just film with more scenes with me aura farming.
that's
Yes.
more kicking people and showing off my mullet.
right. Yeah, but
Showing out his ass. He likes to do that too.
we know John Woo as the brilliant, magnificent like action maestro to come out of Hong Kong. But when it comes to his work in Hollywood, there is a bit of a different perception of him because I mean, just look at the two screenshots I have at the bottom. You have Jean-Claude Van Damme punching a snake in the head, a fist in the head, I guess, and Yes, your eyes do not deceive you. That is, in fact, Wilford Brimley riding on horseback away from an explosion. And
Running away
This
from
Wilford
the
Brimley would have killed the
diabetes.
thing.
Running away from the diabetes.
but like as for my thoughts on Hard Target, like if you take John Woo out of the picture, this easily could have just been any other like Western action film. And I'm so glad that he was really able to elevate what is like albeit a very like basic script into something just truly exciting. Like Van Damme is just great here. I also really liked Lance Henriksen as the villain. I feel like he was cast because he vaguely looks like a white version of Wisely.
If John
thought you were gonna
Woo can
say-
do one thing, it's okay. Go ahead.
I thought you were gonna say he was cast because he's white.
Wait, there are white people in this movie?
Sorry.
Yeah, I had no idea. Crazy.
We're not in Hong Kong anymore.
I thought you were gonna say he casted Lance Henriksen. He cast Lance Henriksen because he likes giving villains with that particular hairline.
That's right. Well, I mean, yes, like Lance Henriksen and Wisely do have like that hairline, you know.
And Anthony Wong too.
What?
Yeah, see, like that's just how you know someone is evil in a John Woo movie. They have a receding hairline.
Except John Woo, he's actually a good guy in these movies.
That's right. But yeah, its premise is just super fun and intriguing, elevated by again John Woo himself, and also just the cast that was selected for this, because outside of Van Damme and Lance Henriksen, Wilford Brimley, Yancey Butler plays a very good audience surrogate. I really like how you're kind of just like perceiving everything like through her, and I thought it was handled like so well. And I want to give props to Willie C. Carpenter. I very much enjoyed his performance, given what unfortunately limited screen time that he had. Without getting into spoilers. But Sean, what did you think of Hard Target?
I'll keep mine short.
Who's typing?
Yeah, I was going to say who's typing. Oh, okay. I'll keep mine short. I don't really have a lot to say about Hard Target. I liked it. It's fun. It's cheesy. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and it is impressive given that this is yeah, exactly. John Woo must really hate snakes. I'm telling you. Thankfully, they didn't actually kill the snake in this movie. It wasn't even a real snake. It was a fake snake.
No, that was real. Jean-Claude Van Damme just did that.
Well, Jean-Claude Van Damme is a very morally sound person in real life.
We can't confirm that.
Okay.
Listen, he's French. He's French. They don't got internet.
Sean, you gotta understand. He was on a
on.
lot of cocaine in the 90s. He's not all well up there.
So
Even Shui Hark will admit that.
one of the things I did like about it is that even though this is his first Hollywood movie, the action's still really creative and a lot of fun. Like Woo is, even though this is a smaller scale movie, Woo still like definitely know how to direct an action scene, especially with Jean-Claude Van Damme delivering countless kicks to the face as he normally does in movies.
Yeah.
I will say I do think the story and the script for this movie is a little weak, if I'm being honest. I think the leads in this movie are kind of underwritten, if I'm being honest. Like Jean-Claude Van Damme is kind of he's just the action hero, and like
He's
Granted,
charming.
I don't really watch a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie for his acting, and he's fine in the role. And I don't really have a lot to say about Yancy Butler. I mean, she's fine too. I do like that their relationship with one another, though, isn't really like a romantic relationship. It's kind of just two people, at their lowest point trying to help one another. So I did like that. Also, this movie had a really bad habit of introducing who could have been interesting side characters and then suddenly killing them off. That was one of my biggest problems with the movie, personally.
I feel that.
Yeah, like there were a couple of characters I felt that, and it really did take me out of it. That being said, the villains in this movie are wonderful.
Yeah.
Like, I love Lance Hendrickson so much in this movie, and it's interesting how his motivation, it's very much like, it's very most dangerous game kind of thing, or kind of like what the Predator does. It's just like he wants to be challenged and hunt, but he wants like a challenge. But then when he finally gets a challenge with Jean-Claude Van Damme's character, it really like brings out his like sensitive ego. Arnold Vosloo, he's not one of the most interesting like henchmen, but I feel like his performance really does help in elevating his character. Wilford Brimley, I mean, it's Wilford Brimley. I think the thing with Wilford Brimley, also he dresses as Mario in this movie.
That's right.
Hey,
Old man.
I want a
Mario.
Mario. Mario film.
Yes, exactly. I think we forget, as much as like Wilford Brimley has like been memed, especially with like the diabetes commercial. I think we forget that. I think we forget that he was a genuine good actor, and it really shows in this movie as the uncle character to Jean-Claude Van Damme. Like, I really liked him. Honestly, I wish he was in the movie more because I really enjoyed his presence. So yeah, I mean, it's fun. Yeah, I don't really have much to say. It's a fun, cheesy action movie. I like that it also feels like a Western, like an old-fashioned Western set, but within the confines of a city and forest.
Especially with some of the music.
And horses.
Yep.
Unrelated, I wanted to let you know. So I just figured out over 3.5 hours into the stream that I was not using the right mic the entire time. So that typing you heard, that typing you heard was because of that, and I didn't realize it until you guys said that, and I was like, "What?"
Oh, I'm glad you got your microphone. I'm glad you got your microphone ready because of the next two movies we're going to talk about.
Cole, why? So my voice is in high definition.
No, because of what's going to happen. All right, Tony.
All right,
Sean,
so
before you stop, I just had one quick thing to ask Sean. Sorry, Tony, just because he's mentioned this point. In the work print of the film, there actually was a love scene between Yancy Butler and Van Damme's character, but it was cut out. So I'm curious about if you think that this is one of those times where it was good that a producer or whoever was in charge kind of reined in a bit, or do you think that maybe
I don't think it was needed. I don't think it
Okay.
was needed because their chemistry wasn't. Other than like at one point, I think one of them, I think she kissed him on the cheek at one point. Other than that, like it didn't feel like it felt more platonic. Minus like the snake scene where she thinks he's gonna kiss her, but then the snake appears. Like I didn't really think much of it because again, like I thought they were kind of underwritten. They weren't bad. They were fine.
Dang, John Woo can't really write romance when it's a man and a woman. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Teresa Moe, Sally A, great love interest.
Tony.
Hard Target. I don't have that very strong feelings on it. I remember seeing it a while ago when I did a Van Damme binge, like I want to say 6 months ago. But
6 months.
overall, it's a fun watch. Van Damme in a gung fu movie is definitely an interesting premise to watch, even though because you normally initially don't watch Van Damme movies to see lots. You watch Van Damme movies to see more close combat action. Both the close combat action and gung fu is pretty good in this movie. However, I think Lance Henriksen just steals the show in this movie in terms of like the most intimidating character in the whole movie. Yeah.
I also like that once he's once him and his henchmen just start having trouble with Van Damme, he just thinks that everyone around him is just incompetent.
Yeah. But yeah, it's basically Van Damme with Gung Fu in a nutshell.
All right, Mifune.
Yeah, just to kind of iterate what you said, this is it's not the deepest John Woo film. It's very much kind of a high moments and aura kind of movie. Whether it's Hardball was like high moments and aura and awesome writing, this one's like just high moments and. But I mean, it's still like a pretty damn fun movie. Like I wouldn't say the writing's bad. It's just, again, like you said, Davis. If any other director did this, it'd be just a normal like Van Damme action movie. But with John Woo, and to his credit, Van Damme was very much game to do a lot of the action that Woo wanted to do. Because originally Kurt Russell was who was eyed for this project, but then when Van Damme signed on, he was like, "Okay, yeah, no, let's go for it. Let's do more action." And to his credit, I know, like, be fair to Van Damme, English is not his first language, so that's probably why some of his deliveries and acting in some of his films is not the greatest. I think his physicality and physical acting is very good, and he was a gateway for like a lot of these Hong Kong directors like Corey Yuen, John Woo, Choi Hark, and Ringo Lam to actually debut in the U.S. and introduce themselves to new audiences. And this was definitely probably the most successful of those ventures because, yeah, this is being an R-rated movie. John Woo was able to not cut loose as much as he did in Hong Kong, but the action still feels very much has that kinetic energy and style.
Yeah.
And there's that really iconic shot that Davis has in the left side or the right side where he's on the motorcycle, which John Woo did reuse actually for Manhunt in 2017. So yeah, the action's great. I actually really like the score by Graham Revell. It's a pretty fun like score, like a mix of that kind of Cajun style music with like that action, that hard guitar style. And it's really, I don't know, it's a fun movie. It doesn't have the depth of his Hong Kong films, but all things considered, I think this is still a pretty damn fun movie. It's probably my second favorite Van Damme film after Bloodsport. Yeah, probably second or third, maybe after Bloodsport and Kickboxer. And to be fair to him, again, he does do good like when he's in his more native tongue, like in the film JCVD, or when he's just doing more physical performances. But yeah, I would say he's a decent lead, but yeah, like everyone pretty much says Lance Henriksen and what's Lance Henriksen and Arnold Vosloo, who's probably more famous for The Mummy. They really steal the show as bad guys, especially that gun that Lance Henriksen's character uses, which is I'm not sure if it's the exact same gun as Philip Kwok. That short gun that's like a single round gun where he just loads a big ass bullet in the chamber and he uses his other hand to support. He just fires and it's like this big ass explosion. Again, they steal the show. Wilford Brimley also just totally hilarious and fun here. And it's almost like when they were handing the script to John Woo, they were like, okay, you can do whatever you want with all these side characters, but Van Damme and Yancey, they kind of have to just be kind of the standard man and woman type of characters for these movies. But yeah, lots of fun. Not the deepest film, but it's still like I still gave it a pretty high rating because with what it does do good, it's an absolute blast, I think.
Oh, for sure. All right, Lily.
I definitely think this was a good start for John Woo to enter Hollywood with, especially reading into the pre-production for this movie, where Woo was flipping through all these different scripts that Universal producer Tom Pollock was giving him, and a lot of them were like
Target.
Yeah, by Tom Target from John Universal. He like a lot of them were like either like too out of his depth or like the early Face Off script, which was like very hardcore sci-fi, which he wasn't into. And then you had like typical martial arts affairs, which, considering how some of these Hong Kong creators coming into Hollywood would end up getting roped into, like Corey Yuen, I think the fact that John Woo was able to avoid this mostly entirely on his first movie is something that I kind of have to applaud him for. But I guess that does show how much faith. Uh, Damn it! Now I just want to call him that. Screw you, Davis. Tom Pollock had and Sam, and especially whenever Sam Raimi was brought on as a supervisor, had in John Woo, as well as the cast and crew, because I know Lance Henderson signed on to this film entirely because of John Woo. He loved John Woo's previous films. And Jean-Claude Van Damme was also a fan of John Woo, and I know that on set they bonded over their limited English, which is very cute. And I think this film has probably some of the best set pieces out of John Woo's American films. Like, you could definitely see the developments towards his usages of like motorcycles as essentially just modern horses, which is something we'll get into when we get to MI2. It's and then by literally also having a horse in this movie because he could do that now. It's okay, Sean. Not everybody likes horses. I
actually like horses. That wasn't why I was giving a thumbs down. Anyway.
All right, I'm back.
And like it's like this is probably the most like simplistic out of all the movies here. Like it's very bare bones, but I think it needed to be so that way the things that John Woo could show off could like really like make the film stand out. Like I'm okay with a pretty bare bones plot as long as you like make up for it in other areas of a film. And I definitely think that John Woo and co definitely made the most of it. And especially by adding more action sequences, you also keep it interesting, and they certainly keep it interesting. Like, and I also appreciated that they elected to set this movie in New Orleans specifically, so that way they had a justification for why Jean-Claude Van Damme had a French accent.
Schwarzenegger and Van Damme always sharing that type of what's it called, a writer's plot device.
But yeah, like the plot of a daughter hiring someone to find out what happened to her father. It's a very basic, like it's like kind of a callback towards classic like Wandering Samurai or Wandering like mercenaries and westerns existed for, which was the vehicle for the action while we use the woman or the young character to drive the more emotional side of things. And I enjoyed the music for this one too. It was, it's not the most like standout-ish like soundtrack, especially from the year it came out, but it does what it needs to do for the type of film it is.
All right, Cole.
Well, funny thing about this one, yeah, more like I didn't watch it. Target.
Yes, you said you missed the target.
Oopsie.
Bro didn't have internet.
I will tell you this. It sure was a hard target. There you go. That's my review.
I like it.
There you go. 5 stars. Does that make Mifune happy?
No, the next movie. The next movie will make me happy.
Oh yeah.
Here we are. Yep. Funny because we were just talking about Face Off not too long ago. So
Probably the most gift John Woo movie.
honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, this the script for Face Off was written by Mike Werb and I'm totally gonna butcher this last name, Michael Collieri. Is that how you say it? I don't know. Michael Collieri in 1990, after being inspired by a hang gliding incident where somebody's face needed to be surgically removed and then
Jesus.
put back on. Yeah.
Ouch. Oh
So-
He
god.
really took his face off.
Yeah.
The face.
It's 6, 7.
Come
But,
on.
but yeah, this as Lily mentioned earlier, the earlier drafts of Face Off were very sci-fi heavy, which you honestly wouldn't. Okay, I guess you could have guessed if you watched it, but the final film doesn't really have a lot of those sci-fi elements, though. Though I will actually kind of get into that in a bit. But even when you look up this movie on Wikipedia, it is still classified as a science fiction action thriller. But yeah, this is probably the most iconic of John Woo's American work, especially for the performances of John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. One thing I do love to stress when pitching this movie to people is that, okay, you may be familiar with the premise of John Travolta and Nicolas Cage switching identities, but it goes deeper than that. You have John Travolta pretending to be Nicolas Cage, pretending to be John Travolta, and then Nicolas Cage pretending to be John Travolta, pretending to be Nicolas Cage. Like, that just sounds insane, and it works in the movie's favor so well because the performances they deliver are just astounding. They really do make this movie, being just two completely different people. John Travolta's Sean Archer being a very guilt-ridden, troubled police officer who blames himself for for his own personal losses, and Castor Troy, played by Nicolas Cage, just being this absolutely unhinged, barely human terrorist who just relishes in total chaos and violence. And when the switch happens, you see like so many different sides of these people. You see John Travolta really just kind of almost being tempted by this sort of like power fantasy of being Castor Troy, to where he tries to like play himself straight so hard, but he's also trying to impersonate his basically his sworn enemy, to where it nearly corrupts him at points. And then you have Castor Troy being Sean Archer, who just takes any opportunity to absolutely humiliate and dehumanize him, all just for the sake of his own pleasure and his torment. And I bring all this up because I want to go through the original considered pairings for this movie, at least a good handful of them. I don't know all of them, but the ones I have written down are Jean-Claude Van Damme and Steven Seagal.
Oh,
Like the weight and height difference.
oh.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'm sorry, that'd be the
and-
funniest one. I'm sorry.
Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, another weight and height difference.
Yeah.
Michael
It's a bit
Douglas,
less. You can cheat that.
Michael Douglas and Harrison Ford,
I mean, is
Alec
Michael Douglas
Goff.
shorter?
Alec Baldwin and Bruce Willis,
Really? You wanna say anything about that?
What's going on?
and at some point Johnny Depp wanted to play Sean Archer, but he didn't like the script, so he backed out.
Good.
Well, that's his
You can
loss.
do Mordecai now.
And Sean can probably go like further into this, but Face Off is another example of John Woo leaning more into his love for French cinema, especially when it comes to the movie Eyes Without a Face, which is a very prominent film that revolves around uncertainty of one's identity, which also kind of plays into another Japanese film that I and also Sean really enjoy, Face of Another.
Yes.
Shout out to Tetsuya Nakadai, rest in peace, absolute legend. But yeah, this is such a fun movie. Like just I struggled to choose like which screenshots I wanted for this particular slide.
I'm glad you
And-
included the plain one. I'm glad you at least included
Why,
that.
wait, why is John Travolta doing the John Cena thing?
See anything you like?
Be like, wow, looks like you're gonna be in here for the next 100 years.
Ain't you good looking?
I gotta say though, Dave's just add to one thing. Think about to the audience. Think about those castings and imagine one of those castings doing what Nicolas Cage does in the airport in the beginning of the movie, or the. Can you imagine Michael Douglas or Harrison Ford doing that?
Steven Seagal will be like, "Oh no,
Boomer
I'm too cool
harassment.
for this. I'm too cool for this."
But Nicolas Cage, he's cool enough for the pre-stance.
I mean,
You're
This
still
is
not having
probably
any fun.
this is probably like the most quotable John Woo movie
Oh
out
god,
there.
it's so quotable.
Yeah.
I'm always quoting Cantonese dialogue that I don't understand.
Oh shit!
This is a fucking order.
All right. Sean.
Yes. I like to think of this movie as like, as you mentioned, the French horror movie Eyes Without a Face, which is a very disturbing and revolutionary piece of French cinema. I like to think of this as like Eyes Without a Face meets like Infernal Affairs, which funny how I say Infernal Affairs. This movie was actually one of the inspirations for Infernal Affairs. So
That's right.
yeah. God, what a fun movie. This is easily my favorite of all of John Woo's Hollywood movies. This movie just blows up and it just keeps going. And just like, and what a tonally interesting movie, because yeah, it's like dark, and yet it's also very playful. It has like a campiness to it that it like embraces at points. And even with how silly and even cheesy, intentionally so, and hilarious this movie is, it still has that heart and soul that we know for John Woo, especially with the character of Sean Archer, who really does help, I think, really bring a little bit of that emotional resonance to this movie, even with how ridiculous it gets. It adds like a level of sincerity to all the madness. This movie really shows the acting talents of both John Travolta and Nicolas Cage, because you got John Travolta as this, good-hearted cop carrying this guilt for the loss of his son at the beginning of the movie, and then you just have Nicolas Cage playing the most batshit insane, cartoony, evil villain ever. So that dance I did at the beginning of the movie was me imitating him disguised as a priest in the LA Convention Center, dancing and then joining a choir while making this derpy ass face that we come to know Nicolas Cage for.
Can you do it again, Sean? Can you do it again? Like right now? Can you do it again? No, like the whole dance. Like I want you to do the whole dance again.
No retakes.
Oh, okay.
And the
But
fact that both actors, after the face transplants, the fact that both actors have to pretend being each other really shows the talents of both actors. Like I can't stress that enough. It's really impressive to see these two actors both ham it up in their roles and yet still have genuine talent to their acting.
Yeah,
And
I really cannot imagine this movie like without Travolta and Cage.
Yeah, and you also have a lot of fun, side characters. I really like Joan Allen as the wife. I like Nick Cassavetes. Nick Cassavetes as the one gang member. I like Gina Gershon as like Nicolas Cage's love interest. And even like some of the smaller roles, like John Carroll Lynch as this
Sasha,
girl.
what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah, you have you have Alessandro Novella as this brother, as Nicolas Cage's brother in the movie. You have John Carroll Lynch as this corrupt warden. You even have like little small appearances, like even from comedian Margaret Cho as one of the police officers in this movie. You also have amazing action scenes in this movie that get insane, and even though they get very funny at points, like there's still like just some brutal shit in this movie. But yeah, this movie's a lot of fun. It's an iconic film for a reason.
Yeah, and I want to touch back on the premise real quick. This is so like a lot of people like to talk about like late 90s and early 2000s action films being like products of their time, which I mean that is going to be relevant to another movie we're going to talk about. But this is a like a funny case where its premise actually kind of aged better because of where we're at when it comes to advances in the medical field. Now that we're able to like actually 3D print like prosthetic like organs.
Right.
So I guess soon enough like Face Off could straight up be real.
Oh my gosh, I
They
could
could've
become
done this back then,
Nicolas
honestly.
Cage, guys. I could become Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
One last thing I'll also say is I really like John Powell's music score and how like
Oh, yeah.
certain motifs. Yeah, fun fact: the composer of the first Shrek movie did the music for Face Off. See, it all goes back to Shrek.
And it
If
all
only
goes
Cage
back to
danced
Bullet
to
in the
I'm a
Head.
Believer in this.
Yeah, fun movie. Fun movie.
All right, Tony.
Okay, what hasn't been said about Face Off that hasn't been said yet? Because like, holy crap, this movie's insane. Even with John Woo standards, like, just the fact that it's one of John Woo's only movie that has like sci-fi themes in it, just automatically dials things up. Like, we got the whole prison where they have these boots that have them magnetically attached to the floor. Oh
The
god,
Super Mario Brothers movie shoes.
yes, well, yeah, that's
Again,
what they look like.
more reason for John Woo to make one.
And the
He
whole
did have Mario in the last movie.
yeah, that's true. Don't look like Mario, but the thing is, like, if Face Off was made today, it'd be seen more as a parody or like some dumb internet skit. When John Woo did this, like, yeah, the premise is insane, but it's still taken seriously as an action movie, which on its own is pretty awesome. Yeah, and performances, performances are top notch. Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, and honestly, it's one of my favorite Nicolas Cage roles. Because
It's like
Oh,
the Nicolas Cage role.
Yeah, it
yeah,
really is.
yeah, yeah. That's my thoughts on Face Off, and oh boy, Mafuni, you go next.
Yeah, I think the consensus of this with most people is that this is John Woo's best American film. I know he typically doesn't do a lot of writing for his American films, but I think this is definitely one where you can feel a lot of his trademarks and influences here. Obviously, you got the visual style, like the dual wielding, the two guns, the trench coats, the doves, all that kind of good stuff. But also, like, just these visual homages to his earlier films, like how the opening is like Nicolas Cage's character disguised with a mustache with the sniper rifle, is I think a direct homage to Chow Yun-fat's assassination scene in The Killer. You have
Yeah,
the fact that even though
there are parts of this movie that straight up like reference and like channel The Killer.
like I was gonna say the fact that even though Castor Troy is like a bastard in this film, he still shows like some humanity, like when he's and he's when it's John Travolta playing him, which again I gotta double down on what David said. Having an actor, I know a lot of people will probably see this as kind of over the top or hammy to say, but like they are playing exaggerated characters of themselves who also have to act as those exaggerated versions of themselves. So that's why it's like it's crazy how like there's way more depth to this I think most people would give credit for when it comes to these performances. But I think the fact that like Castor Troy, like he's an evil dude. He might not be as like evil as like Johnny Wong or any of the or Wai Lei's character in Bolt in the Head or in The Killer, but he's a pretty bad dude. But he has, even if it's a slight bit, he has his own lines where like he doesn't want to cross. Like when he kills John Travolta's son by accident, you can tell like he's actually genuinely like surprised and shocked that that happened and he didn't. It seems like he really didn't want to do that. I know he still makes fun of, he still goads at him because of that, but
You
he
took it
he
so
does like
personally. Why did
he
you
does
just
be like
kill
I
yourself? Or let it go.
I need that used to be like a clip or a gif that's used online more, but but yeah, like he goads at him, but like he even says I didn't want to kill him, I wanted to kill you, so just get over it. But like even when he's impersonating John Travolta as for when he's impersonating Sean Archer, I think there's a bit of it where like he's obviously doing it for the show, but he's even acting more loving to like Joan Allen, John Travolta's wife. Like he's trying to play that role well. And it seems like for a
Mhm.
while he's not even doing that like necessarily just to be an asshole, but he's just like, dang, this dude's wife is like chopped because like he's just so not paying attention to her at all. She's just so like because he turns on the charm because like it's almost like not even in a way to make him like to get at him. He's just doing just like, well, she needs someone, so whatever. And then like with the way with his, even though he does act creepy to his daughter at the very end, he is like,
Yeah.
you know what? I don't fucking care if you smoke. Go ahead. I don't care. And then when like the one boyfriend tries to assault her, he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna give you this knife and I'm gonna kick his ass because don't worry, Sean, I'm not gonna use the I'm not using the words that like make it so that Davis gets demonetized. Is that a bad thing to say, Davis?
Just carry on.
Sorry, I tried to not say the words that get you demonetized, but when he tries to, when she has a shitty boyfriend and you can edit that out. When she has a shitty boyfriend that like does bad stuff, he even kicks his ass for that. So he has some like moral ground, I guess you could say. And I don't think he doesn't know that like is am I allowed to go over like this one of the twists in this film?
Yeah, sure.
This is definitely the Wu film I think everyone's seen or most people's seen. But like he definitely doesn't know that like Gina Gershon's son is his son, but I don't think he's ever like, I want to kill this kid whenever he's John Travolta's. Like I don't think he's ever like deliberately trying to like hurt that kid. And again, the whole thing with the music, another another homage to his past work with the over the rainbow scene.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like again, this is definitely the film where like he was allowed to cut loose more. And even though there's a lot of heavy sci-fi elements here, I know that he requested that the script dial it back a bit so that it wasn't so sci-fi heavy, just because he didn't think he'd be good at that. But like he I don't know, like I said, this is one of those films where like I feel like people take this as like a meme or like kind of like a joke or like a funny bad movie, but like there's again what Tony said, there is just the way they take this stuff, like actually like they take it at face, they don't try to make it fun. Like there's some funny stuff in this movie, but they don't make fun of the premise. There's no irony, there's no tongue in cheek. It's just John was taking this premise for how insane it can be and taking it to be the best version of it that it can be at through his lens. Like it's the kind of movie where like I feel like if you described this to someone, it wouldn't sound that good or like it sound too crazy. But with John Woo behind the camera, like it works. Like I don't think you could remake this film or make a sequel to this film with like anyone else beside behind the camera, and it would be even half as good or half as interesting as what John Woo does here. It's just one of those films where like Yeah, it's just super interesting, and I really, really again the heart and soul of the film. Besides the action, is just those super just locked in performances of John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. This is definitely a film where they're both at their A game. This is like them at the peak. John Travolta, like after making his like Pulp Fiction comeback, Nicolas Cage in his like post Oscar win era. It's really cool that John Woo got these actors who weren't necessarily, kind of like Chow Yun Fat in Better Tomorrow. These actors who weren't necessarily known for action movies, at least at this point, and just used them. He didn't just go with the default, Stallone and Schwarzenegger. He didn't go with that. He went with like actors that could really sink their teeth into this role. And it kind of shows the fact that John Travolta and Cage worked with John Woo a lot in his American films. Whether it's Broken Arrow, John Travolta, or Wind Talkers, Nicolas Cage, or that new film he's doing with the Gambino crime family premise. It shows that these are actors who are really good at working with John Woo, and I think it shows in this film. So yeah, definitely, I think it's not controversial. That probably his best American-made Hollywood film.
All right, Lily.
So whenever I was diving into some of the production of this movie, I did learn that Castor Troy's for like demise at the start of the movie that puts him into a comatose. Apparently, there was like 6 different versions of like how he was gonna go out, and one of them was like him getting like flash frozen by like liquid nitrogen. It's like it's stupid as hell. And there was like another one. They were like he was climbing up the air traffic control tower, and then he just crashes through the window. Like, or like they had him like get electrocuted by like some high voltage wires. But then they like none of these got like approved by like the studio, so they tried the turbine idea, which was like the least like violent, but also like probably I would say the stupidest one. But like it worked.
Ready for the big ride, baby.
Like this film is like just oodles of like fun. Like it's got like very much intentional camp to it. Like it makes the completely like unrealistic scenario just feel like legit. And like it just plays into like insanity. Like at points I can see why people would be like tricked into thinking this movie is like some like trashy like junk movie. But like I wouldn't inherently say that's what that's like the correct way of viewing it. Like it's kind of this like fun like action drama about like the extent that someone will go to enact a form of vengeance, or how far they will go to take someone down. Because like both the approaches that Sean Archer and Castor Troy do are and ultimately like it completely like off the fucking rails. Like going in at like getting your entire like face like reshaped into another man, and like for all intents infiltrating his entire life. Like that's a really fucked like extreme for like undercover.
Nothing like getting your face cut off while you're in a coma. Read the newspaper lately?
Yeah, like and like the film constantly acknowledges how completely like fucked up this all is. Like there's like constant like questions of like morality of like why the hell is either of us doing this? But at the same time, you do see like the inherent like goodness that underlies between both characters by like improving just a tiny bit of their lives. It's showing that even like even if these two like despise each other, like there's still this almost desire to find a goodness beneath them. That like they're still like these are still like real people to that in this universe that don't deserve to have certain things taken away from them, or like need to improve something in each other's lives. Like Castor Troy does not know he has a son. And whenever Sean Archer as Castor Troy like gets this moment, it completely humanizes like Castor Troy in his eyes. He's like, he is like, there was someone who loved him enough to like to conceive a child with him. Like that's like kind of an eye-opening experience. And then like Castor Troy sees this like self-destructive environment that like Sean Archer lives in, where he has a wife who's dissatisfied and feels like absent from his life, and then you have a daughter who hasn't been like, who isn't like being listened to and is constantly lashing out because of the trauma of the death of her baby brother, and it's forcing her to take these extremes to try to like tell her father without saying it, because she's a teenager, that she needs her father's like guidance through this. She needs like that connection to like find the answer and find a way to move on, when she blames a lot of herself for what happened, even if it wasn't her fault and it was completely out of her control. Like, and like the action set pieces in this movie are like really fun. It was already brought up that like it takes a lot from The Killer. It kind of takes like some of those sequences from The Killer and like kind of condenses them, but then also like cranks up the like the fun factor of them to a way that John Woo would only get away with in Hollywood, especially with, you know, the boat chase, which is like incredibly fucking stupid, or the battle at the church / funeral home, which is again really stupid. It like takes the Mexican standoff and then just like keeps adding more and more people into it for no reason. But it's like,
imagine
it's
if
cool.
Chow Yun-fat just walked in.
This is the original Avengers Endgame portal thing.
But it's an interesting showcase of that kind of like renewal aspect that like The Killer also was aiming for, of like two people kind of come out of this as different people. And you know, Sean Archer's entire like character arc throughout this is like coming into like renewing his life that he has with his wife and daughter by giving them more of his love and putting more of his attention towards them, now that he has found essentially peace within himself to let go of the loss of his son, and also let go of his hate towards Castor Troy. It's really cool. And also me and Davis had a really stupid bit near the end of the movie where you're like, what if he came home? Like Davis' first bit was, what if he came home and he was Chow Yun-fat? And then I said, what if he came home with like exposed muscle, nerves, like his eyes like bulging out, and like exposed bone? And he was like, sorry, the surgeon didn't have internet.
I would have given it 5 stars if that was the ending. I would have given it 5 stars. That would have been the best ending of all time.
Just like, there's great practical effects in this one. I like this how it explains its sci-fi elements in a way that makes sense, even if it is still stupid. It has fun, and I think if you're going to make a really out there concept like this is kind of the best way you could have gone about it. I don't know anybody in the Hollywood scene that would have really taken a full advantage of a setting like this without making it bad. But yeah, this is I could definitely see why this was. Whenever people think of John Woo in like Hollywood or like in the general like Western mediascape, this is technically usually the one that first jumps to mind because of like how popular it was, and for the longest time it was his most like successful film until 2000.
All right, Cole.
Okay. Where the hell do I even begin? So for Face Off, for the crazy mad lad who somehow made it 4.5 hours into the stream, these guys are very mad at me because I didn't give Face Off a very high rating. I gave it a 2.5. I gave it a 5 out of 10 because somebody said funny bad. That is kind of how I view it. Like, it's not awful by any means, and it's competent in certain areas.
Face off, Cole. I'm sorry.
It's competent in certain areas. Don't get me wrong. It's still got the John Woo style. And I will say the shootout scene about, I want to say halfway through, was like the most John Woo moment of the whole movie. Which, by the way, if you're a production designer in a John Woo movie, I am so sorry. Your work is fucking destroyed. Like, any set you build is going to get blown the fuck up at some point. Because John Woo loves his explosions. I think Nicolas Cage really did do a good job. I think he sold both sides, the two different characters he's playing. He sold that very well. Travolta, I wasn't so positive on. I think he played, oh my god, I'm forgetting his name, the fucking villain of the movie. Why am I forgetting his name?
Castor Troy.
Yeah, I liked his Castor Troy more than his Archer. His Archer was kind of stilted to me. It didn't come off very natural when he was playing him. And I didn't really like his performance very much there. But when he was Troy, which is most of the movie, I liked it a lot more. So that was one thing. Like, I think Nicolas Cage was far better than Travolta. I think Cage was far better than Travolta for me. I will give the movie props for it does take a very wacky concept and plays it as about as straight as you possibly could. Like, it does kind of go like, here's the idea, this is what we're doing, and it doesn't try to like be too campy, even though there are moments where it definitely does, and there's some really, really stupid fucking lines in this movie. But I will say the sound design in this movie is kind of hilarious. It's like every time there's like a panning shot or something. Like, there's a shot in the prison, I remember. It's panning down. There's this pillar, and it goes like, whoa. It's like goes past the pillar, and I'm like, this shit's fucking stupid. But I wasn't bored while watching Face Off. Like, although I will say it did go on a bit too long. I think it could have been trimmed a little. I think 2 hours, 20 minutes was a bit much. That's just how I think. I just think it was a little too long. But
you were just not ready for the big ride.
That, I guess. I don't know. I don't
We'll
have
talk
like
about we'll talk about little too long with the next movie. That's for sure.
This movie's a fucking masterpiece compared to the next thing we're talking about. But yeah, I did. The music's fine too. I didn't mind the soundtrack either. Like, it's a competently made movie, and that's better than a lot of other things I've seen. I didn't really love it, nor did I hate it. It was just kind of like, yeah, that was a thing I saw. It's got some really stupid shit in it, but at least the movie is kind of aware of what it is at the same time. I don't know. This movie's kind of an enigma for me.
Kind of aware. It's fully aware.
I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
but sometimes.
do you think? Go ahead.
No. You
I was like,
ask me a question.
Do you think that you'll have a better time with the anticipated sequel directed by Adam Wingard?
No. Oh, you ruined it at
That's
the
no
name
thing.
right there.
No, it's not happening.
That's gonna be like Blair Witch all over again.
Is that good?
I like how every year there's an update regarding that sequel, and it's still happening, guys.
I'm
And it's
surprised
been
there's
going
even
on
any
for,
shake
on it.
next
I'm
6 years.
surprised.
Wait. Okay, wait, Davis. What do you think will happen first? The sequel to Face Off or the live action Akira film?
I'm shocked there's even a sequel, quote unquote, in the works. This movie is pretty like it feels like it's a one and done concept. Like, how the hell do you make a sequel?
I mean, I guess you're right. Like, they've never done a sequel to a John Woo film that was pretty cut and dry ended like that. They've never done that before.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So Face
Or
Off
two of
was
them even.
yeah. So just Face Off overall was, like I get why you guys like it. I do. I get why. Like I can appreciate that it does try to be over the top. At the very least, it does feel like a John Woo movie. So like it's not like he had to be satirized like everything he's used to. Like this is quintessentially a John Woo movie, but just made in Hollywood, and I do like that about it. And again, Nicolas Cage, he was the star of the movie for me. But yeah, it was okay.
All right. Interesting. We were talking about sequels just now, and
Hey, guys.
so this is the one movie
Yeah.
that,
Tony,
that a good number of us are pretty
hang on.
pretty split on.
Tony has something to say.
Funny.
Unfortunately, I'm kind of running a long time, and I gotta get going soon. Or actually, I gotta get going right now.
You're what?
It's all
I gotta
good.
get
Man.
going right now. So yeah, it's been fun. Joining Toku Titan Cast again after a hiatus off the internet. Yeah,
Always good having you, man.
All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Talk to you later, Tony.
Good to have you back, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Bye,
Sorry my
Tony.
voice has been
Bye,
going.
Tony. Bye, Tony.
Take care.
See ya.
Bye, Tony.
Okay, but did you say running out of time?
Yay! Talking about this movie.
Oh my. Okay, I see the summer 2000 right there. I thought that was the subtitle of the movie. Oh my god.
Oh, come on, Sean. You like talking about movies with your friends. You like talking about movies. The movie.
Okay.
Alright, good
What it's all
stream.
about.
Okay, so here we have Mission Impossible 2. And I looked into a little bit of the production of this one. I believe it was you, Lily, who brought up how there was a point where John Woo would come up with action sequences first and then tie them together later.
Yes.
Apparently, the script for Mission Impossible 2 started off as a compilation of action scenes that were written for the first Mission Impossible movie, but were ultimately unused.
Yes.
Yeah, which is very interesting, and also kind of does explain like the I guess like the structure and the pacing of the film, and are things I noted were that there were production delays because Tom Cruise was going back and forth between this film and doing publicity for Eyes Wide Shut. Great movie, by the way.
Better movies.
And
I mean, Sean, that movie's peak, man. Come on.
and
I can't make jokes about a certain topic.
and kind of touching back on the script real quick. So
What script?
apparently William Goldman and Robert Towne did admit to struggling like when trying to like build the story, and it actually kind of frustrated everyone on set, especially I'm gonna butcher her first name, Thiondiwe Newton. She
Andy Newton.
she came out some time ago talking about how stressful of an experience it was, filming this film largely because of the script. But thankfully, Tom Cruise and John Woo, being the people that they were essentially the glue that held everyone together. And speaking of Tom Cruise, this is also kind of the movie that really started to push the envelope of Tom Cruise almost gets himself killed. That'll be a recurring theme throughout this entire film series. The opening rock climbing scene, it is iconic. So Tom Cruise
I
did
enjoy that sequence.
Tom Cruise didn't have a safety net, but he did have a harness. And and producers were actually like against filming that scene because of because of like how dangerous it was. But Tom Cruise just kept pushing.
Motherfucker, you hired John Woo. Have you seen any of his movies? People are almost dying every frame. Okay, continue.
Like, and the worst that happened to Tom Cruise was that he tore his shoulder, like when he made that one jump from one ledge to another.
And he did multiple takes of that.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
It tore his shoulder too, and then
That crazy Scientologist.
and then in the bottom corner over there, Tom Cruise was ready to lose an eye.
Oh God.
Yeah, like that. It was a real knife right there. He was.
Why was it a
more than willing
real
to
knife?
take it
They could have just
for
used a
the sake of the
styrofoam knife. Why is it real?
I mean, to be fair, if it's a styrofoam knife, that's still gonna mess up his eye.
Yes, but he won't completely lose it like a real knife would.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Like that.
No, dude, he can just lock in.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what he did.
clearly, that's what he did. But like,
Also, I just gotta pause and say, have you noticed that the reactions of each of these images basically detail our different reactions to this film?
Yeah.
wait, so then which one's me and Sean? That's the one I'm curious about. Which one's me and Sean?
One in the other bottom corner.
Douglas G. Scott, yeah.
Bro, so chopped. But going back to that knife scene, you could say that Tom Cruise's eye could have disappeared, which I like to bring this up from time to time. So I Disappear, which appears in the end credits by Metallica, that song actually got leaked months before this movie was supposed to come out, and it led to Metallica suing Napster. Yeah, just
That's
a little funny bit of trivia in there. But no one really knows Mission Impossible 2 for Metallica. A lot of people know Mission Impossible 2 for Limp Bizkit, who did the main theme for this movie, and it is such a banger. I'm sorry, I always put on Take a Look Around like every workout. Fine, Sean, you can go. You can go.
You didn't. I don't think you even. I don't even think you gave your overall thoughts on the movie yet. What are your overall thoughts on the movie, Davis?
Okay, I unapologetically love this movie. Is it a perfect film? Absolutely not. But I do love the style of it. I now. I know you and Cole have your problems, but I actually do love the characters. I even love how how much of a crybaby loser the main villain is. Even though I'd say he actually does challenge Tom Cruise's Ethan Hunt pretty well in this movie. And I also really like the action, not just from like it's so cool standpoint, but it is but like the sequences are so brilliantly crafted. Like, I'm sorry, you cannot hate on a movie where a car chase is choreographed like salsa. Like that is brilliant. No one else has ever done that as far as I know. Like do you have any idea like how you would need to design such a sequence like that, let alone come up with it?
So,
also motorcycle jousting, and also this movie partly inspired Godzilla Final Wars, so that automatically makes it good in my book. But yeah, like I do prefer other Mission Impossible films. I definitely prefer other John Woo films, but like with Face Off, which I mean I will admit is like a much better movie. This is just too much fun. I'm sorry. It's harmless, you know. It's harmless fun. It's Mission
For the whole
Impossible 2.
family.
It's high moments
For
in
the whole
aura. I'm
family.
sorry.
It's for the kids.
Is this yours and Sean's like reverse Kamen Rider situation? Kamen Rider situation?
Yep.
Both involve motorcycles with characters with long hair.
That's so true.
Both
Is
hey,
Tom Cruise part insect?
both having great actors though.
I mean, he is crazy, so he could be a bug man for all we know. Like,
Yeah,
we don't
right.
know.
Have at it, Sean. You who don't have a conscience.
It looks like Sean
What the
like turned
fuck
the
does
century.
that even mean in this context, Davis?
Sean,
You
why does it
keep
look like
saying
your
I don't have a
camera?
conscience.
No, Sean, why does your camera look like you turned the saturation all the way down? You look like you're black and white. Is the movie that bad? You lost all color.
You're in
on
a
the camera?
2010s action movie.
Yeah.
Bro's in the
You're-
opening
you're-
scene of Face Off.
You're in Captain America: Civil War right now.
Sean is in the Chrome edition. What's it called? Black and Chrome.
Black.
Whatever the
Can I-
Mad
can
Max
I-
one was.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, you can talk now.
So, I will say this first. I've only seen 2 Mission Impossible movies so far. I've seen the original, and then I've seen this. So I'll give my thoughts briefly on the first Mission Impossible. First Mission Impossible? Yeah, Mission Impossible?
Mission
Good
Impossible.
movie. First Mission Impossible movie directed by Brian De Palma. It's fun. Solid. Good movie. Great lead. A little predictable, especially with who the villain is in that movie. It doesn't help with the actor who plays him. But
He feels ugly.
maybe it's just because you're ugly. I really enjoyed the first Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise. So I will say I think Tom Cruise, bit of a nutball, but if you put him in a good role, he can give a great performance. Look no further than Eyes Wide Shut or Davis's favorite movie, The Last Samurai. And I really liked Ethan Hunt in that first movie. Like, I was really like, even though he was like this brilliant agent, he still felt like a human being, you know? It was really cool. And that whole sequence when he breaks in to steal the data, like, that was like, wow. So, really like the first Mission Impossible. This movie fucking sucks. Mission Impossible
You
2. Oh, well, thank you.
You eat glue.
Got him, bro.
I thought Sean liked this movie.
Mission Impossible 2 is like John Woo took the director's chair and it's like, okay, okay, I don't know how I'm going to top that first movie. What's popular at the time instead of giving like his own unique flair? Because holy shit, this movie has a severe identity crisis. Like, it doesn't know if it wants to be like a James Bond movie of like the Pierce Brosnan era. It doesn't know if it wants to be the Matrix. It doesn't know if it wants to be like,
It's actually better than the Pierce Brosnan Bond movies.
I mean, that's not saying much.
Yes.
That's not
Oh.
saying much. No, I like GoldenEye more than I like this movie. Oh my god. This movie's so boring. It is so
You're boring. You have no whimsy.
Face Off is a masterpiece. This movie's so fucking boring. Like, half of this movie, by the time it got to the lab shootout, I had so checked out of the movie. I just could not give a shit about this new job that Ethan takes.
Was that
in
your
this-
King Ghidorah and Destroy All Monsters moment?
You gonna let me fucking finish, Davis?
That's right, Sean. Don't let him disrespect you like that. I'm throwing money at you like Robert De Niro in Goodfellas. Don't let him disrespect you.
So I could not give a shit about this whole plot surrounding a bioweapon that's going to be weaponized by the dumbest and lamest like wet blanket of a villain I've ever seen in a spy movie, who also gets cucked in the movie in the most hilarious of circumstances, and is not intimidating.
Deserved, honestly.
And the villain in this movie is a joke and probably the worst villain in any John Woo movie. And his henchman is not any more interesting or competent as he is. Ethan is kind of just on autopilot in this movie, and there's not really much
He's
to his
just that
character.
good.
I mean, yeah, it's cool to see Tom Cruise do some of the stunt work. I mean, the rock climbing scene at the beginning of the movie is kind of based, I'm not going to lie. And I will say, yes, the Limp Bizkit rendition of the Mission Impossible theme is, well, the Mission Impossible theme is just a great theme, you know?
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest themes in all cinema, you know? But he's just kind of on autopilot. He's just kind of a generic action hero in this movie. Also, a lot of slow-mos every 5 seconds when he's even doing the most casual things just so he can show off his beautiful hair. I know I'm one to talk with the long hair, but it's just like, he didn't really feel like a character in this movie, and that's a problem because even like in Hardboiled, if those characters were a little bit more simple in comparison, they had personality to them and layers. Ethan has no layers to him in this movie. You want to talk about having no layers? The girl has even less layers than he does. And their romance, quote unquote, they meet, they make out, and then the movie kind of doesn't know what to do with what was her name again? With Nia Hall. They don't really know what. Yeah, they don't really know what to do with Nia, especially after when she tries to inject herself with the virus towards the end of the movie. It just feels like Wu doesn't know what to do with this character. They waste Ving Rhames, who I loved so much in the first movie, and here he's just a plot device. And why does Anthony Hopkins show up in this movie? He has 2 scenes just to tell Ethan what to do and then disappear. Ooh, Anthony Hopkins, I love you, man, but like, I hope that residual check paid off because
That's why they called the song "I Disappear." Okay.
Yeah, so I could not give 2 shits about the story in this movie. And most of the action in this movie is just kind of The car tango is fucking stupid at the beginning of the movie. Am I just like, okay, I guess it's supposed to be like dancing, but like, it was just really dumb. And
Cars did it better. Sorry.
I don't even like Cars, and I agree with you.
I did better.
The only like action scene in this movie that I actually was pretty impressed by was the motorcycle chase at the end, because the stunt work was pretty awesome. It kind of did turn into a Ryder versus Ryder with the ending fight also, which was kind of hilarious. But yeah, I kind of, actually not kind of, I did hate this. I'm sorry, Davis. I didn't like Mission Impossible 2. So, boo! I think it stinks.
It's okay, Sean. All right, Mifune.
Wait, I don't get it. Does Sean like this movie or not?
See? 6, 7, and I have 2, like Mission Impossible 2.
Oh, that's
I'm gonna
pretty.
say
That's
this.
a cool reference. I like that.
I'll start this off by saying, you know what? I'm gonna level with you, Sean. I can at least, even if I don't agree, I can at least. I respect your take a lot because you know John Woo, so I understand exactly like kind of where you're coming from. A lot of people who like I think hate on this movie, I think they sometimes come from a place where like they don't know John Woo well enough. So like when I hear it from Sean, you see, I'm not too upset about it because I know like where he comes from because he's seen him at his best. So I can understand that feeling where like a director you love, you probably just expect more from him, right?
Yeah, and the fact that I liked the first Mission Impossible.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and you know, being me who's been around a lot of martial arts circles, that's kind of this is why this movie's kind of split with a lot of people. Like there is a lot of you know, people who are like super fans of John Woo. It's kind of like again the same way that a lot of hardcore Jackie Chan fans don't really like Rush Hour or Rush Hour 2 or even a lot of his American films. They just don't care for that kind of and not that it's different. It's just, you know, no one's gonna vibe with everything, even if someone you really love as a career as an artist makes it. But and I can even understand something from the perspective of like the script because I think Lee made the point that in some of John Woo's films, it's like they write the action sequences first and they try to write around them. And I can agree, even if I'll elaborate later. Oh, sorry, I'm just reading the chat right now. I'll elaborate later on this. But yeah, I can see
Lily,
that
I
kind
am
of
not.
explains.
I have not chopped Lily, not one bit.
You know what they say, Sean? Sometimes when it comes to food, you gotta chop it first before you can serve.
Yeah,
You gotta get chopped before you
Yeah.
can serve.
I agree.
But yeah, like that kind of makes sense. Where a lot of this film is just, I'm not gonna say nothing happens because I do like the story, but there's a lot. This is probably the biggest gap in a John Woo film where there's like no action sequences happening. The gap between the heist or the car scene, and the actual heist at the base, there's like a pretty sizable gap. So if you're not into the story at that point, it's kind of gonna be very hard for you. And I'll even say this: I love Ving Rhames in the still, but I kind of wish there was that John Woo kind of thing where Ving Rhames and Tom Cruise could have been like their own or like could have been like their own John Woo and Chow Yun Fat, or their own who's his name from The Killer, who was Chow Yun Fat's Ah Jung's mentor. They could have had that kind of dynamic that I almost wish would have happened here, because I feel like Ving Rhames and Tom Cruise throughout the series have this great chemistry. Even 4, where like he's not in the movie that much, it's still one of the best scenes in the film. However, this is the part where I make my case for Mission Impossible 2. It may not be John Woo at his best. I mean, it's PG-13, so that's inherently just going to be true. PG-13 movie. It's not going to be John Woo at his 100%. But I do think that the story is genuinely very interesting. Like, I know Sean doesn't really care for the way Tom Cruise carries himself in this film. He's a lot more. He is very 2000s and like that kind of extreme. Like, Tom Cruise could be doing an ad for like Monster in this film. I'll put it that way. He's that kind of personality. But I think that's also one of the appeals of this franchise, at least until Christopher McQuarrie, as great as he directed the best ones in the franchise, in my opinion. The appeal of these films up until Rogue Nation was that each one has its own flavor and its own interpretation, which is sometimes for better and for worse. Which means that in this case, in the for worse part, John Woo is very much constrained by the limits of what you're allowed to do. Hold on, give me like a few seconds.
So, Sean, you want to add anything?
What is there to add?
All right, there we go.
Nothing.
Okay, who wants to fill the next piece of dead air?
6,
Dave,
7.
Dave, so you got something to say?
Okay, I'm really sorry about that. Where was I at?
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay. I counted.
Where was I at?
You were talking about John Woo being limited with a PG-13 production.
Yeah. And because of just the constraints of the franchise. Like, some people are better at working at it than others. But, like, to go what Sean was thinking about the James Bond influence, he was actually offered GoldenEye, I believe, but John Woo turned it down. Which I think, I'm going to just say, I love John Woo. I love James Bond. That would have been a very hard movie to do, because I think that, again, that's another franchise where, especially at the time, a lot of constraints. Wouldn't be able to do a lot of what he's known for, I think, in that film. Probably wouldn't have made either camp particularly happy. But I think here, there's enough of Woo's magic to make it shine, because I do think that, yes, Louis, that is true. Sorry, I had to run really quickly to do something. But I do think the story is genuinely interesting. I do like the idea of, like, it might be a very big escalation of plot, but like just that common franchise trope of you gotta have escalation. But I do think that the idea of taking the Chimera virus and then using that antidote as a way to, like, get money. Sorry, I'm a bit tired, so I'm kind of chopped with a bit of how I'm explaining the story. Hold on. But yeah, I do think that's a very interesting villain plot. It's very, I'm trying to compare to the other villains in the franchise. It's not the best villain plot for a Mission Impossible film, but I do think it's not one of the bad villain plots, or one of like the worst ones. And I know in the past I've complained that I wish Ambrose and Tom Cruise's dynamic had more going for them, but I do think it's kind of funny how Ambrose is almost like, he's obviously mad that like Nea is not with him, so he's kind of got that jealousy complex going with him, but sometimes he's almost, I don't know. I think this is funny. He kind of acts like a jealous boyfriend about Ethan Hunt too, because they have that history together. And I do think that's pretty funny, and at least the actor Dougray Scott can sell that pretty well. Maybe not as good as unless maybe if John Woo had a better hold on the script, he was more involved in it than he was. It would have been come up a bit better. But I do think what we have here is still an interesting villain hero dynamic. And just to add to what Sean had said before, I believe the line "you who don't even have a conscience" refers to how I think when Naya and him first met, there was a whole big thing about how like she really didn't care as much about like kind of like who else was hurt in like her escapades, her thievery. Am I right, Davis? I'm
You're
not
right.
sure if I'm wording that right. Yeah. Sorry, I had a lot of John Woo to watch this month, so it's like I'm trying to.
Bro's John Wooed out.
Yeah, next month's Johnny Toe, but yeah, I still think that dynamic is even though the love interest angle is Mission Impossible movies, they're not. Aside from the newer ones with Rebecca Ferguson, I don't think they've ever been particularly strong with romantic interests. Not to a fault, it's just that's not their thing. Even the fourth one, which is a very good movie, they just said, let's just not give Ethan a love interest in this movie. Let's just have him be just cool Ethan in that movie. So I think that even though it's not the best, and things when I think it is a flaw to try and emphasize it too much, I do think that at the very least, I care about the struggle and I care about the situation that Naya has herself in. And yeah, I think that Ethan Hunt's one of those characters where like I know Sean said that he was way more interested in how he was more vulnerable in the first film. I think this is just kind of maybe just something I'm used to in the franchise. Like Ethan is kind of one of those characters where like he's not until I think the last two films, he doesn't get like I don't want to say there's no arc to him, but like there's no like he's kind of one of those characters like you have fun with him, kind of like James Bond in a way when it's not played by someone like Timothy Dalton, Daniel Craig, or George Lazenby, or in one of those more serious or more character-driven entries. He's just kind of a dude you have fun with in most of these films, so that's why I didn't mind that too much here. And as a fan of, go ahead.
And I was gonna say, and Lily will likely go into this. Adding to what you're saying about Ethan Hunt's portrayal in these movies, is that like he doesn't follow so much of like an arc per se, but rather he's a guy who's trying to do the right thing no matter what, even if it's against like his own like interests and whoever like he's serving. Like he is a very big
serving in this
guy.
one for sure.
Like he's always putting other people like before himself, and he's constantly getting thrown in situations where that's always like being tested, even when his like even when he's backed into a corner, he's always going to try and find like a way out, and just make it all like work in the end, even if he has to use like force if necessary.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of why I'm okay with Ethan's portrayal in this film. And I do think even if there's not a lot like I said, even though there's not a lot of like arcs to the way that Ethan Hunt's written, I do think Tom Cruise's energy in this film, I think, is what really brings a lot to that like performance and brings a lot of like just screen presence. Like I think this is one of his how do I say this stuff? How do I say this in a smart way? He just has so much aura in this movie. It's crazy.
That's right.
Like, and I also
Tom
gotta
Cruise
say, like, as a fan,
shot like he's the most beautiful woman in the movie.
Yeah,
it's true. But like, yeah, and I also I gotta say, in terms of his style, I feel like Tom Cruise or John Woo must have been a fan of Young and Dangerous because Tom Cruise's whole style in this movie is like directly patterned after Ekin Cheng's style in those films. Like word for word, bar for bar. I gotta ask him that one day. And it gets to go to my last point. The action is, even though it's PG-13, not a lot of blood, not a lot of violence, it's still like, dude, this rocks, man. Like this is still that big budget John Woo action in this film. and the soundtrack. But I know Hans Zimmer gets a lot of hate nowadays. He's not really that popular. He's gonna kind of got that stereotype of his soundtracks going on. But this
He's
is back
chopped.
when he did low key, yeah. I have to say, I just have to say his names. You know exactly what note, you know exactly what note is playing whenever his name plays. But I think this is when it's from his era when like he was really doing a lot of interesting and diverse kind of soundtracks. I think this it's very 2000s, but that's what I like about the soundtrack. It's just like this whole movie is just like a total time capsule film, and I love that aspect of it. Some people will say it makes it age. I think that makes it interesting. Like it's a very of its time film, but it's like a snapshot kind of film. It's a super like 2000s kind of movie, kind of like whether it's the first few Fast and Furious films or like the original Spider-Man, just one of those snapshots of that era. And I don't know, man, it's I just have so much fun with it, dude. Like it's not my favorite Mission Impossible movie. It's probably like middle of the pack, but I do like all of them. Some much more than others. Like seven of them much more than one of them. But I think this is a pretty. I don't know. I had fun with this. It's a pretty damn fun movie. Could it be shorter? Yeah. Could John Woo have, if he was more involved in the story, would have been better? I do think so. But I think for what we get, it's still just a really fun, good time. It's not as good as Hard Boiled, but it kind of scratches that same itch for me when it comes to just being a big crowd pleaser for me. So yeah, that's where I put it. Probably my second favorite American John Woo film after Face Off.
All right, Lily.
I'm also one of the shooters for this movie. Um, um, I think this movie is a total hoot. It's a lot of fun. I like the story for it, especially when I look to the next Mission Impossible movie that comes after that kind of tries to do the exact same kind of like plot line for its MacGuffin, but like stupider, and it doesn't even resolve it. Stay tuned. Um, it You can definitely tell that this movie was more about experimenting with the action identity of Mission Impossible. And because I remember that this was one of the emphasis that Tom Cruise had when bringing John Woo on, was that this would be more of like an action adventure type of film rather than like a spy movie, because he wanted to emphasize like the identity and the strengths of the director he would bring on for it. I mean, MI3 notwithstanding. Like, I do think this film has probably some of the most production-wise, some of the worst examples of John Woo's like filmmaking style. If from what I remember, the knife sequence was something that John Woo thought of on the spot, and Tom Cruise kind of leapt in at the opportunity because of how much of a fucking adrenaline junkie he is. And he did it with no care of whether or not he'd be okay. And that's kind of one of the overarching like production tensions that happened on the film, was that Tom Cruise like was so much of an adrenaline junkie, he wanted to do pretty much every single stunt. And this, it meant that he kind of had like these stunt doubles that kind of just sat around, just like watching him like see them like learn the choreography, and then proceed to just go, okay, I want to do it now, and then he does it. There was also Davis did bring up how Thandie Newton had some like tension on set with like the script. There was also she did bring up as well that there was some like tension with Tom Cruise in particular, but it was mostly due to the frustration with the script, as you brought up, and Tom Cruise kind of like really feeling the pressure of being not only an actor who's starring in the movie, but also being a producer. So he's kind of juggling these two like roles that like most people don't often fall into in a movie production. and you could tell that like kind of really stressed him out with the way he like he would be kind of unhelpful with how the balcony scene where Naya and Ethan are having a scuffle about like is Ethan asking her to do this? Like, is it morally sound? Is he okay with it? And is she okay with it? From what I understand, it got to the point in frustration where Tom Cruise asked them to swap roles for a rehearsal, and it made Thandie Newton feel like a bit disrespected by it, even though eventually she did like in that interview you brought up that like she eventually came to terms with he was just trying to make the most of kind of a bad situation with the script, and also John Woo having that language barrier, so it was very difficult to like get the best possible use out of that scene. And one of the big points of criticism about this movie is Naya as a character, and I do have reservations about her. I do think there are things that, like, on paper, I can tell what they were going for. Like, they're the entire thing that the movie hinges on is at the start with Anthony Hopkins' character is that he says a very like politically incorrect, like extremely out of cuff like line about she's a woman, she has everything she needs for this job, implying that she just needs to use her body because she's a female. And we see like Ethan have like this kind of look in his eye of like, what the hell did you just say? And then later, like we have Naya talking to Ethan about like, hey, do you know how really fucked up this is? And like she assumes that like she wants Ethan to show a bit more concern about how like extremely not only dangerous this is, but also objectifying it is. And she showcases like agency of like, show some like fucking concern for me, like show that like you are doing this because you want to. And he's like, and Ethan like kind of like in the healing moment says, well, be thankful but when I tell you that I did not want this. Like he has a valid reason to like yell at her, but also is at the heat of the moment, it's still kind of uncalled for him to like lash out in that way. Because like the film, again, it lays out this like cool idea, this like very interesting way of approaching like how women are in a lot of these scenarios, especially with the specific role that she's being asked of, and because of her established relationship with Andreas Douglas Scott's character. Who, by the way, I think it's very funny how we made the next Mission Impossible villain after John Voight's chopped as fuck guy who is from the TV show that I've never fucking watched in my life. And it's interesting that it's like a guy who is extremely like jealous and envious that he's lived in Ethan Hunt's shadow like most of his life, and he's gotten so sick of it that he's going to the extremes to make himself seen. That's an interesting idea, and I do think it goes about the best way that the script is mustering out of it, because again, like as you stated, this film didn't really have much of a script as much as it had like outlines for the action sequences, which is like that's not something most like any Hollywood movie does. So like this movie was kind of in this weird scenario of like, how the hell do we make this work when this is not something any of us are used to? And like I brought up in Hard Target, there was the uses of like motorcycles as like horses. This is the one where it's most prevalent with the final conflict. where Ethan and Ambrose charge at each other like knights in battle, and then leap up into the air with the power of movie magic, aka wires, and like slam into each other. Like that's if I recall, the movie that John Woo was inspired by for that was Ivanhoe. And
It's such a cool moment.
and like the stunt coordinator was like, how the hell am I gonna do this? So what they did is they put both motorcycles on a track, and then whenever it got to the point where they had to leap off, the both Tom Cruise and Douglas C. Scott were lifted up on wires to hit each other, and then the motorcycles were lifted up in the air and then blow the fuck up. Like this
awesome.
Like Mission Impossible, like for all intents, it's not so much about the MacGuffin. It's about like what these characters do within the moments leading up to eventually stopping it. It's more like it's more character driven than it is like story driven. Even if this movie doesn't have as much of like characters, say like later entries will do, or has too much of it to the point where it feels completely unearned, like the next Mission Impossible movie, MI3, PR movie. But yeah, like Hans Zimmer's score is fun for this one. I'm not a big fan of him. He's chopped. He's ugly too. He also trained Junkie XL, and Junkie XL he sucks. So I have to blame the source of the problem first. But yeah, like this.
Is that his actual birth name?
No, it's Tom Holkenborg. It might be though. I haven't seen the birth certificate. But anyway, like the final like motorcycle sequence it's fucking awesome. I don't know what to sell. It's like it's really well like storyboarded and like executed. I do think the some of the stunts are like kind of like taking moments from the first movie and then going even bigger with it, which is fine. I enjoy like this movie doesn't try to be a carbon copy of the first movie, which is a good thing. It tries to have its own like flavor. And also, Davis, to add on to your point about like elements of this movie being rejected from like the first movie, the romance triangle from this movie is also semi a scrapped idea from the first Mission Impossible. Yeah. Sleeping Beauty.
Yes.
It's your turn now.
Okay. Time to like completely ruin the positive vibe the past like two people gave, because I think this movie big stinky. More like massive incompetency too, because oh my god. This movie was fucking boring as shit, dude. Oh my god. I can commend it. I can commend it for I will say this. The fact that it took like an hour for anything to happen was kind of like a surprise for me, like an action scene to happen. Let me put it that way, like an action scene to happen. I was surprised it took that long, because I've never seen it in a Mission Impossible movie before, ever. I mean, unless if they're all massively incompetent, I don't know. But like, if if every movie is like the second one, I don't think I'm gonna like this series, man. Because I did not care about any of these fucking characters, man. They were really boring, and I didn't find their chemistry there for the most part. Even like, and the dialogue, man. Oh my god, the dialogue is fucking stupid. And I know that's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I expected a little bit better written for fucking Mission Impossible. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like what is it like when she injects herself with the fucking like virus? Like, what does that line mean, bro? Like, what the? It felt like this movie was like John Woo was handicapped the whole time. Because Face Off, it actually felt like he had full reign to still have his style there. But in this movie, yeah, that would have been a good idea to say. But if here it feels like it could be the script, but I don't know if like somebody told him like, okay, we can't do it like this, and he's like, I guess I can't, and then it just feels like it's just John Woo light. It's kind of how it feels, and I mean the action scenes that are there are fine, I guess, but it just takes way too long to get to those. And by that point, I really didn't give a shit about the plot, like at all. I didn't find the villains threatening at all. I didn't even think the predicaments that Tom Cruise was in was that like fun. I was like, okay. I mean, the motorcycle sequence at the end is pretty cool, but it's like I've just seen John Woo do better action scenes than this movie. I will give the movie this. The soundtrack is great. I genuinely did love the music. That's the biggest positive I can give it. Yeah, not very good. I gave it 4 stars. I mean, not wow, 2 stars. I'm tired.
4 out of 5.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear
so
that.
cool.
That's
I'm
great.
So tired. No, 4. I gave it a 4 out of 10. 2 star. Didn't really like it. Thumbs down. Didn't like it very much.
All right, so now we are finally approaching our last movie for the night, and that is John Woo's epic 2-parter, Red Cliff. Now, I kind of want to change up the format a little for this one, because Red Cliff is an adaptation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Not the entirety of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And Lily, would you be cool with giving us a proper introduction to the source material this is based on?
So, Romance of the Three Kingdoms is kind of this like dramatization of the final years of the Han Dynasty and into the Three Kingdoms period, which spanned from 220 to 280 AD. It has a lot. It blends like history with all of like heightened like fictions. It romanticizes the lives of warlords and retainers. It centers on the collapse of the Han Dynasty in the formed states of Xiaowei, Shuhan, and the Eastern Wu, with a more pro-Shu perspective, depicting the political maneuvering, the military campaigns, and the personal rivalries, which are depicted in this movie to a certain extent. This is considered one of the 4 great classic novels of Chinese literature, alongside Water Margin, Journey to the West, The Plum and the Gold Vase, as well as Qing Dynasty novels like Dream of the Red Chamber and The Scholars. Funny enough, Investiture of the Gods is not on here, and that's good because that shit sucks. Don't read Investiture of the Gods. If you want to know about Neja, you are wasting your time. Now I'm gonna probably gloss over like the most like superficialities of the plot. So it follows Emperor Shao, Hijian, Dongzhou, Doujiang, and Davis, do you want to see this guy's name for me? You know which one. you know which one.
Okay, but the question is, how would you like for me to say his name?
Which one do you think will get the most clicks? I guess.
Okay, so and this will actually be a really good opportunity for you to kind of play into this, I guess. So there's a character named Cao Cao, which if you know anything about swearing in Chinese, that name can literally mean fuck.
I don't to tell you, but that sounds better than Chow Chow, if you ask me. I'm sure everyone here is excited to just call Chow Chow fuck throughout the entire stream. But yeah, to give to break down kind of the main bits of it, you had the rebellion and the Ten Attendants, you had Dong Zhuo's tyranny, you have the conflict among the various warlords and nobles, Liu Bei's ambition, Battle of Gandu, Zhu Heiliang joins Liu Bei, then you have the Battle of the Red Cliffs, which is what this is based off of. Then you have Liu Bei's take over the Yi province, then you have death of Guan Yu, Battle of Yiling, Zhu Liang's campaigns, and then you have the end of the Three Kingdoms. It's not the most accurate, but it is one of the main historical sources we use to discuss the Warring States period. This book is also meandering and long. Only read it if you have the patience of a fucking rock. I would, but so when John Woo was making this movie, and his main idea was taking the story of the Three Kingdoms and then modernizing it towards modern Chinese sensibilities and beliefs, because obviously a book / play written in the 14th century, that's gonna have a lot of isms that doesn't ring well in the 21st century, especially with how much China has changed since the 14th century. So he takes certain characters and gives them more of a substantial role. He gives some of them more agency. He makes one of them half Japanese, traitor. He one of them looks like Tony Leung. One of them looks chopped. There's something there. It's a really good modernization of the material while also retaining what is good about Romance of the Three Kingdoms, if few and far between, while also improving upon it, which is, there's a lot of adaptations of this stupid book. I would say this is probably one of the better, if not the best ones. I have not seen SD Gundam Sengokuden yet. That's still on the list with me and Davis, so this could change very soon, and we might say that's the best one. Okay, Davis.
So
I just gotta add, Lily, he's half Okinawan, not half Japanese.
Ooh.
Not with that hairline.
Oh.
Come on, he's not chopped. Don't say this about my man.
So
Don't give it him.
the
Aw.
the first thing I noticed with this was the scale, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think John Woo has ever made a bigger movie than Red Cliff.
He hasn't. No, he hasn't.
And it also really just goes to show his love and passion for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, since it's a story he's always wanted to try and adapt since 1994, and this was, I want to say, 2008. So safe to say he took a lot of time trying to develop this and make it work, and I'd say the payoff was just absolutely tremendous. I do have some of my qualms with the first half. I did notice some of the editing in a few action sequences were just a bit choppy, but it didn't take me out of the experience, because I feel like as the story went on, it felt a lot tighter and a lot more consistent. There's also just a lot of setup, because I mean, again, this is such an ambitious story to try and adapt. So you're following so many lead characters, you're also going through different locations as well. And going back to to the cast real quick. Apparently, Chow Yun Fat was meant to play Zhou Yu before being replaced by Tony Leung for what has said to have been 2 reasons. So, this movie did go through several script revisions, but when Chow Yun Fat was attached to it, he dropped out when he received a revision a bit too late. But at the same time, his contract with Hollywood at that moment was preventing him from being involved further with the production, which it sucks. But honestly, I do think Tony Leung did an amazing job here. I will say that like outside of like the scale and like the action, I feel like everybody disappears like into their roles like very well. I guess maybe except Takeshi kind of shares it to an extent. I low key I just see the I like it's like yeah like that is Zhao Yu, or that is fuck fuck, or that is Liu Bei, that is Guan Yu. But yeah, like I feel like I watched both parts individually. Then I watched the compressed theatrical edit that combines them into a 2.5 hour feature. I honestly want to watch them again because I feel like I do not appreciate them enough, despite my love for them. But that said, I was pleasantly surprised and impressed by this, and I am happy to have I'm happy to have had the foresight to include it in this list long before I would get around to checking it out. All right, Sean.
Yeah, I absolutely loved this. This was phenomenal. It really encapsulates Wu's love for the historical novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and not just in scaled spectacle with some amazing battle scenes that do a great job with blending extras, set pieces, and even some really good CGI, surprisingly enough. A sweeping music score by Taro Iwashiro, I believe is his name, who did the music for Memories of Murder, Bong Joon-ho's Memories of Murder. But also having a very strong story. And there are a lot of characters, but this is where I'm going to disagree with you. What I really liked about part 1 is that it is a build-up, but there's a lot of good, nice scenes that allow us to get to know these characters, and really let them breathe before we get to those big battles.
Very true.
And I do think that part 2 is a bit stronger. But I will say, I feel like you should watch both these parts to get the full package, especially because the abridged version does cut out some really intimate character scenes. I love the actors. Tony Leung as Zhao Yu is he's stoic, but he also, you could see how this war is getting to him. And he had great chemistry with Takashi Kaneshiro, who, yes, I know that's him under that makeup, but I thought he did a great job as Zhao Geiling, who was a lot more of more the emotional heart in a way of the movie, if you know what I mean. And Zhao Fengyi, I thought he was interesting because he's depicted as a tyrant in this movie, yet he still is humanized, which I thought was an interesting choice. And I like a lot of the side characters. I love Lady Sung so much in this movie, played by
Yes.
Zhao Wei, who I would argue is the best female character in a John Woo movie. Like, she's funny, she's
I-
badass, but
I agree. I highly
She's-
agree.
but there's also a lot of humane layers to her character. And speaking of humane layers, I really like Lin Chi Ling as Zhao Kui. Is that how you say her name? Tony
Xiao,
Ling's wife.
Xiao Ch- Lily. I'm sorry. I'm really
What?
gonna butcher this pronunciation. Xiao Qiao, right?
Lin Chi Ling in the movie.
Xiao Qiao. Yeah.
Yes. I really liked her. I really liked.
I don't know Chinese names. It's fucking confusing.
I really liked her in this movie too. About your complaint with the editing, funny enough, I actually liked it because, believe it or not, one of the big inspirations for this movie also was Seven Samurai, which really shows in like the scene transitions, which are of course very similar to a Kurosawa movie. And yeah, I mean, it's grand, it's emotional, it's gorgeous. The action scenes are phenomenal. Yeah, I love Red Cliff.
All right, Mifune.
I just gotta say, I was looking about this stuff for a little bit, and like, wow. Originally, do you know who John Woo wanted to play Cao Cao? What's his name? Cao Cao?
Fuck.
Cao Cao. Ken Watanabe, and I'm like, oh, bro, what are you doing? I know you want unity, but you don't need unity that much, dude. And apparently, people were very upset about that, so they changed that thing. But yeah, Redcliffe was kind of, again, I know we're all tired right now, but try and lock in for this. Basically, Redcliffe at the time was at least from what I read, it was seen as sort of John Woo's big comeback because after Mission Impossible 2, which made like, I feel like it had to be like a box office record for like Hollywood films directed by Asian directors, because that made like $500 million, which is a lot of money back in 2000. But unfortunately, his next two films didn't do very well. Wind Talkers with Nicolas Cage got pretty chopped up in editing and needed a director's cut to like really fulfill. Sean, why are you giving me that look? You look like what? You're looking at me like you. Sean gave me a look, and I'm like, wait, am I saying something wrong? But yeah, Wind Talkers, kind of a box office disappointment. It came out like post 9/11. They delayed it. It was a pretty sizable flop. Paycheck with Ben Affleck and Aaron Eckhart, which both these films I would defend to some extent. I actually kind of liked the director's cut of Wind Talkers, but Paycheck was just miscasted, and I think most people would consider that one of John Woo's more forgettable films. So this was like his big comeback. This is him coming back to Hong Kong, and this is kind of a lot of. I believe this is also a mainland production. Am I right, Lily?
Yes.
So this is him coming back, kind of back to his roots, doing a story that he's wanted to do since I believe 1994. And yeah, I consider this one huge big movie because I mean, how do you not consider it one big movie? It's just I think the way to describe this is it really feels like one of those big historical epics, or even with a bit of fantasy to it, kind of in the same realm as something like Gladiator or The Last Samurai, or even something a bit more mythical like Troy or Lord of the Rings. It's one of those big, huge, sprawling epics. And this was kind of the film that brought John Woo back. It was a big success. His biggest success thus far, eclipsing A Better Tomorrow. And yeah, it's a long movie. Both parts are long, but at the same time, I do think there's a lot of investment, but I think there's a lot of reward to that investment too. Because I think, we have a true all-star cast of people. Tony Leung, Vicky Zhao, Takeshi Kaneshiro, even if some people probably would say he probably maybe not doesn't belong here in terms of the history, but really solid cast in front of the camera. Also a lot of talent behind it. I believe the late great Corey Yun was the choreographer for a lot of this. I could be. Let me
Yes.
just double check that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a huge Corey Yun fan. Loved a lot of his, especially his Girls with Guns movies or his collaboration with Sammo Hung movies like She's Straight, Yes Madam, um, So Close, which also stars Zhao Wei, and his Sammo Hung collaborations like Dragons Forever and Righting Wrongs with Yun Biao. Just excellent action choreographer. And this film, even if it's not what people would normally expect from John Woo, no bullet bloody ballets here, but the action is still excellent. Like there's even one that's like a big, I think, sort of homage to Hard Boiled with the baby in part one. I took that as an homage to Hard Boiled. And sorry, this is just one of those ones where it's. I would say the hardest part about this one is that it requires a big time commitment because it's. I've never sat through the one cut of this film that's just one single film that's under 3 hours. That's about 3 hours. But I imagine that just I need full Woo here. I need like all of what he has to say. Otherwise, I don't think I'd ever feel like it would be complete. And I think the only reason why probably I'm not going to talk about this one as much as the other John Woo films, even though this is excellent, is because there's a lot of history to this that even I myself need to do a lot more research on, I think, to truly get more out of it. But I do think even with my limited knowledge of this time frame and this story that it's based on, I still think a lot of what makes John Woo films great is in here, just on a way bigger scale, on a different setting. You have those themes of loyalty, brotherhood, and betrayal, those just classic action sequences, and that going into like just the detail of like the multiple sides in the conflict. I think it was really good at balancing that and balancing all the characters was very well. Which granted it should be if it's like 5 hours, but like it's still really good movie, still really good at that. And I do agree with Sean. I think even in my old Letterboxd review of this, I did make mention that Zhao Wei is like one of the stronger John Woo female characters. It's kind of the first, maybe not the first, but definitely one of like the more standout ones where like she's way more involved in the action. I think she's described as like the tomboy sister, one of the
Yep.
main characters, and she's just yeah, she's excellent in this. I know that I haven't seen a lot of her films. I've seen her in So Close, which was directed by Corey Yun. But yeah, she's a really fun standout here. Tony Leung is great as always. I think the whole cast here is pretty damn good, even if it's not a lot of people. Again, people would have probably expected someone like Chow Yun-fat to show up, but that unfortunately can't happen. But I do think what we have here, this cast, is still excellent. It's like I said, like John Woo. He's been doing this for over, I think, 30 years at this point, but he still got it. He still got it in this film. He still shows that he knows the mastery of the craft. He still knows how to craft excellent
still
action
got it.
sequences. Exactly. Unk still got it. He knows how to craft excellent action sequences. He knows how to also just give you characters to truly care about, sink your teeth into, and really follow. And again, this is one of those ones where it's going to require a big time commitment from you. But if you can manage that, even if you can maybe need a pause, come back to it later, which I've had to do because of all the long movies I've seen. But I think it's well worth the investment in like
Well,
much time you put into it.
I mean,
Absolutely.
we do currently have 4 people watching right now, so that's 4 people who can make that time commitment.
Oh, sorry. I opened the Google tab 4 different times. Sorry.
I'm actually one of the people watching it because I'm monitoring the stream. But oops.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this was.
Whoops.
I know like a lot of people like John Woo's later films kind of after this were a bit more divisive. Some of them probably weren't as successful as many would have hoped. But this is kind of like I don't want to say it's his last classic, but this is like his last like really huge success. Say that again?
His last masterpiece, I would say.
His last hurrah.
I still think he's got one more in him. I think he'd be committed. He could, but like this is definitely the last one where like everyone was sort of on board. Like this is a John Woo like classic, and I don't care if he doesn't make another one that's like as good as this or as good as like the 5 classics from his older era. He's still a legend to me. He always will be. And I mean, how many directors can be this late in the game and still pull off something this awesome at 5 hours? I don't think many can do that. And I think that he just shows that he's really good, not only with just his direction and his characters, but also good with working with other people and finding talented people, whether it's like composers, choreographers like Koryun or cast, and bring them together to make something so wonderful. So yeah, this is again long film, but I think it's a very worth it experience for what you put into it.
And this is also the movie that that won John Woo the Golden Lion for Lifetime Achievement Award at the 67th Venice Film Festival.
Oh my god.
That's awesome.
Do you think he's like? Do you think when he held it up, he's like, "That's right, Shrihar, you tried to get rid of me"?
To be the man, you gotta beat the man.
All right. Before
Yeah,
we go,
great movie.
before we go to Cole, did you have anything else you wanted to add, Lily?
Don't look up what Xiao Wei has what happened to her after 2021.
Oh my god, I was gonna say she has some controversies to her name, but that happened
Yeah,
afterwards.
one of them is that she's blacklisted by the Chinese government. You know,
Oh,
Okay, I get that. I get one of these.
yeah,
I
but
get the
like,
first one.
I
Oh, wow.
love her as an actor. I don't know if all those were valid crash outs. But like I first saw her in Shaolin Soccer, which she was fun in that one. I would definitely say. I also saw her in 2009's Mulan, which she starred as Mulan in. Best live action Mulan, by the way. The only Mulan live action movie that's not the 1964 Shaw Brothers musical. I don't make the rules. I just play the game. She's incredible here. Like I'd say every actor here is like bringing like their A game, and it definitely shows how much like being away from China and Hong Kong had really made John Woo like understand what he's capable of now, even with like constraints pushed against him. Like, I definitely think this is where John Woo's like fully matured as a filmmaker, where he can make this 5 hour sprawling like epic, like and like even if I have reservations about the first half being like a little too meandering, and having some weird fucking editing choices. I watched both versions. Like Davis did, he was there for a couple of them, and like
I was there for all couple of them.
yeah, a couple hundred of them. Like I don't. I think that no matter what version you're gonna watch, you're gonna find the first half very jarring because of how it's paced. It's very slow, which like I understand why it's slow. It's just build up and build up and build up towards whenever part two happens, and it's just everything from that first half just coming down in like almost this fury of like payoffs. But at the same time, I think the first half could have done a little bit better with pacing, and like there's just sections of it where it's like dead air. Like there's just moments from like, oh my god, please something happen. Like I know it can be like that in the book, but we don't have to adapt things I don't like about the book, please. Meandering stuff I don't care about. But like, you know, like I still think in the end, like the John Woo's like direction and the actors make the most of like these sequences, and at the very least I didn't want to turn it off. Like I still like was like it was very much like a push pull first half for me, where like I was like very like taken aback by how it was handling it, but then like the actors would drag me right back into it, which is a good thing. That's something I can't blame all the entire first half solely on the pacing or editing, when like it has things I really do like about it, and I still gave it like a good rating. Like I still like really appreciate it, and like I said earlier, this is probably like one of, if not my favorite adaptions of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and of like the general like Warring States period. Like it's a good and then great, like almost like masterful attempt at like making the most of a very middling book. um and I do hope eventually a reissue of some kind of this movie in either of its forms does come out, because I really,
Can't.
yeah, maybe. I don't think, I'm pretty sure that was because of Golden Princess and Shout, and this is a completely different like production company. Um, I and I also hope it gets a better translation, because there were things about the translation that Tubi gave, and the site that me and Davis watched it on gave for parts 1 and 2. I'm not going to name it, by the way. That I definitely could be better. There are just small isms that were lost in translation that I wish made it through in some way. But yeah, that's my that's the additional notes I have.
All
And
right.
also, Lee, I know you mentioned that you're just playing the game. I forgot to mention that there's an awesome John Woo based game called Stranglehold, which is a sequel to Hardboiled that people should play. I
Yeah.
mentioned that like eight
The
people
video games
before
are an
this
art,
conversation.
so
That one's art though, 'cause it's by John Woo.
All right, Cole.
I'll keep this one will be pretty brief because honestly, I don't have much to say about Red Cliff, or Orange Plateau, as I also want to call it. It is cool seeing John Woo have a project on this kind of scale. The production values genuinely impressed me. I couldn't like this movie was a late 2000s movie and it still looks really good. Like that's got to say something. Like this movie had fucking money behind it because there are these massive sets with like hundreds of extras and that stuff's very hard to, coordinate. So massive respect for Woo, even though this is in the later part of his career, to have the probably on a production scale the most ambitious project he's ever done is pretty impressive. And that runtime is no joke. 5 hours is a crazy runtime. I guess going off the two parts, I will say Red Cliff 1, I literally watched it this morning. I cannot tell you what happened in it. I'm going to be honest. I forgot everything that happened in the first part of Red Cliff.
How dare you?
Not to say it's bad. It's not. Like the performances are good across the board. There are some memorable characters. The sister character who was like a spy. I hope she was a sister. I can't remember, but she was like the spy in the second part. She was probably my favorite character in the whole movie. I thought she was really cool. I just didn't expect a female led role for like an old like historical drama like this to actually like be a big part of the narrative like this. I thought was really, really cool. And I'm glad she got to do stuff in terms of action. That was great. I just wanted to highlight that because I thought that was really cool. I think the second part was a lot better for me. I think the plan, like them making the plan and then the payoff for that was very satisfying.
Yeah.
I liked it way more. I think the character interactions were a lot better in the second one than the first one, in my opinion. I liked the way the characters were bouncing off each other. And even though it's a long runtime, I think there are parts where that does benefit, where like you do get the small moments of these characters being the characters, where like there are like moments where they could like have some levity and maybe have some more conflict through like small conversations. That's where like the runtime can benefit in certain areas. But yeah, the first part though was a bit rough. And the editing I agree with too. The editing is weird as hell in the first part. I don't know what was going on in the editing room. But yeah, Red Cliff was, as a whole, it's definitely like a really cool, like, wow, John Woo still did this like this late in his career. Like it's very impressive. I genuinely, if I called it what did I say, Chinese Game of Thrones, like this shit was fucking crazy how much like production value was behind it, and I was very, very impressed. So I don't know how big the budget for this movie was, but I'm sure it had to be one of the biggest films of the year for sure. For
I think 80 million was its combined budget. I could be wrong for
Mm.
both
Or-
parts.
John Woo on record did say that that it was actually less than 80 million.
Wow. That's
was it the biggest film of like that? Like, because
I know it broke Titanic's record in China.
yeah, is that such like a crazy? It's just the runtime, the amount that went into it, like that budget must have been massive. So, congrats to John Woo for doing this. I think overall, if I give Red Cliff as a whole, I'd give it. I think I'd give it a 6. I give it 3 stars. I did enjoy it. I do think that first part was a bit rough, but the second part did come together a lot more, and I liked the characters a lot more in the second part. So yeah, Red Cliff was definitely very cool. I'm glad I experienced it. I do have a thing for like more historical kind of movies like this, so it was kind of cool to see. So yeah, I enjoyed Red Cliff for what it was.
You know, all this talk about like second parts, books, legendary epics. You guys should totally buy Titania's The Book of Two, Trials of Olympus.
Bro waited nearly 6 hours for that.
You can tell Davis is tired because you can tell that he was thinking his way through that.
Yeah.
Bro was thinking every word very carefully.
All right. So now we're at the fun part. I've asked everyone to to kind of just compile their rankings of every one of these movies, and just so I can put together what the average Toku Titan Tom Target cast
Tom Target
ranking is for these
Chung,
9 John
Silver.
Woo essentials. So starting at number 9,
All of them. Okay.
Hard Target. I kind of expected this one, honestly. Again, it is like without John Woo, it would have just been a pretty basic film. Then unsurprisingly, Mission Impossible 2. Thanks,
swapped
Sean.
them. No.
Thanks, Cole.
I would have swapped. I would have put it at number 9.
Why are you blaming me, bro? What the fuck?
This one kind of surprised me. We have Red Cliff at number 7
As a whole, or just the parts?
As a whole.
Oh,
Hmm.
Then number 6, we got Face Off. Last Hurrah for Chivalry at number
I like how
5.
we all know what the top 4 is.
Yeah, we. I wonder what the top 4 is at this point.
I'm actually curious what's the number 1.
Yeah.
All right, we got Hard Boiled at number 4.
Okay.
A Better Tomorrow at number 3.
oh wow.
Really?
And I think we can kind of guess 2 and 1 already, but let's do number 2. We got Bullet in the Head,
Oh, let's go.
and then number 1 is The Killer.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
how come
I'm
I don't
surprised
see?
Red Bull didn't get higher.
Wait, where's Godzilla versus Megalon, bro? I don't see him. What's going on?
Where's
Dude,
Godzilla? Where's
There's Godzilla
where's
Final
Godz-
Wars.
I need to spread the propaganda somewhere. So like,
Where's Godzilla?
No, Cole. That's not till A Better Tomorrow 2 where we're in New York City.
Where's Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire?
Really?
When we do the part 2 of this video, we'll include A Better Tomorrow too. That would be a really interesting ranking though, considering how we feel about some of those.
Oh, what the?
Yeah,
I'm
let's
not a
rank
fan.
every single individual scene in A Better Tomorrow too. Let's just do that.
Yeah, in both cuts.
But yeah, let's just kind of go around and wrap up our final thoughts on what we watched this past month. Let's go ahead, work our way backwards, starting off with Cole.
Why? Okay. So John Woo is a fuck.
Whoa. Okay.
Genres of
Sorry. John Woo is a director.
So true. Can we get a true in chat?
He's definitely got a style, and he can when it comes to action, that man knows his shit. He is very, very talented at directing action sequences, and his movies, the biggest thematic consistent, like the most consistent thing thematically I've noticed in John Woo's movies is it's always about friendship and bonds and family. Those are like the biggest ones that I usually see, and like how, and loyalty, that's another one. Those are like some of the biggest ones that are the most consistent with his movies. And there's a certain authenticity that his movies have, like regardless how, regardless how I felt about some of these movies, there's a real authenticity in his movies, and he's got a distinct vision, and I think that's important for a director like this. He's got a very distinct style, and that's what I like about him. Like, you watch a John Woo movie and you go, yeah, that's a John Woo movie. Like, it's just obvious, like the way it's shot. Like, a lot of the sweeping panning shots he does, the zooms, the way like sets are lit, like there's a very distinct visual look
The
that he
sets are
has.
lit, all right.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I think John Woo is a very fascinating director. He's done a lot. He's very diverse. So like, that's for sure. Even though in like from A Better Tomorrow to Hard Boiled, there is kind of like some similarities with the style, like in certain ways. Once you get past that, though, like, you get to Face Off, and then you get to Red Cliff. Like, those could not be more different in terms of movies, but John Woo's voice is still there. So he's a very fascinating director to look at for just how varied his work is. And it was definitely very fun to look into a director I hadn't really watched any of his movies of before. So that was actually really fun. So even though I made this group mad more times than I can count with my fucking letterbox scores, I might have to delete that account. So, and
You're
my
welcome.
God, this stream is almost 6 hours. I've wasted my life. It's almost over.
It's almost 7 hours.
I'm leaving now.
Oh.
Actually, dumbass.
All right,
shit.
Lily.
I definitely walked out of this viewing with a greater appreciation of a lot of these movies. Again, like the fact that John Woo does Jackie Chung's character so fucking dirty and bull in the head by constantly having like shit point at his head or like hit his head. Like, I don't know how he could be any more disrespectful than like constantly saying what's gonna happen. He's definitely a man with like a very unique style and sensibility, and he wears his influences on his shoulder very like proudly. And I think that's something that a director should always admit to and embrace, unlike a certain director who's currently making an AI generated animated series, who also made a really crappy movie not too long before that with Brendan Fraser, who is a victim of all this. But
Go
I
watch
think
Rental Family, though. Go watch Rental Family, though.
Cole,
What?
he said Rental Family.
Rent the Girlfriend. Where's the episode? When are we doing it? Come on, April 1st. We're doing
Wait. Did you say family? Family.
But I think the best way to describe John Woo as a creator is endless but also consistent. There's you could draw a thorough line between all of these movies. There's an element of like what he finds like interesting. There is an endless bout of creativity in which he approaches those very like similar and like almost like blurringly copy paste ideologies that he has. Like there, you can draw like a line from Lastra for Chivalry all the way up to Red Cliff or Hard Target. or face off through very like key like beats that he carries throughout each and single one of them. And I haven't seen all of his movies quite yet, but the way it's looking, we're not going to see anything pre Last Hurrah for Chivalry with the way people be exporting these movies every year. But I hope to be proven wrong. I want to see stuff prior to Last Hurrah for Chivalry. I beg.
I want to know what was so bad about Run Tiger Run that people wanted John Woo to retire on the spot.
They thought he was
What
chopped
if
so
we watch it
early.
and ends up actually being one of his best films?
It's okay. I'll be one of those people. I'll give it like a half star and say John Woo's stinky, and then thumbs down.
John was chopped.
All right, Mifune.
Dang, dude, what can I say, man? John Woo is one of those guys where, like, even if it's one of his lesser films, I'm always down to watch his movies. I'm always down to look at his films, see the connection, see the connective fabrics that like make these movies tick, man. Like I could have spent 6 hours talking about The Killer, let alone talking about 9 of his movies. But like there's just so much to John Woo, man. Like whether it's his themes about brotherhood, loyalty, the evils of like I said, the evil characters in his movies are the kind of characters that are the ones that betray their morals, betray their loyalty, and are just bad at being brothers, man. And it's been so much fun revisiting, especially ones that I haven't seen very often, like Last Hurrah for Chivalry. That was a great one to revisit. I'm always down to rewatch movies like The Killer and Hardboiled, especially in their new, beautiful remastered state. And even in a film that's like totally just kind of chopped up a bit, like A Better Tomorrow 2, I'm always having a good time watching these movies, finding those connective tissues that really bring his stuff to life. And I'm not sure how many more movies he's gonna make before he says, before he decides to ride off into the sunset. If he does, I mean, I don't even care what people say about his more recent films. He's still a legend. He's still a master of cinema. He's still got so many great movies under his belt, and I could just rewatch some of the stuff. I could just rewatch all day and never get tired of it. Always find new things, new beautiful things to appreciate. And it has to be said, without John Woo, there's so much of cinema that just takes influence from him and his style and his iconography that we just wouldn't get nowadays. Some of his movies are like those kind where like you truly can't make this today because the vision, the talent that was able to be assembled, and partially because of some of this stuff is just not safe and not allowed to be make anymore, like Hard Boiled. But I truly appreciate that he got to make what he did in the time that he had, and just all respect. Here's to John Woo. I hope that he gets to realize how much people love and are influenced by his films. And I hope one day I get to meet him and tell him just how much I love these movies, man.
All right, Sean.
Yeah, this was a really fun marathon, and I'm so glad that I got to experience the variety that is John Woo. I mean, what can we say? He's a master. He's a great director. He's a visionary. He knows how to direct the fuck out of an action scene. And yet he still knows how to tell a good story with such captivating themes and interesting characters. Whether it be a story of betrayal, brotherhood, friendship, shifting loyalty, redemption. There's always something to get out of a John Woo movie. And if one doesn't work, there's another that will. And that's one of the beauties of John Woo, is that there's so much to appreciate and choose from. And what a filmography. And like I said, some of these were revisits of movies I already loved, but also I got to experience some others for the first time. And, it was a really fun and eye-opening experience. So once again, John Woo, cheers.
Can't
At
see me right now, but I'm having my water bottle that I'm raising as a toast.
At this point, I honestly don't even care that we spent 6 hours and 7 minutes talking about John Woo because I
6 hours and 7 minutes.
I know I was stressing about the time, but honestly, this is absolutely worth it. I do feel like we can genuinely talk all day about the legacy that this man has left behind, like his like like the way he functions as a storyteller is so deeply human that it really just touches your soul. It like these these are stories that remind us that even though there are terrible people in this world, we all carry the capacity to like to always like find our greatest strengths, whether that is in ourselves or with one another. And movies like A Better Tomorrow and Bullet in the Head, even like Hard Boiled with its recent theatrical re-release, like those movies like still resonate with with people to this day. I mean, like when I watched Bullet in the Head for the first time, I actually cried. Like it was such a deeply powerful film. And not gonna lie, I got pretty emotional when watching when watching The Killer as well. And there's just so much to say about what John Woo has done. And like with everyone else here, if there was one thing I could say to that man, it would just be thank you. Like just
Thank you, John
like,
Woo.
yeah, just thank you for blessing
Wouldn't
our
say I love you to
streams.
John Woo.
And
I would.
yeah.
Yes.
Bro, he
Yeah.
made The Killer, man.
But yeah, thank you to all 3 people who are currently tuned in. Maybe maybe it was a little more since people probably sense that we're coming to a close already. But thank you, wonderful and insane people, for sticking around for more than 6 hours, hearing us talking about movies that I'm sure most of my subscribers don't even know exist. But hey, I guess that's why I'm here, and that's why we're here, And I cannot thank you guys and Tony enough for just taking the time to kind of just gush about these movies,
Yeah, so where's
even
my
if it's
paycheck?
stuff that even if it's stuff that kind of divides us, like Mission Impossible 2. Like I'm always down to
Okay, but Davis, I need my
about that.
paycheck. I need my paycheck. 6
Look,
hours. 6 hours. Give me
like the John Woo movie. I mean,
Hell yeah,
Sure.
that's part 2. That's part 2 of this live
I'm gonna
stream.
need that. I'm gonna need that in the fucking mail, brother. I'm gonna need that shit ASAP.
and real quick, let's just go around, say our goodbyes, plug where our projects we're working on. We'll go ahead, work our way backwards again, starting off with Cole, goated editor.
I'm not, but okay. So as he said, editor. So I am currently still an editor for hire. If anybody needs an editor for a project or anything, you can always find me on social media through like my Instagram, Twitter, Discord, all of Godzilla Gamer 77. If you need some video editor, I'm always willing. We can always discuss. And in terms of other projects, Gingy Boy's coming back. Mark my words. I am working on a Gingy Boy video, so he's coming back. He's coming out of retirement. He finally escaped the cryogenic sleep, so he's coming back. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Hopefully, sometime in this next month, he'll be coming back. So yeah, that's kind of it. I'll still be working for the guy up top there, I guess. For Better Tomorrow, for that whole thing, as he's teased. and he said it's going to be a fucking hour long. And if you
I'm sorry,
saw
Cole, I
how
don't
the
think
last
you're
one went,
pointing at me.
no, if the last one went as the last video that went an hour long was Attack on Titan, and if you know how that went, I'm gonna fucking lose
Yeah.
my goddamn nuts. So it's gonna be fine. So yeah, thanks for having me on again. I cannot believe we still haven't beaten the Godzilla tier list in terms of length. We got close though. We did get fucking close.
Let's not revisit that.
Should
All
we
right.
remake it one day?
Yeah, let's do it right now. Right now, let's do
Let's go bed
Lily.
for bed on the Godzilla tier list.
it.
Lily, what do you got?
After like a year, and Davis remembers when I started it, my piece on Nord the Curse was finally published in November of last year, was it? I had a lot of help from Davis and Sean on getting that done. Davis remembers when we were there on January 6th, 2004.
If you guys seen the movie, you'll know.
Yeah, those who know, those who don't know. I had a lot of fun writing that when I originally made it, until I got burnout. But I hope the final version is entertaining to read and informative, and maybe I'll write something else. We'll find out. But you can find me on Letterboxd if people still use that, or if they use it for hookups now. I don't know. People seem to use
Bro,
it for
if you got a
anything.
day through Letterbox, I need to meet you because that's fucking crazy work.
You can find me on Blue Sky, 986 Blue Sky Social. I have media threads of useless crap that I post. No, you cannot have my Discord. But you can find me in the Titan Goji Discord server sometimes. Not adding anything important to conversations.
And that's why you're on this podcast.
That's right.
All right, Mifune.
Man, Davis, thank you for bringing me on. It's been far too long since we've been a Toku Titan podcast. I'm pretty sure this is like twice the length of the City Hunter video at this point.
Oh God.
But
Oof.
it was a wild ride, man. I'm glad I got to join in on this, talk about
Wild and
my
tough
most
ride.
beloved artists
It's so
of all
tough.
time. And yeah, I'm Dr. Mifune on like Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube, all that stuff. I haven't made a video in like over a year at this point, but I really want to do one on the new Jackie Chan, Tony Leung Ka-Fai film, The Shadow's Edge. Hopefully I can edit that at some point. But yeah, thanks for inviting me, Davis, and thank you for all y'all for putting up with how long. I'm sure some of you were looking at your watches whenever I was talking about certain movies, especially.
I
The
was
Killer.
looking at that live counter every fucking second.
I'm sorry I turned into Adrian Brody at the Oscars when talking about the film.
Wait, hold on. I'm not done yet.
But yeah, this is great, man, dude. Thank you so much, and long live John Woo.
For sure. Sean.
Thanks again for having me on, Davis. Yeah, you could find me on YouTube and on Twitter, Sean Barry. I write for Asian Movie Pulse, Sakura Central, and Kaiju United. Recently, I published a video version of the interview I did with legendary actress Meiko Kaji, titled Meiko Kaji Reflections of Yuki. You can find it available to watch on Vimeo. I recently did a review of Park Chan-wook's new film, No Other Choice. You can give it a read on Kaiju United. And recently I had the utmost pleasure of interviewing Park Chan-wook and Lee Byung-hung for No Other Choice, and you can give it a watch on the Asian Movie Pulse YouTube channel. So please listen to the wise words of a great actor and great director on a new amazing film that you all gotta watch. Yeah.
So where's the Sean Barry movie?
Thank everyone for for tuning in. If you're here, you already know where to find me. I'm also on Kaiju United and Sakura Central. Currently, I'm working on transcribing some interviews from last year's DamCon because we had a terrible audio equipment, and those interviews are I basically rendered just non-shareable online. So y'all will be seeing them in written form, especially an interview with the one and only Ryuhei Kitamura, who is heavily influenced by the works of John Woo and Johnny To, who we brought up a few times during the stream. And I write books as well. My second self-published novel, Titanius Book 2, Trials of Olympus, is out on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, Walmart, basically just on online bookstores. Pretty much, you can get a paperback and a digital copy as well. Best I can pitch it is imagine Pacific Rim meets God of War. It combines Greek mythology with a lot of classic super robot tropes, and the second book especially does have a lot of wuxia elements into it. I was in a bit of a Shaw Brothers kick when writing the second book, and it kind of just like bled into it, and I'm like super proud of it. I actually started writing the third book, and if y'all like the second book, you're not ready for the third. That's just all I'm gonna say. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. This was very nice. It was wonderful, and y'all have a great night.
Good night.
Take it easy, everyone.
Night.
Good night.